They just like go off the deep end and like block you, and
Yeah.
so
No,
And
I should
no,
have.
she's very close. So one more strike and she's done. That's it. Yeah.
I should have responded better to it, I guess. But it was just like, what the fuck is happening? You know?
Yeah, she was very autistic, very autistic, like more than Monolith even, which is kind of
Yeah.
shocking.
Yeah. What happened to Aunt is I said I was gonna miss Christmas, and she was like, "What do you mean you're gonna miss Christmas? Like, are you gonna be dead?" And I was like, and she was like, "No, but like you're gonna be here on the 26th, right?" And it was like, "Are you for real right now?"
I mean, I could forgive that if she didn't know the circumstances.
No, I had already explained the circumstances.
To her?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's weird. Maybe she forgot. I don't know. I mean, I could see
No, it was
myself
all in the same
like that.
conversation.
Yeah, then she's not all there. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't sound like she was all there, and she kept on insisting that she was married, and I don't know. I don't believe any of that, honestly. Um,
It's all very weird.
but Fish was really teeing off on her. Fish called her an anorexic bitch or something.
Oh yeah. That was a little much, honestly. Like that seemed to be a little unnecessary.
I've had to like it's like the second space or third space in a row that I've just rugged, that I've just closed.
Did you? I left fine. I was like, okay,
Yeah, I think
you
I
know
just
what? There's just too much autism happening here. I can't deal with it.
yeah, it's very Spurgish. Speaking of that, did you all see Charles's picture of that little table? I'm dying laughing. I'm
I
just
did. That
dying
was
laughing.
so cute.
I mean,
No. What has he done?
yeah, it's just like Merry Christmas, like, and it's just like this little table, everything sort of like it's like a hodgepodge of things, and it looked like he was sitting by himself. So I was like, oh, like lonely night. Let's have a space. He's like, busy, have company. It's like, where are they sitting then?
Yeah, there's only one place setting made.
Yeah, it
It
didn't make
looks
much sense.
like. Oh, Charles.
Yeah, but that shit's hilarious. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see who straggles in. I wonder, are the Israelis still hosting their space? I know they don't celebrate Christmas, so it'd be appropriate for them. But Israelis came up tonight. People were like, "Oh my, like this ghastly business of the bombings." It's like, yes, yes, of course. Where have you been the last couple months? You know?
I mean, they put out a tweet today. I guess they do celebrate Christmas.
Yeah.
You guys, my sister-in-law asked me today. She was like, "So is there still like a war going on or something in the Middle East?" Like she's not really on the internet much, you know what I mean? And, like she's wrapped up with all her like little kids, but it was just so funny.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've been feeling a little uneasy. We've had this like doxer guy coming into space the last few nights. I would imagine they're probably going to dox me or something. I mean, but I really don't give a fuck. Like, if you think that's going to like stop me from posting hilarious Ukrainian L's, it's not going to. It's in fact, it's just going to encourage me to do some more. So
Is this the NAFO people?
yeah, that guy, the Scandinavian guy. I mean, even though we are mutuals, I mean, I don't trust him. He's definitely has a track record. So, do your worst. Do what you got to do.
You need to stick Charles on him.
Well, I mean, he and Charles are used to be like friendly because of the whole Ukraine thing, right? Charles loved the Ukraine, but I guess now no. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I have to resort to certain tactics like that. We could always, bring in the ATF with Nuance Bro, so I could go there too.
Right, right.
How's it going, May? You having a lovely Groiper Christmas Eve?
Yes, Merry Christmas Eve, Zach.
What does a Groiper Christmas entail?
I don't know. Maybe it's like I think they're all going to Catholic Mass. I'm just cooking. I was just making like a Christmas dessert for tomorrow, and yeah, we usually eat our dinners on Christmas Day, but I'm seeing everybody does it on Christmas Eve, which is kind of funny.
Why not both?
Why
Yeah,
not
we
both?
do both usually.
Yeah, I do like a brunch on Christmas Day, but Christmas Eve is sort of like the dinner, and then by like 4 or 5 o'clock on Christmas Day, everyone sort of parts ways. You've been there since like 11. Like that's enough now. Perfect. Gonna go home and unload all my spoils, I guess. But Tom's gonna get a few oil barrels for Christmas. This much is true.
I don't know if it's like a universal dad thing, but so at our house, like the kids wake up early, they want to open gifts. All the dads are like, no, we should eat first, whatever. And then like the kids and them like go back and forth a few times. Then of course we open gifts and then we have like normally a brunch or whatever, where we have like breakfast food and lunch food. But is that how it works normally?
Well, when you've got young kids, I feel like the gifts are kind of like the priorities. So you got to get
Yeah,
on those sooner rather than later. Like I don't think kids could handle having to sit through a meal with
Oh
like
yeah, they would
no,
never.
no, it's always just for fun.
presents. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's always just for fun. That's kind of like I think it's a universal dad joke that you're like, no, we should just wait till after we eat. And then they're like, no, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm not. I much prefer to give gifts than to receive gifts. I don't know. It's like receiving gifts can be kind of awkward in a way, especially if you really like don't want something and you get it. You're like, oh, thank you. You're like
You
forcing.
get socks. Don't you love
No,
getting
like
Hey, I love
socks.
getting
socks?
Socks are
socks.
rare, but no,
My
ties. Everyone gets
parents
ties.
still get me the same stuff I've got my entire life. And it's I'm totally cool with it because I don't have to
Same,
worry.
Tom. Same.
I get the same stuff every year. It's perfect.
Tom gets a knitted sweater every year.
No, I get socks, I get boots, and I get jeans every
Cowboy
year.
boots.
I get ropers. I don't buy cowboy boots. I always get ropers.
And how often do you get a new Stetson? Once every couple or?
No, man. No, that look, that's a once in every 4 or 5 years thing maybe if you need to. I mean, I've got several different hats, but
Exactly. And if he gets them, he goes up to Bryan, Texas to Catalina Hatters because that's
no,
where
I don't. I sent you there cuz it's a good hat store and you figure you should go to Catalina once and get a hat if you're going to be in Texas, but yeah. Cavender's has good hats too, I mean, hell.
but that's one of the chains. You don't go to them chains.
Oh, Cavender's is where I get my
That's where all the city
I don't
slicker
pay-
tourists go.
I don't pay
City slickers.
$1,000 for my Lucchese's at the Lucchese store. No, I buy them at Cavender's.
Next thing you're going to tell me is you got to go to Boot Barn.
Hey, I'm an everyday guy, man. I'm just a regular oil and gas guy. I'm not over here, rolling deep like, some Baron. I'm not. I'm not the second coming of.
No, we're just supporting
name
mom
any
and
of
pop shops. Not.
I'm not going to be
Mr.
driving a Range Rover into a
big
brick wall
corporate,
anytime soon. Okay?
faceless, out of towners.
I'm no Aubrey McClendon. All right, I'm not that rich. All right.
Yeah, nothing's more mom and pop than Cavender's.
Cavender's is pretty like run of the mill place. I mean,
It's a chain.
yeah, but it's where most people go and buy their crap.
I'm not
actually.
hating on it.
Yeah,
I
so
was
is
just making a joke.
No, I mean Walmart doesn't compare to Cavender's, man. Not even in the same league. Come on now.
They sell cowboy boots at Walmart too.
I don't think so.
They
Yeah,
probably do it.
They
I know
do.
they stopped carrying AR-15s there. That was the beginning of the end for
That
Walmart.
was the last straw.
That was the beginning of the end for Walmart. They should have never done that.
Wait, they stopped that nationwide?
Yeah.
When
Damn
was
shame.
that?
Dick's Sporting Goods too. That's two places.
I know
it's just-
Dick's did.
Yeah,
but
Dick's for
Walmart
sure.
Avoid like the
straight
plague.
up, no ARs anymore.
What about
Yeah.
Cabela's?
You know what's good though? These guys up in Conroe are making their own version of the AR. You're gonna have to go see them Nuance and go fire their rifle. See what you think.
Oh, they ended it in 29. No, wait, when was this? In 2015 they stopped it?
Yeah, they started scaling back on a lot of the Walmarts, and they pulled them out all the Walmarts eventually. At first, it was just some because of
yeah, because I remember
shootings.
I went to like Utah and I saw some ARs. But when was that? It might have been before 2015. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? They're lost. They're lost.
Yeah. I mean, Dick's did that, and then they're not doing so hot.
Academy Sporting Goods and all the other places sell them. We got to be so freaking happy when they decided they weren't going to sell our AR-15s anymore. Like
literally all the stores that have decided to pull out from selling guns like that, like every time they capitulate, like they all went out of business. Kmart, when they did it because Michael Moore did his Bowling for Columbine movie, and they were like, okay, we're not going to sell handgun ammo anymore. That they're out of business. Dick's Sporting Goods, they're out of business. Who else? There were some other ones too, but
Wait, Dick's went out of business?
I don't think Dick's is out of business.
No,
yet.
they're not out of, but like they're not doing well.
Yeah, they're on their way down. That's for certain.
What about Cabela's?
Yeah, are you kidding me, dude? Cabela's? The problem with Cabela's is that Bass Pro Shop with them. Yeah, they got fucked. Like, that was a really bad deal. Look, Cabela's was amazing, and the people that own Cabela's and all that, but Bass Pro Shops is garbage, absolute garbage. And merging the two things together is terrible for Cabela. Eventually it's gonna all be garbage, and
Hopefully.
Well, look, you know what? When people are finally fed up, they're like, okay, garbage. Somebody new can come along and be the new Cabela's, but the Cabela people sold their own people out, and oh well, they screwed up, but it happens.
Yeah, I wish Cabela's could stay separate, but it is what it is.
Did you ever go to the old Cabela's before they merged, like the big ones, like the ones in the middle of nowhere?
Of course. I mean, I went to the one that was right across the border from California. People used to go buy ammo there and bring it back into Cali.
Yeah, the original Cabela's was a real deal. Like, I used to go pheasant hunting up in Kansas, and we'd always stop at the one up in, like, I want to say it was in Fort Worth or something on the way up there. But yeah, it's just too bad. So sad.
I got the cheapest ammo deal of my life at Cabela's once, and it was because of an error made by the dude who was ringing up. So basically, what they did is they took a box, because I was like, I want 1,000 rounds of 5.56. So they took like one of the box of 20s, and they like took the barcode or something, and they like slapped it on the outside of one of the boxes, and they packed 2 boxes of like 500 rounds each with these 20 round boxes inside. So the dude scans one box, beep, and then he does the other one, beep, and that's 2 boxes. So basically he charged me for 40 rounds of ammo when I got 1,000 rounds of ammo, and I was like,
damn.
Oh, well, that's nice.
So just like, all right, yeah, here's my card, what are you? All right, great, have a great day, thanks guys.
No, but people saw me do this and they're like, wait, like, I'm gonna go do that. I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, good luck with it. It's the only advantage of buying stuff in stores. Like, you can take advantage of dumbasses, apparently. I don't know.
Yeah, like they've never had someone ask for 1,000 rounds of ammo before.
Mazel Tov Boxing.
I only buy ammo in like 1,000 round quantities.
So I have to work tomorrow, so be nice. I have to. So the Jew has to take care of the sick Christians in the hospital.
Hey, I work today, man, so I don't want to.
Boxing, you love to just put yourself in the middle of these people that want to like you just want to be in the middle of these fights with like
Nuance, and then
them talking about Jews or whatever. It's weird.
Yeah, and then post where you're located and like easy access points.
It's a large area. I'm good. What do you mean?
It's like from this window I can see. You know that there are Spurgs that are going to figure out exactly what floor you're on.
Feel bad for whoever's having a little Christmas dinner at, my friend. I guess it's fine. There's security there.
What if they target those people? What if these sick fucks target those people?
I'm not too worried. I'm pretty funny though. I can't have.
What if you get some jihadis showing up, man? You got to be careful.
I know Tom had a good laugh. I saw Tom in there. He was laughing at me. I come back from the gym and they're still talking about Jews. I'm like, I went to the gym, and you guys are still talking about Jews. How are you guys doing today? It's a lot, you know.
Who, us?
No, not you, Zach. You, not you. No, it's you know, it's all good, man. What do you?
Yeah, so I saw that Bibi is going to be extending the campaign. Will not be adhering to the Biden administration's requests.
I don't know. I haven't read too much about it. You know, it is what it is, I guess. What do you mean?
I mean, it sounds like Joe Biden doesn't have much stroke anymore. You know,
What
if he ever did.
what are the Biden administrations? They want what a quick end or a ceasefire? What is their official stance? Because they tend to not have a stance on anything. What are they saying, Zach? They want a quick end or a ceasefire?
They wanted this to have wrapped up before the new year, apparently, and they also wanted some sort of long-term ceasefire agreement, not permanent, but just like long enough to figure out a way to clear some of the rubble and rehouse and relocate some of these people. And I think Netanyahu was basically like, no. And so I think at least certain people in the administration, like Jake Sullivan and Anthony Blinken, are like quite angry. I think so. We'll see. We'll see what happens because for the last couple of days, there's been a high-ranking Russian delegation in Washington because their planes are sitting at Dulles still, and they evidently they're most likely discussing Middle Eastern security issues, not Ukraine war stuff. So if that's the case, then everyone's pretty much like, so this guy's going to keep on blowing up the place. Okay, well, we need to figure out how that's going to impact security in the region, because the Arab partners are like, we'll only take so much of this before like enough is enough. Like we're not gonna, we can't have that. So I think
I'm sorry.
It could come to an ugly head eventually.
I just go back to what you're talking about. Like I watched this like movie last night. I think it was like late '80s. It was one of those like American like anti Cold War propaganda movies. And the way that they show the East Berlin, it's like the way that they show them, and they get to a woman and immediately the face smack. Like our propaganda was funny. Like I will admit, Zach, and you, I'll post in the Jumbotron. It was like it was a movie starring what's his name? Shit, the guy, French detective guy.
Hercule Poirot?
No, not French detective. The French Connection, the main guy.
So Lena Hidalgo is so Texan. She's spending her Christmas in Mexico. That's how Texan she is.
Man,
is Mexico more Catholic than Texas?
Maybe I was so sad. First of all, she cheated on me. Second of all, she's gotten so much larger. It's very sad.
She's not attractive. She never was, man. But I met a little Latina girl tonight.
Listen, there used to be a case.
Tom.
That's right.
Really?
That's right. The only problem is she's like 22.
That's not the Christmas spirit, Tom. Come on.
She's like half my age. But
Tom, you can't have a firearm and a Latina in your presence at the same time that you're dating. It's just not allowed.
I don't know. I think this one would fit the bill.
Wait, half your age. So if you're 34.
No, I'm 40. I'm 40. She's 28.
Zach, I posted in the Jumbotron. You got to take a look at this. This will make you laugh.
She's Latina though. She's spicy.
I guess I don't know what Tony just posted, but N-word sent me a fucking hot dog machine for Christmas. He gone pissed me off.
What?
Don't get it.
I don't know. Is this Tony trying to narrate Black Twitter for us?
Yeah, what's going on with that, Tony? What's the meaning of that? The N-word sent me a fucking hot dog machine.
You don't get it. I don't even get it.
So, how about those Texans? I think they lost today, the Browns. It wasn't so good, was it?
I lost money on the Jets. I was doing a fucking football pool, and I thought the Jets were going to lose the game. And I guess they're really trying to win a game on a 54-yard field goal. It's not great.
Good news is we got more football tomorrow.
It's just a funny tweet. The DMs are funny. The guy sent him a hot dog machine. It's hilarious.
I don't think anybody knows what a hot dog machine is. I mean,
It's a machine that makes hot dogs. It's self-explanatory. What are you talking about?
It's like a rotisserie thing.
No, it actually makes the hot dogs. Doesn't cook them. Makes them.
It's a machine
Tony.
for hot dogs.
What? So like,
It's like a kielbasa maker, but like for hot dogs.
wait, so you have to put the intestines in and then feed the.
Oh
like,
gosh.
No,
Is it one of-
that's a hot dog creation machine. I'm talking about a hot dog machine.
No, that's cooking. So you're talking about an oven to cook hot dogs in. That's different.
No.
That's a hot dog oven. Okay.
Tony's urban, man. I don't realize he is dark, right? This is way too urban.
That's
for
true.
me,
I
I
am
guess.
black.
a hot dog does
Allegedly.
sound. No.
Well, this is a kitchen device. I think that maybe people in the kitchen would know how to use this, right?
I heard there was a debate between Clown and a bunch of people about the calendar. That was an interesting one too. That was Samira, of course, was hating on the calendar.
Yeah, everybody was
How is
going off
Samira
on the
hating on
calendar.
calendar? She used to be a pinup girl or some
Oh,
shit. Or
Like
whatever.
Well, Samira's not a Christian though. See, so she's not a Christian, so she can do whatever she wants. Right?
This. Like,
I think that's her point.
I like. Why are people making all this stupid
It's
shit?
very retarded.
Well, it went down the rabbit hole. I was like, all right, I could see the points, and then Samira immediately brings in why sports are bad. I'm like, oh, let's not go with the why sports are bad for women. Like, I hate this argument. It's really
All this
not-
culture war stuff, it can be a bit much at times, I think.
I know.
Well, apparently,
I just don't care. Like, I mean, how is a beer company conservative anyway? So who cares what kind of
Well,
calendar
A
they
has
put
the
out?
correct take.
Yeah,
This
I mean,
is correct. Correct.
I mean, do you really think that
Samuel
sports
Adams
for women
made
is a
beer
bad
a long
thing?
time ago. Was he not? I mean, I don't know. People have been making beer for a long time, man. Patriots made beer. Our founding fathers made beer. I mean,
I don't know. I don't
really
necessarily
buy-
associate
buy-
beer
I
with
don't really buy the-
conservatism.
And then we had an
I don't-
amendment to ban
I-
it.
I don't buy the bullshit that it's not conservative to produce your own alcohol or sell it. I don't buy that.
And consume.
What about weed, Tom? Is it conservative to produce and consume your own weed?
Yeah. What about weed?
Now that he disavows.
That's a state's rights issue.
Are you talking about the devil's lettuce? I don't know
That's a
about that.
state's rights issue.
That's it. That's a state's rights
No, I'm
issue.
not asking if it's. I'm not asking
They're
about the legal.
both
I'm
bad
asking if it's
vices.
conservative.
War, northern aggression.
I mean, in most conservative states, it's not legal, but there are exceptions.
I'm not talking about what other people think. I'm
Tom,
asking you.
Well, what do you
Tom.
think?
If
What
there
do you
was a
think?
vote on a bill, would you vote to legalize or not?
Thank you, Nuance.
I don't
Tom,
think- oh my God! Why don't you chill out and stop screaming? Good grief, people. I
just
don't-
said
He's thinking of his answer.
No.
he doesn't like when men or women.
Chill out.
speak.
Am I okay? Is this a statewide vote? What am I here?
Tom.
Give me the.
Tom,
Am I?
are you
am I a
serious right now?
congressman?
Stop
It's a
bullshit.
Am I
It's a
state
personal
house
Just give us an
rep?
answer.
He's
Am I
voting
a state
against.
senator?
He's voting against.
Okay. No, I have to be honest. You have to ask your constituents.
It's up to each person.
Oh my God! Shut up.
All of a sudden, if it's
Tom,
state-
the man with the
you
political
gonna-
opinions on
it's
everything,
actually
all of a
a
sudden
county
doesn't have a
issue.
Are you gonna
political
let me
opinion.
give the answer or not? Or are you gonna interrupt me? Like
it's a
800
county
times?
issue.
No, it depends on what you're representing. So if you're representing a small district, you're gonna ask.
Okay,
the
how about this?
constituents
In
of
Tom,
the
in what
district whether or not they want
situation?
or not. And now, if
Tom,
you're
in
a
what
very-
situation
shut
would
up
you
and let
vote
me
for
answer.
it?
Stop interrupting me, and I will answer the question. If you want to keep interrupting me, I'm gonna
Tom,
leave.
you're like a woman. Just answer the fucking question.
All right, Tom, go ahead. Oh, Tom, come on.
That's it, Tom. We're eating
Oh,
a
he
Culver's.
left.
He's
He
like
left.
a
Get back
bitch,
up
man.
here.
It's
Come
so
on.
annoying.
Oh man.
It's
not
so annoying.
It's not a tough. The weed question.
It's not a tough question for a guy that literally lives on politics. Can't answer a fucking question about a very common policy issue.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
simple.
He could also say, "I don't know."
Vote for legalization of weed.
He could just say,
And if I
you
had
know,
to exchange banning alcohol, I mean, I'd
he could just say, hey, if it's a statewide issue, I'd vote for supporting it. If it was a national issue, I'd vote against it. It's a very easy question to answer.
And also,
But instead,
like,
he's like, you
not a
gotta be
gotcha
specific.
question, yeah.
You gotta
I
be
was
stop
for
yelling
it
at him.
before I was against it.
I mean, I personally used to be a little more pro
We,
until I realized it is an issue. But I mean, I don't see the advantage of like continue making it illegal. That's just kind of how I feel on it. Like,
Are you gonna let me answer the question? You guys keep yelling at me. My name's Tom Slocum. Now, if it was a county issue, just shut up. Answer the question. God.
I just want there to be higher quality. I want it to be like a high society thing. I want there to be like, $2,000 a gram marijuana that only like the elite.
well, they make them, but they're like wrapped in gold. Have you seen those wrappers? You know,
Isn't gold foil like super cheap?
Yeah, but I don't care about
I
what
know.
it's wrapped in. I'm talking
That's
about
the
the
stuff like dumb
actual,
people fall for when they
the
wrap the
actual.
steaks in gold foil and they charge you like
I
$1,000.
know
It's
it's
like
retarded. It's
10
retarded.
cents on Amazon.
Yeah, you go to that Salt Bay restaurant and
Right.
it's the normal ribeye. They're like, oh, but we put the gold leaf on it.
Do you
I think it would
remember
make it.
Nuance? I don't know if you have a ton of friends up here in Dallas, but like when he opened up
I
his
don't
restaurant
have.
here in Dallas,
Yeah.
when he opened up his restaurant here in Dallas, like all of my normie friends were posting stories of them eating at his restaurant. It lasted like
That they were.
2 months, and then like I haven't seen a single person go back since.
It's the one in Boston that I went to. It was so dead. I mean, I only went there because like I was walking and there was like, oh yeah, welcome to this. It was a nice building, and I had literally a drink. I didn't eat there, but it was like around dinner time. There was nobody there. It was like a
Yeah, I
dead
think
restaurant.
didn't some of his restaurants file like go under, or didn't he file for Chapter 11 or something? I can't remember. Something like that. I don't know. I can't. I mean, paying for steaks is kind of goofy to me.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree on
I
that.
don't know what everyone's obsession is with eating like steak all the time. Republicans especially, they're obsessed with eating like steak
I
constantly.
know.
I don't get it.
It's
I'm never in the mood for steak, really. Typically, I'm almost never in the mood for steak.
well,
I
I
could be in
think
the mood for steak,
I've
but I
heard
could
this
make
is
my own.
actually really common in the lifting community, just because
Same.
you would
Tony's same.
eat like chicken and rice and like weird foods like this all the time that you just lose your appetite for steak for whatever reason. I don't know.
my brother was like when he was in college, he was like a butcher or whatever the fuck he worked in, and he would like come home and like we'd eat steak every day, and like 2 days in a row, I'm like, I don't want to eat red meat like ever again. I mean, I eat it, but it's just like heavy, like it's not the
Jay
best to
Cutler
me.
says this to this day. Like he doesn't eat red, like he can't eat steak anymore because he just doesn't enjoy it. Like that's not enjoyable to him.
I mean, I like it in small quantities, like eating ribeye, which is the best, but it's the fattiest. It's like you eat it like once every other week or once a month, honestly, and that's enough for me. I mean, Zach eats it every day. I understand.
New York strip is better.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd rather have like some good sushi or something, Ethiopian food. I'm seeing that Tony, that restaurant we went to, the fusion plate, that's going viral right now, and people are like sending it to
Wait,
me.
which restaurant? Oh,
The one-
the Ethiopian place.
yeah,
Yeah.
the fusion place, and I was like, yeah, we've eaten there before.
You know who's a connoisseur of Ethiopian food? I had no idea. Jane.
Who?
Jane.
Oh, cowboy hat, Jane.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
she was like, "Oh, it's one of my favorite foods." I'm like, "Wow, you're cool."
Oh wait, did I? Never mind. I might have to tell you later.
All right.
Zach, did you see that clip that I sent you? I just want to hear your.
Which one?
The one with the East Berlin, and then it shows the East Berlin police. It's just
I don't
again,
think you
it's
sent that to me. I'm not. I'm
oh,
not
it's in the
seeing it.
jumbotron. It's the one.
Oh,
backwards.
okay.
It's I think you would get a kick out of it, but no, it's just like funny to look at like a lot of our films, um, kind of like who they project. Like there was like a period of time where like it was like all like Arab bad guys. Now it's all Russian bad guys. Like it's like very funny. Now I guess it's Chinese and Russian. You know, like the standard bad guys in like movies. I think I don't know. It's they go through phases. I mean,
Well, Charles says it's going to be the Israelis portrayed as the bad guys in film soon.
we'll see. I mean, Munich does show them pretty bad. You know, not bad, but you know.
So do you guys open Christmas presents on Christmas Day or at midnight Christmas Eve? Or the
Christmas
night of
Day.
Christmas Eve?
Christmas Day usually. Some of
I've
the
always done
Europeans
it
do it
Christmas
Christmas Eve.
Day.
We always open one gift on
Kaiser,
Christmas
Kaiser.
Eve and then the rest on Christmas Day.
I'd cry Christmas Eve and watch all my rich Christian friends open their presents, and you know,
You could still celebrate Christmas
Boxing
boxing.
feels
There's no
very
law
left
against it.
out around Christmas time.
I would just eat
I
the
know it.
gelt, the
I
Jewish
know
can.
it.
Isn't it not the most Jewish thing ever? The fucking gelt. Zach knows what gelt is.
Are those the gold coins? Are those the gold coins that you get?
Yes. You
Oh
eat
my
them.
god, yeah. Those are, like everyone's like crushing all these chocolates. It's like, stop that. It's like Fatso, put those down. Or Joe Biden, listen, fat. I wonder if Kaiser had a Yule log for a Christmas Eve dessert. Typical sort of German fare, I think. Some sort of jellied meat inside.
No, I'm into that clip too with the East Berlin. That also was Kaiser. Just it is so funny how, like I said, like American. I don't know, like our films, our shit's still propaganda, but we had like no shame in like how we portrayed like Russians and the Soviets in the '80s. Like at the fucking what was it? The Rocky. You know, everything was over the top. Like Sylvester Stallone was like the most
Well, I
roided out
mean,
person ever.
do you remember like the Middle Eastern portrayal? It was always someone in like a white dress of some kind with sandals and an AK-47, and they would always get shot and killed. So it was like the worst bad guy. Like they were like the putties in Power Rangers, just like dropping like a dime a dozen.
I mean, like Indiana Jones doesn't do the Indians any better either, to be honest. So
Yeah, he just pulls out the gun. Yeah,
The
well,
putties. I totally forgot about the putties.
yeah, the putties.
Those
Putties.
guys were cool.
what is it? It's called Orientalism. That was like the film era.
That's
I think that
racist.
no, but that's what they call it. It's
Disavow.
Orientalism. But that's what it is.
So,
Yeah, I mean,
is anybody going to awkwardly receive any gifts tomorrow? I know Nuance won't, Boxing won't, but I'm sure May will.
so
Possibly Tony.
the hospital gives us gifts. We get
Wait,
like
Kaiser
what do you
for
mean?
sure.
What do you mean?
Like,
I
is
actually
someone
won't, but thank you
Oh,
for thinking it. I would.
I got a $50 Chick-fil-A gift card last Christmas. So let's see what they give us this time.
I
50?
bought a
Yeah,
chick.
I'll
Wow.
I
probably
bought a
get an
Chick-fil-A
Amazon gift card.
keychain. It's on my mirror now.
Did you guys watch? Because I remember Tony. Did you watch VeggieTales as a kid? I know May
No,
did.
never did.
Yes, I grew up on it.
Is that like a Zoobly Zoo type thing or something?
You've never seen VeggieTales?
No, maybe
With
I'm,
the
I
with the tomato and the
was
cucumber?
watching these things in the 90s, so
No,
early 90s.
they used to give away toys at I'm pretty sure Chick-fil-A. When they were like they weren't like shamed for like their like views. They like would sell VeggieTales things, and they're like, yeah, we're a Christian company, and now I guess they hide it even though they're closed on Sundays. I guess I don't know. It's kind of weird. I stand by Chick-fil-A.
Like Chick-fil-A, yeah. I don't know what the
Yeah,
big
these
deal
hot
is
dog
about
machines
that.
are nice, man.
Even if you go to Chick-fil-A in the hood, like you still get good service. Like it's I don't know what it is. I guess they pay them more per hour.
Wait, do they have Chick-fil-A's in the hood? Really?
There's one in Portsmouth by me. I occasionally have been to it. It's
Is that the hood?
yes.
Yeah, there's like a few black people walking around. It's like, yes, this is the
Yeah,
ghetto.
Disavow.
Well, relative to his upbringing, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, okay. Just look up Portsmouth, Virginia, and yeah, it's not great. I mean, how do you feel about Zach the moving the basketball arena across the way to Alexandria? Do you think that's a good move? Do you think it'll bring more people to be Wizards fans, or they're finally going to get a good franchise?
No,
Oh,
Fuck the
boxing! I just
Wizards.
looked it up. What the heck? Black or African American, 51.8%. Are you trying to say because there's more black
whoa, that's a
people
lot.
that this is the hood?
Whoa, that's racist.
100%. That's what I was saying.
I thought you were saying like there was just poor white people there.
I mean, I don't know.
What's wrong with you? You're like a medical professional. You're not supposed to be racist.
No, Portsmouth. So
Boxing,
they're
would you treat
Hampton.
everybody equally despite their skin color?
Of course, that's why I have built up.
Only because he's legally obligated to.
No,
Dude, this
no.
guy literally, he like probably goes in.
Boxing.
He's like, "Oh no, that you're just ashy. Here's some cocoa butter." Like, you're fucking racist.
Exactly. So we're not to look at that under a microscope. Forget it.
Some cocoa butter.
Put on the shea butter or cocoa
Yeah,
butter.
nowadays we use shea butter.
It's called boils to relax.
He just blacks it up every time. He's like, "No problem, sugar."
No, oh my God. Well, there's this like funny story where I went, this is like a long little while ago when I wasn't living here, but my family was still living here, and my dad was a physician in that area, and my parents, they got like a gift card for Bahama Breeze, and like the story that he tells when like all like his like office staff were like saw him, it was just, it's endearing, to be honest. Listen, I will say that like in the hospital, like it's I don't know. I mean, we're treated. There's like I don't know. I get along with everybody that I work with.
Yeah, you dab him up and you go, "How can I help you, baby?"
I can't give out my last name, but they were like, "Doctor, last name." Oh yeah. It was nice.
You ever have one of them try to tell you that they're the real Jews or some shit?
That's not really like a thing in this area. That's like a Northeast thing, I think. That's not really like that
It's all
prevalent here.
over the country.
Yeah, we have them here in Austin.
Yeah, I don't know. In Atlanta at one time, that was the only time that I've ever like was viciously confronted by them. I was like drunk and I was walking in Atlanta and they were doing that, and I was like kind of looking and I was like kind of reading their pamphlet, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, you kind of look like one of those fakes." So then they figured I was like Jewish, and I was like, "All right, like I'm just gonna like keep walking." But they were like pretty aggressive when they like kind of find a real Jew. They don't like those people. That's all I have to say.
Well, no, that makes you the fake one. You're one of them white Jews.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Crawling out of the hills and caves of Europe.
Yeah, we lack empathy. Whatever it is, something that they say we lack.
By the way, Tom tells me to relay to everyone. Tom says Merry Christmas.
Kaiser might appreciate this one because they had a Holocaust. We paid a hell of a cost.
I've heard that line before.
Oh, Kaiser knows it. Kaiser knows it.
I mean,
They took me to see a room full of shoes as if I was supposed to be impressed. I said, "God damn it, we didn't even have shoes. You couldn't pile no shoes in a room for us because we didn't even have shoes."
I mean, I will say that like you got to give David Stern like some fucking credit, because like he's like this like short little Jew, and like he was like he ruled.
No,
with
don't
an
talk
iron
about
fist.
him like that.
No, he would ruled with an iron fist, and he really did like make the NBA like a global like phenom, and like he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna fine you guys $25,000 if you don't wear shoots. This is getting a little too much." He had no shame, and now the NBA, they could wear on the sidelines, the coaches could wear like sweatpants and shit. Like I don't know, like I kind of like seeing coaches like wear suits. It's a little more professional. I don't really give a shit what the players wear into the stadium, but I like the old days where they wore suits on the sidelines. I don't know. I mean, football coaches used to wear suits too, right? That's been a long time, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. It's this athletic casual gear that's all over the place now.
Athleisure.
Yeah, and idiots wearing suits with sneakers. I'm not about that. Wear some shoes, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Watch your mouth.
You don't miss that. Who's the name of
Nuance wears the sneakers with the suits.
Does he?
Wait, really? I've never seen this.
Well, they make those like hybrid shoes.
I've
like
never seen Nuance in a suit yet.
I think last time was at CPAC, right?
Did you not wear one to Amfest or whatever? I thought like everybody has to wear.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna wear one, but he didn't.
Yeah. What nuance? What did you wear? Did you wear like a button down, or did you wear like even more casual than that? I mean, I respect that he doesn't dress up for an event. I will say he's gone, but you know, there's something about underdressing in a way that is kind of cool. But like, I don't know, people take it too far. Like I heard
No one wants to overshadow Monolith and his Riz.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel? Like, so do you think that we're gonna get to a point where like you could be a lawyer in a courtroom and you don't have to wear a suit anymore? Are we gonna get to that point? I think we're not.
I think it'll get to that point for sure.
Yeah.
I don't support it, but I think it'll get there.
Yeah, that you could like practice law in like a hoodie. Like I'm not like exaggerating. Like they're like, well,
absolutely.
Why can't you? Yeah, that's not great.
Look at what John Fetterman did. I mean, he sort of like destroyed the dress code.
Did they bully him out of that, or is he still doing that?
He apparently is still dressing like that. Only if he has like to be on the floor, he'll.
What a fucking slob!
Otherwise, he wears like a fucking sweatsuit. Apparently, jeans and a hoodie is his favorite move. Sneakers, jeans, and a hoodie apparently is his go-to still.
Do you remember that they were like showing Ted Cruz like he just like worked out, and they were like, look, this is how Ted Cruz dresses. But he would like left like the gym there. I guess they're trying to like make it seem like that Ted Cruz dresses like that when he's in Congress, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that in Congress. I know Tony doesn't like Ted Cruz, but he, like I said, he was.
I don't necessarily have a problem with Ted Cruz. I mean, I have a problem with all politicians, but not explicitly with Ted Cruz.
I said like he was like I met like a few years ago. This is many years ago when I still was in Florida. I met him, and he was like probably like the more personable one that I like out of any politician. That he was like engaging in like small talk like at a normal level. The other ones were like kind of like in their fucking political bullshit.
I had a small conversation with him. I have a picture with him from back when I used to take photos with politicians.
Yeah, like he's not like he was more because you know how like he's one of the ones that the media like because he is Ted Cruz. So I figured he'd be just like a weirdo, but in person he was less weird than I expected. I think that's kind of my take from him.
But you remember that big scandal about him being like at the airport going on vacation during like the worst ice storm in Texas history or something?
I actually didn't have a problem with him fucking off to Cancun. I would have too. I would have too. Like who cares?
Giving his daughter a hard time, making her like suicidal and shit.
Well, they were saying that he should have stayed in Texas, and it's like it's fucking Ted Cruz. What's he going to do about the electric outage? Like, what's he supposed to do? It's Ted Cruz. I wouldn't want him anywhere near like anything.
Yeah, he's a fucking U.S. senator.
Like, what's he gonna do? But I do understand the idea of like going down in the ship with the ship, right? And so like if Texas is going to shit, like you should probably be in Texas. But it's like, whatever.
It's bad. It's bad optics.
It's bad optics. Yeah, for sure.
Should have figured out a way to fly private or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that I mean, this is just how it is.
A favor to one of his donors.
They wanted like Bush to go to like Katrina and like stand there and take a photo op. Like when Trump went to like, I still think the funniest thing Trump ever did. Like I really do find it funny.
Shooting he went to free throws.
Yes, that was.
We love Puerto Rico.
he was taking jump shots with it.
It's one of the wettest hurricanes from the standpoint of water.
Yeah, I mean it's just like like they do it to Biden, and it's still like, oh, Biden needs to be in Florida and like with a shovel and like fill a moat. It's like I don't know. I mean, I just think it's all bullshit. As long as they like work behind the scenes with the states, they're doing their job. I will not be petty about that. I hate when Republicans are petty like that. Democrats do the same shit. It's just petty politics.
Dude, that line still cracks me up. The wettest from the standpoint of water. It's just so good.
I mean, it's...
Luca, how you feeling?
Good. I don't have a frog in my throat anymore. So
I fucking hate you.
You're sick now, Tony?
No, the frog in the throat thing. You can't stop saying it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
So when I got home from the conference, I had a little headache. Turns out it was just dehydrated. But really, what was bothering me was this frog in my throat. It was just really just annoying, you know.
Yeah, we know you gays have like these weird like code words you use to like talk about weird sex acts you do.
No. This is a normal metaphorical saying for being slightly under the weather below the throat line.
Below the throat line.
But the Lord has blessed me with a Christmas Day miracle. I no longer have a frog in my throat.
Boot him.
One more mention of it, Luca. We're gonna put you in a timeout.
Did you guys go to church today?
Yup.
Let's go. We going tomorrow too?
No, I'm going in 2 hours.
W.
Again, it's like
David,
the one
very
time of,
dedicated.
well, I mean, it's like once
Well,
every 7 years.
most
Whoa, what
Catholics all
time?
go to midnight mass.
You
Well,
guys
once
got a
every 7
midnight
years, you
stuff?
get this thing where when Christmas falls on a Monday, you don't have to like fast and abstain because it's Sunday. So that's based. And then you basically get to go to mass twice within 24 hours. I think you can sometimes snag that on like Easter, but it's like the 2 times a year that you can do that. It's kind of
Do
cool.
you fast on Saturdays and feast on Sundays?
If it's an Ember Day, so once a quarter, there's Ember Days, and I think it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday, Friday, Saturday? And so you would normally treat that like a Friday.
Are you
I
are you Catholic, David? Because
yeah.
so what is the so you're supposed to fast, not eat fish? Because like my best friends growing up were like Catholic, and they would eat fish. Is that kind of like a halfway?
Well, yeah. So it's on Fridays. It's abstinence. So you abstain from eating meat on Fridays. Well, and they've of course changed in 1983. They changed the code of canon law, so it's no longer like binding on the faithful, but we still practice the old way, and that's no meat on Fridays, and then during Lent it's no meat plus a fast, which means that I mean you can get very legalistic about it, but basically you're only supposed to have one meal a day on Fridays during Lent. But yeah, that's the way it goes. And then, like I said, once a quarter there's Ember Days, and you can Google that, and you'll find out when those are. Those were, I think, last week for
I try
us.
to fast the day before a service. I'm doing a Christmas Day service this week, so I fasted today. I'm gonna eat tomorrow. So usually it's Saturday fast, Sunday eat.
And this is like one of those things that I like hate about what's happened to Christmas. This whole like corporate, the crap like Valentine's Day or whatever, right? Like Merry Christmas doesn't start until today. Up until today, it's Advent. It's just like Lent. Frankly, it's a penitential season. The priest wears purple. You're supposed to give something up for the month to kind of like prepare you for the coming of Christ. And the way that modern society is, we celebrate Christmas before he comes, and then like a week after Christmas, we all tear down our trees. And really, you're not supposed to tear down the tree until February 2nd.
Yeah, but that's how Christians celebrate Christmas.
Right. Making a solid distinction between Christians and Americans. Woohoo.
It's
Well, I
based.
mean,
Let's
like,
go. It's based.
Muslims celebrate Christmas different. Jews celebrate Christmas different.
What?
It's got,
Kwanzaa people do
Buddhists,
it different. Yeah.
atheists,
well, it's called the
just
Hanukkah
different.
bush in the Jewish community. Some people it's called the Hanukkah.
It's like not everyone does Halloween the same. It's just different.
I never observed Lent.
Like in Salem, Massachusetts, they take it a bit more seriously, and then in other places, sometimes it's not so. Whatever. It depends on the community.
I didn't even know what Lent was until I got on Twitter. I didn't even know people observed. Nobody where I grew up observed it.
Well, you're usually supposed to pick it before you wear clothes.
But Nuance, what was your take on the that whole like demonic statue being taken down? What was your take on that?
Oh, the Satan's thing. You know, kind of funny. I mean, it's all really stupid, to be honest. It was this whole basically Christians wanted to be able to put shit in the Capitol related to Christ, but in order to do so, they had to allow everybody to do it too. And so then like the Satanists are like, okay, we'll do it then all the time. It's like,
Yeah.
frankly, I don't think any of it should really be there. Like,
Yeah.
why would you want, first of all, why would you want something so holy to be ruined by government? The seedy halls of power where all the politicians, the gross lobbyists are going in there wheeling
The
and
anal
dealing
sex.
right next to your idol. It doesn't really.
You could argue that you'd hope that would inspire them to be better actors, but
That's
you know.
hilarious. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
see, like
No,
I
I'm
think
not saying it would, but I mean that's an
the
argument for it.
argument.
They would just stand by it. They would do CNN interviews right next to it. Like Ted Cruz would be there and be like, I think we need to get right back to traditional values. And he's going to be lying to your face.
Yeah, I see the arguments for both of it, but like we're not a regenerate Christian country, so it'd be kind of pathetic to do it, honestly.
See, like I don't know, like I kind of do feel like a massive, like 50-foot high statue of Christ the King on the throne, with like a scepter and like a menacing look on his face, like looking down on all the politicians that would like scare them shitless. Like I feel like that might be productive. I don't know. Like someone's watching.
I mean, I do feel like, listen, like churches are amazing. Like I do, like, whenever I can go to a beautiful church in the city. Like there's one in Savannah. I forgot. I don't know if it's Catholic.
Probably Episcopal if it's Savannah. It's a beautiful city. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful church.
My ancestors settled that area.
Did they own slaves, Luca?
Oh yeah. No, I'm kidding. Actually, they did fight for the South, but that whole Savannah area was a free part of the South. They didn't own slaves in that area for whatever reason. It was settled by like high tidy aristocrats who wanted to make it like the jewel of the South. There was a lot of Jews in that area too.
There are a lot of loyalists that lived around there, and they felt that they were British.
Oh yeah,
they outlawed slavery in like 1815 or whenever it was.
Yeah,
and that was 1830, whenever, and that was that. Yeah.
Yeah, women's voting was a thing. Eventually it all got subsumed by the rest of the South.
I feel like Savannah is a more fun city than Charleston. Like Charleston has more wealth, it's more beautiful, but like I kind of like.
They're similar cities. I mean, both of them were like founded on charter by wealthy people. They're both beautiful. I mean, just absolutely stunning. Savannah, unfortunately, has gotten. I mean, both of them have gone tarnished over the years. But.
Yeah, I feel like Richmond's a little underrated. It can be a fun time. It's got a lot of good history.
Alexandria is incredible. I love living near Alexandria. So
what about Georgetown, Luca?
Yeah, that's a nice area. For what DC is, it's pretty good. I love Old Town Alexandria. It's so amazing.
It's very pretty there. It's very pretty.
The former
beautiful Episcopal church there.
Home of
everywhere we're talking about, there's amazing Episcopal churches, and of course the congregation sucks and is horrible.
Well, I like stand by Charleston as being like Charlottesville being a very beautiful city. Like some of the wineries in the mountains there are so beautiful.
Let's not go down that road, Boxing.
No, were you there? Yeah, you were there in 2017, right? You visited?
I mean, no, I didn't go to UVA. No.
Boxing had a banner. Saw it.
No, I've never been to Charlottesville. I probably have to
go.
No,
it is really beautiful. No, it's really beautiful. It's the UVA is like Virginia has some of the more beautiful colleges.
Yeah, Monticello inspired.
Oh yeah, Virginia is. I've thoroughly enjoyed living in Virginia. I don't really like DC, but I like Virginia a lot.
Why don't you like DC? It's too black.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Well, that's what I'm interpreting based off of whatever
that I am most familiar with are probably not. No, they're mostly Asian and white.
Asian.
Yeah, DC is a very big Asian population.
Out of Virginia, there's a lot of Asians, but I don't see a lot of Asians in DC.
I don't really go to Northwest DC. I'm mostly in like.
Oh, that's where I'm at usually.
Well, yeah, Asians. You're near Maryland. I'm mostly in Southeast, Southwest.
I was gonna say, but the way like DC, like people argue, is DC more Virginia or Maryland? Like, I think the way that it's like formatted, like considering like where the shit is, I think it's more Virginia. Just if you look at like districting, I guess it's up for interpretation.
Yeah, I just there's more nature in Virginia. It's still on the Potomac, so you get to see the Potomac where I'm at. Yeah, I'm a big fan of how Virginia's run, Northern Virginia, and it's a noticeable difference. I mean, it's so obvious the difference between Nova and DC. Like it's just better run. There's more parking spots. It's cleaner.
Yeah.
Like a million different
Well,
things.
that's what I mentioned earlier.
I don't know. DC's pretty clean now. I think.
No,
I think
are you fucking retarded?
no, like the nice residential parts of DC. We're not talking about like the downtown, like where lots of foot traffic.
All of your takes are wrong all the time.
I don't know. The nice
Georgetown
sort of the
is very
suburban
pretty.
parts of DC are very
Gross.
nice. They're probably amongst the
gross.
nicest areas. In
No,
the
you're wrong.
area.
It's disgusting.
The area.
Nah, you don't know
what's
what you're
the-
talking about, like 20016 17 008
Yeah, but Luca's not allowed there.
2007.
What's
Like
the
these-
area by the church?
These area codes are. I mean, these zip codes are very good.
If you walk into any DC park, it's full of homeless people. It's gross.
That's not true, man.
Some of them.
It is. You're just a fucking dumbass, dude. All of your takes suck.
I've lived
never
here all
heard
my
you give a
life.
good
You've
take
lived here
on this
just
app
you've lived
before.
here just a few seconds. So it's the stereotypical sort of like
You're a
Zoomer
dumbass.
takes,
You're literally a dumbass. I
Zoomer
grew up in Philly.
conservatives.
Do
Are
you think
like,
I'm not
oh, it's an
familiar with dog
existential
shit? Do you
crisis.
think I'm
The
not
homeless
familiar
in
with
every
dog
corner
shit?
of I don't think so.
Boo. Tomato.
I wish the gym was open 24 hours.
Hold
You gotta
on,
go.
Zach. What's the area by the Washington National Cathedral? That's like a really nice area too. Like they're all
Cleveland Park, Woodley Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, my apartment gym's 24 hour. I usually go at midnight. That's like my favorite time to go to the gym.
Oh boy.
But do they have a steam room?
No, they don't.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
I definitely understand the science behind steam rooms. I think but I've never really done one. I've never really been to a steam room.
Really? Dude.
No.
Oh, man, you got to do it.
Yeah, it's a nice way to end a workout.
You think like being an Italian, I'd be familiar with the bathhouse, but I've never done it.
Oh,
I always look forward to the steam room. It's like the highlight of it's just like
Luke,
I look
you've never
forward
had a
to it.
schwitz? You've never had a schwitz before?
The fuck is that?
Turkish bath.
That's that thing they say when you're getting a blowjob while taking a shit.
Just wow.
That's a
No,
blumpkin, I think.
I mean, even in high school, we didn't really have like communal showers. Like I guess they were there, but like, yeah, no one would get naked or anything.
That's how it was where I went to high school in Alexandria. It didn't make sense. Like we'd work out and then you couldn't shower, so you just change back into your clothes and you're funky.
We had showers, but they weren't like, nobody was getting weird with it. Like, I don't know.
Nobody suggested that, Luke. I don't
Did
know
you
why
expect people to get weird?
Yes.
What the fuck?
He was hoping people would
There's
get
tons of old people that don't care and just like have their.
You're just
things out.
disappointed or what?
No, I don't know.
No, they would have this thing. It was the RDV Sportsplex because I grew up in Orlando, and the Orlando Magic training facility was attached. So you'd see like old NBA players just like walking around butt naked. It was like a third leg. I mean, it was.
Yeah. Did you
Did you
enjoy that
camp out
boxing?
and watch them get out of the showers? Is that
No,
what
there's this guy Donald Foyle. He played for the Magic.
How did you know that they were coming out of there like with third legs?
I mean, you can't because I'm not that tall.
Because you can't look away.
It's like I'm like,
Oh no!
Because even if you stare at the ground, the
It's like
shadow is
boxing's arm.
cast.
If they turn around too quickly, they would slap boxing right now. It's called slap boxing.
Pretty much. I mean, no, but you would see like Dwight Howard. Him and his
Is it Dwight Howard the gay one?
yeah,
He
no, but
is.
he would
He had the
stand
tranny,
like
I think. He
he
was
would
dating
stand
a
at the
tranny.
top. He would stand at the top of like the entrance for like the gym and the Magic practice facility, wearing like those like Adidas
like compression, and
Yeah.
he would just be like, this guy is like not the same human being as me. He's so massive, it's so ridiculous. And then
You all right,
Awesome,
boxing?
man.
This did not age well at all, dude. Come on.
I know. And then the funniest is when I would see my dad shake the hand of these like Magic players, and like my dad's hand would like go into like they're just, man,
What?
What are you talking about?
It just disappears.
Disavow, man.
never mind. I'm not getting into it.
You can't do that transition like that. That was crazy.
Boxing loves to hate on the blacks, but he's also fascinated and like in awe
Yeah.
and kind of like intimidated too at the same time.
Boxing is
I'm not
like
hating on anybody. Listen, I get along. Listen, the NBA, I'm a supporter of the NBA. I like to.
no, you're like a 19th century like weirdo scientist that goes to Africa and like measures skulls and like
measures other things too.
Well, I mean, there is the thing in
Collects the
there is the
skulls.
thing that they do have all the hand sizes for the NBA.
You'd be
players.
fraternizing with like Morton and being like, "Oh, well, my skull collection from Africa is larger than your skull collection."
He's like, behold this jawbone.
I mean, you guys are saying these things. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that they did have like the hand sizes like on a basketball, and people would go up.
You're into hand sizes or what? What's going on here?
Ah, these Bantus are quite a massive folk, aren't they?
Dude, he's so old school. He uses the term "negroid."
Yeah, my favorite term is the one for a woman when they add like the ESS at the end.
That's first thing I've agreed with Luca on this evening.
That one's so funny, dude. We used to be so funny. Our civilization used to be hilarious. Now we're not.
I mean, there's still old-timey white dudes who unironically say Chinaman.
Yeah, like that one
Oh,
guy.
Sid Miller says it freely. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Oh
remember
yeah, he's of that generation, so that makes
remember that one guy that ran for Senate in West Virginia that kept using it to describe Mitch McConnell's wife? He called Mitch McConnell's wife a China woman or something. He said Mitch and his cocaine Mitch and his China wife. That's what he said in the ad.
It would have been funnier if you called her like a Saigon dragon lady or something.
Oh my.
No, I had
It was crazy, that Blankenship guy. He literally, like, the guy is like straight out of the 1800s. He got in trouble for a collapsed mine where a bunch of people died that he operated. He was like a mine operator, and he apparently intentionally collapsed a mine or something to like get insurance money. Like the most like 1800s crime ever. It's just insane. And then this guy primaries Mitch McConnell and rants about how his wife is Chinese. Like this shit doesn't happen in any other country. It's insane.
I saw when I was volunteering as like I guess a sophomore in a hospital. I saw an old VA vet call a Filipino woman an Oriental N-word, like out like really loud. I was like, woof. So that still exists in this country, Luca. They're just getting a little older.
I've seen a lot of videos of black people being really anti-immigration, like railing and calling Hispanics illegal and stuff. I've been seeing this a lot recently. There was some Karen video that went around of this black lady that got cut off in traffic, and she like stopped her car, like went over to the chick that cut her off. It was a Hispanic lady, and was like, "Where's your papers?" Like just like crazy shit, like no shame at all.
Well, she must have watched the Nuance video, and then
Yeah, Luca's never seen black people before.
Papers, please.
You think they're feeling threatened about their jobs?
It's still so funny that those ladies caught us like videoing and asking for papers, and they bitched to Sean about it instead of directly to us.
Well, yeah, because we look scarier and browner.
Sean, dude.
But none of you guys are white. They have to pick the white guy to try to fucking pick on, I guess.
Sean's only a halfie. He's a halfling or whatever they call him.
Yeah, but he's white passing, so.
Yeah. He has privilege.
White passing.
Because he wears glasses. He wears glasses.
Hashtag check your privilege, Sean Fitzgerald. I'm white passing too.
I mean, I feel like if people had to guess, they'd say Jewish first.
Oh,
I've
totally.
gotten Armenian. I've gotten Jewish. I've gotten Corsica.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a normal thing Americans say.
Yeah. I got one time.
You seem really Corsican.
Yeah, no. One time I got Andorra, actually. Andorra La Vella.
Yeah,
What the fuck is that?
some retard
It's a little
learned
country.
Capital-
Sounds like a Star Trek race or
Is
something.
Andorra the one between like Spain
It's in
and
Spain. San Marino is the one in
and
Italy.
France
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah, one time I got Monaco Capital District. That
You're
really
making
threw me
shit
off.
up.
Yeah, this is all made up bullshit.
I thought the only thing you ever got was, oh, he looks a little gay. Actually,
I don't get the
Any such cases?
No, I don't really get that one.
So, Luke, are you going to square off against Louis Schenker if he
No, I'm
wins
scared.
his trial?
He's gonna kill me.
Yeah, you're afraid now. Yeah, he may.
well,
have
he's
a
not
shank
allowed
or
to leave the
something, yeah.
state, so you're okay for now.
All right, let's go W. Let's get W in chat.
No, he'll get on here and he'll be like, "I'm not afraid of going to jail again."
No, I know exactly.
Sounds like he
Luca
drives while in
Cacciatore,
prison. I mean,
I'm
jail.
coming for you.
Like if this was any other person, I'd be like, okay, maybe fight him, maybe win, maybe get my ass kicked. But with him, like he'll bring a fucking knife to a fist fight. Like I actually am scared about that.
That's always the problem I had with those like Southern fraternity guys is they would always have a knife on them. So they like try to fight you, and then they would have like a switchblade. I'm like, all right, like,
Are you serious? Really?
yeah.
That would be
Mexican women are the same way.
At least among the whites where I was at, like it was like do not bring a knife if you're gonna fight someone. That was a no-go zone.
Yeah, it's like mandatory in the South for men to have knives.
Yikes! Yeah, nah. Not if you're in a
Of course.
fist fight.
Well, you're about to move out here, Lucas. So you're gonna need to buy a gun and a knife.
I know.
Well, Tom would say that's not the South, that's Texas.
I got invited to an Easter where every single woman had a knife. It was pretty wild.
Like Counter-Strike knives.
No, they all had like these like awesome
like
they had
Benchmates?
they had sheets for them. They were like custom made, like
Custom, yeah.
They were all different types. Like some of them had like Kershaws, some of them had like
I have a Kershaw.
cool shit in the handle.
Yeah, I have a Kershaw too.
Yeah, you got like illegal ass.
Yeah, but
butterfly
Nuance,
knives
you're
and-
like a weapons expert.
No, none of those knives are illegal in
But
Texas.
Nuance, you're
You
a
carry-
weapons expert. Is it
Yeah, get the auto Kershaw. This one's
true that
good.
knife-
or
Butterfly
the
knives
Benchmade.
aren't
What
butterflies
happened is they
Benchmade,
saw
the
my
Benchmade
knife,
Infidel.
what I always carry, the fucking.
Is brass knuckles legal where you guys?
No, they're illegal everywhere.
No, probably I don't. So. I don't
Yeah,
think
but
so.
the nuance isn't.
Dude,
isn't it,
we literally have constitutional carry. Like they don't like. You think they're worried about you carrying brass knuckles?
It still could.
Well, but the problem with brass knuckles is people don't know that they're lethal. People think that they're just like it's just going to be a punch, but it's going to be a little.
Yeah, but they sell them
heavier,
as belt buckles. That's how they get away with it. But nuance isn't it?
Yeah, but brass knuckles are like they'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, but nuance
Like,
isn't a knife a really bad weapon for self-defense? Like that's what I've heard, right? That typically.
No.
I mean, I'd prefer a gun, but it's not terrible.
Well, don't they say?
Yeah, but for close contact, a knife is good if you're comfortable holding one. You can
Yeah, I guess they
just don't drop it and fumble, and you just need to
Yeah, they just say it could be
use it
used
like a fixed bayonet and just.
Yeah,
like,
they say
start
it could be
stabbing
used
stuff.
on you, I guess, more than. But I guess that's if you don't know how to use it. But I don't know. That's what I've heard. I'm not a weapons expert.
That's why I recommend the auto knife because it's more intimidating when you open it.
Don't carry a weapon you're not comfortable with.
That's true. What is the thing? What's that other thing that's called like God, they used to have it, a blackjack. That was like what they used to like in the 80s when people couldn't get guns in like New York City. It was like, I don't know exactly what it is, but
if you just avoid fights, you can avoid dying. I mean, do you know how many people from like my
I feel like boxing looks for the fights.
You know how many
No,
people
no.
from my age bracket would like get in school fights and just like die of head trauma? Like it's just the stupidest way to die, but it happens all the time.
I mean, I've seen plenty of fights. I've never seen death, but
What are you
You know,
talking about? Are you what?
and
Lucas
I mean,
seen many deaths as a young man.
we used to get in like I think middle school there was more fistfights than high school in school, but it would be like rich fucking.
There's like 2 or 3 people in like 1 year that died of just like hitting their heads like after a fight. Like, but they weren't like like buff people. They were just like idiots getting into fights as kids. But that's
Yeah.
yeah, no, that fight they'll fucking kill you if you land wrong.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm aware. I mean, there's like fistfights back in the day. I think, but I think that the older you get, the more you realize that it's really stupid. It's really stupid. I haven't been in a fight in many years, but I didn't look for fights. No, when I was in college, I think I did. But
Also, like you break your nose, you fucking fuck your nose up for the rest of your life, and bitches don't want you anymore. Like, why would I do that?
well, your nose could be
Well, they
fixed.
didn't want you to begin with, so who cares?
Yeah.
I was always more worried about like my hand, like because I hurt my hand getting into a fight one time, and it was really stupid.
Really, your hand? What the fuck? I just mentioned like 2 things that are way more important than your fucking hand.
Because your face could take punishment. Like it's not the end of the world if you get a little.
No. Your face is the end of the world. Your fucking hand can definitely take punishment.
Yeah, but your
And
face tends to heal. Like, look at most fighters in the UFC; their face goes right back to normal typically.
What?
What do
I
you mean?
mean,
Even the women. Look at the women; their faces are usually the fucking same.
They're all
the UFC's MMA is crazy because like the one thing I don't understand is like the elbows to the face. That's fucking crazy. Like when you're like pushed against the fence and you start throwing elbows, like John Jones elbows, like that's
Dude,
next
John
level.
Jones is like fucking superhuman. That guy's scary as fuck. That dude was built to kill people.
Yeah, fuck Habib. John Jones is the
Like,
best
honestly,
ever. He's the best ever. Yeah.
John Jones, dude. Like, I would not fuck with somebody like that ever.
I don't know if you had a Khabib that was John Jones size, you might kill him.
Yeah, but that's what we always talk about fighting. If you had like Floyd Mayweather, if you looked like Mike Tyson size, you would be the best ever. Like when you're smaller, you have like a different like ability based on your size. So like of course.
Maybe we'll find some giant Dagestani who's gonna like take over the heavyweight division. We'll see.
Do they make them that big? Do they get like to 6'4", 250?
I don't know. Maybe if they're not like starved as children, they eat enough bear meat.
Do we know like per capita if boxing or MMA is more lethal? Because it seems like boxing is. It seems like more people die in boxing. Maybe it's just because
I think it is.
many more hits to the head.
Yeah, because you're getting hit in the head constantly. Yeah,
They do 10 counts. They don't do that in MMA.
Yeah, it's like it's almost safer to. It's more brutal. It looks worse when a guy's like on the fucking canvas and some guy like finishes him, but that's better. They used to do,
and it's only strikes. It's only strikes.
Right. They used to do standing. Well, I mean, listen, a wheel kick to the back of the head with a heel is pretty fucking brutal. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
when the fuck does that happen? Like, almost never.
A few times, but there's a few scary ones I've seen.
Fucking rabbit punches like scare the shit out of me.
Well, that's the one that I said I saw. Again, I've repeated this many times, but
if they don't,
that's what
you'll go blind. You know.
That's what. Well, no, that's what put Pritchard Colon in a coma, which the rabbit punches to the back of the head.
This thing should be illegal.
Well, it is illegal. It's just really hard to see sometimes when they're clinching. Yeah, if you want to see like a brutal fight, look at like what is it, Riddick Bowe, Andrew Galata, the second fight. I mean, literally, like there's 2 human beings that are like behemoths, and they're just literally giving each other like life-altering brain damage. It's pretty remarkable.
That's fucked up, yeah. But hey, you get in the ring, you open yourself to that, so.
Yeah, you want to see a real fight that involves a lot of punches to the head, but not the back of the head. You look up Don Fry versus whatever that fucking Japanese name.
Oh my god,
that's classic. And Don Fry, like, if you had to think of like who's gonna represent America and like be like badass America, it's Don Fry.
Oh yeah. They get each other like a half.
The way he talks, the way he walks, just the mustache, everything.
I think he's like a prick though, but that's what they say. He's a prick, but
Probably, but you know what? America's kind of a prick.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's
but he's our prick.
Back in some of those fights, they used to be able to get somebody like in a north-south position and like land elbows to your top of the head. It was fucking brutal.
Those are illegal. You can't do that anymore.
Well, in Pride, you could do soccer kicks too, but you couldn't elbow for some reason. You couldn't elbow, but you could do soccer.
Yeah, they all
kicks.
had different rules, but I mean, early UFC, like basically anything went. Like there was almost no rules outside of maybe like
eye gouging.
Yeah, can't do that shit.
You couldn't do fish hooks to the mouth. Those are literally the only rules. Yeah.
I hate those fucking matches where they just grapple and tumble. Like those are the most.
Well, that's because you're stupid.
Yeah, well, they suck. So
you don't know anything about martial arts or fighting or anything.
Martial arts is gay.
Yeah, just because you didn't do it and you don't understand it, it's literally just.
Even if I understood it, it would still be gay.
So. Well, some of the grappling is pretty awesome, especially when they like combine it with striking. Like Luca, you gotta like respect it. Like
if you understand basic, no, it's really not. If you understand basic grappling, like that shit can be some of the most exciting stuff ever.
No, boring, gay.
Like there's this like what is it like? There's this like twister. I forgot. It's like you almost like. I don't know where you put pressure on the spine. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's
Luca, these things
wild.
These things work. Like, there's a reason why these like.
I'm sure they work, but they are not fun to watch.
I disagree.
Literally, you're telling me when fucking Chael Sonnen was actually beating Anderson Silva and was about to win like the 5-round fight with him, and then literally in the 5th round, right at the end, Anderson Silva gets him in a triangle choke and ends the fight. That's not amazing. That's amazing.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where like the whole fight is like pinning him up against the cage.
No, if it's just humping on the ground for 5 rounds like GSP used to do, yeah, that's not super.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying
okay, but if it's actual like jujitsu, getting people into submissions, that shit's exciting. Like seeing people work the technique, it's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch like one of like even Brock Lesnar's one of his fights, I forgot he fought this guy. I forgot his name. He was like
what's his name?
Frank Mir.
Frank Mir.
Really? Frank Mir. That was hilarious. He was like he threw like 4-inch punches, and since he's a fucking savage, those 4-inch punches were just like smacking his head back because he had him like pinned against the fence. No, but there's another guy, Ben Rothwell, maybe he like kind of lit him up or something like that, and then. He almost got knocked out. Yeah, I mean, Brock Lesnar is a fucking. He's another one who's be an American hero. An American hero.
He was just like a giant gorilla. Like he didn't even look like he had technique. He would just like run at people full steam because he was just giant. And then he'd take his like lunchbox fists and he would just like Donkey Kong pound their face.
Can you imagine how angry like Twitter would be if it was?
He was like a better Kimbo Slice.
How angry would Twitter have been if they were around for when he came back and when we were All-Star Overeem, the fucking most juiced up fucking Dutch black guy of all time.
He's not
the shit out of him.
He's just eating horse meat. It's just lots of horse meat from that's what we eat in the Netherlands. It's just lots of horse meat.
Yeah, All-Star Overeem was the most juiced up MMA fighter of all time.
Guys, Santa is in Puerto Rico right now. He's almost here.
Monolith should have been telling us this.
Damn, dude, Brock Lesnar was 6'3", 286.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, he had to cut weight. I remember he had to like have a serious weight cut to make this.
Jesus,
dude, Monolith is getting the most badass presents right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was big, dude.
Mofongo for Christmas.
I just never liked the women's MMA. It always was a tough one to watch. I never was.
Hello, filthy animals.
It's uncomfortable to see women beating each other, unless it's like out in the streets, like a cat fight.
Especially when some of them are like pretty, like Paige Van Zandt. She's like pretty, and she would go into the ring and just get the shit beat out of her. I'm like, what is wrong with her?
She would always look busted after fights, but again, another example of the face healing up.
I know.
They should do. I don't like the women on women.
Another one, Rose Namajunas. Like,
I don't like the
beautiful
women on.
Oh, she's very. She was so
They
hot.
should do women on men. They
Even
should
when
do.
she shaved her head, she looked pretty. Like she's very attractive. Yeah. Women on men.
Yeah, they should do women on men.
Well, I mean, I posted that clip a little while ago.
I was never a big Misha Tate fan. I don't know why everyone was so big on Misha Tate.
That's because she looked Jewish. I understand.
Oh, is that why? I never even came to mind.
I like Gal Gadot, and she's Jewish.
Oh,
she's cool.
good.
Gal Gadot's
You got Lena Hidalgo in Mexico, and she's reading that Susan Rice book.
Honestly, Lena Hidalgo's dead to me. Like, once she gained weight like that.
Yeah.
It's all the depression meds, man. They're making her fat.
She's Mrs. Claus.
I thought.
Wait. Why nuance, bro? Is it because she has that ugly boyfriend, or what?
Well, yeah, she cheated on me, 1, but 2, she also just gained a lot of weight, and that's unacceptable.
Oh,
I can't.
she gained too much weight. So you're with Isabella Riley then, right?
What? What the hell are you talking about?
What?
No, I'm not saying with her like you're with her.
Oh, disavow.
No, I'm saying like with her.
She's a married woman.
You think that getting fat is a divorceable offense?
I mean, to a certain degree, yeah.
Because that's what Isabella says.
Are you talking about the whole fucking?
At least she says that on Twitter.
What's his name? The actor, James Bond, and that
Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, I mean that's so stupid. I can't even.
What did you say?
Stupid. There's this like stupid thing about like Pierce Brosnan's like 65-year-old wife.
Yeah, look,
and she put on
everyone's
some
being
weight.
retarded on this. It's not divorce is not the first option on the table, folks. Like if your spouse is on the wrong path, you try to get them back on the right path, and they need to want that for themselves too. Like, you know, you did take vows. Like, you're supposed to try to honor those vows, and you have to honor your spouse. That goes both ways, but
honestly, I don't think
at a certain point, if they're gonna just be fat and ugly forever, I mean, I'm sorry, that's not.
I don't think she
person.
got that fat. I don't think she's that fat or ugly, to be honest. I think it was an
No,
exaggeration.
not her. No, and she apparently lost a lot of weight too, like later on. So I mean, you know, there you go.
So this is like red. I mean, I know you're not an idiot, but like this is like red pill, like gone wrong, like this stupidity.
Listen, I know there's a lot of people out there telling guys to settle, but don't do that. Like, be celibate for the rest of your life instead of marrying a shitty woman that's fat. Do that.
His wife's pretty. What? She was pretty when she was younger. Like,
do not settle. I swear, guys, do not settle for shitty wives. Don't do it.
He seems happy. I don't know. People are fucking haters, man. That's all. I view that as just people being negative.
Whoever said settle for shit? Like, I think people should settle, but not settle for garbage.
No, you shouldn't settle. You should never.
Like, you don't have to look for perfection, but you should probably settle. To be honest, most people should settle.
No, I disagree.
Okay, dude. We're all probably going to settle a little bit. It is what it is.
Well, that's a story of life. You're never going to marry.
Obviously, on the mark, like you know. But I'm just saying, like, if there are serious red flags in a person, don't overlook them. Like,
of course, yeah. You don't want to ignore like shit that's going to be really like that's going to ultimately lead to divorce or insane huge problems, but if it's not your ideal, perfect, everything on the checklist, like, you have to make some
progress. If you think she eats weird, like, who cares? I mean, like, well, actually, that might get annoying. But... yeah.
I mean, yeah.
There's things you can, I guess, overlook, but if it's serious, like, don't.
I mean, listen, there's truth. Like,
you know what's like, a big one though? If she's got like, if her smell isn't good to you, it's just you can't do it. It's over.
That's fair.
Yeah. People's telos though, like, is actually not to get married. That's not what people are called to do by default. That might be a calling that you have, but it's actually not by default what you're called to do. So that's kind of like a applied thing that I see on Christian Twitter a lot, but it's not true.
Well, yeah, your call is to honor.
By the way, if you laughed at me saying if they don't smell good to you, then you don't get it. You just don't get it.
What? I mean,
that's,
you know, your calling. What you're supposed to do is honor the Lord. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
So true, Yellow. That is the main thing.
And the main way that you would honor the Lord is by not denying the Trinity.
Okay. Well, you have
Whoa,
So
breakfast.
true,
whoa,
Yellow.
whoa.
Tell him.
I know.
God likes me more than you.
Okay, Luca.
Are you a Roman Catholic, Yellow?
No.
She's a
No,
more.
she's a protty like
The
me.
way you said that was
Well,
you're lucky David's not in here to hear that.
Twitter's been
She's
coming
going
out.
on her mission for the Mormon Church like next month.
Oh, you're
Oh my
proselytizing. Careful,
gosh.
I don't want
No,
you to
they
get spit
don't
on if
even
you go to
believe in the
Jerusalem.
Trinity. They believe in like this weird like
You don't know
polytheistic
what the
version.
Trinity. You don't know
What?
what.
It's super weird.
What
Hold
is
on. So did David get deactivated?
I know what
Is it
you
the opposite of activated?
I've seen The Matrix before.
What did you just say?
People have such strong opinions about it. They don't even know what it is. It's so funny. It's like little peons like fighting.
No, that's AZ Politico who's got that
He's an
the
atheist.
Mormon.
He's not even religious.
He's Mormon.
Not really.
Is he though? Because he's literally telling us, he's like, I've been thinking about switching, like as if it's like a car or something. Like I've been thinking about
He
switching.
told me he was irreligious.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
I don't know. And he's got the worst takes on like January 6th. It's so,
and
he's so bad.
Oh, it's horrible.
He's so dumb on that, honestly. Like, no offense.
What are his takes?
It
It's
was just a protest, right, Yellow?
He's a nice enough fella.
Tony, why did you post that? Do you have a commentary on Jonathan's commentary on?
There's just a lot. There's just a lot going on in that tweet. Along,
Jonathan is so funny, dude.
Did I tell you guys the story
There's-
where he told a
there's no
schizo
emoji.
that I was owned by some weird leftist lawyer firm, law firm?
Carrie Lake is gonna win, dude. Just give her one.
Hold on, let me finish. But like he said I was owned by some weird like lefty law firm and convinced this schizo lady that we all know that I was like owned by them because we shared like domain codes or some shit. And then like yeah, we do because the domains are both owned by GoDaddy. And so like even the schizo figured that out. It was just kind of weird. He's just goofy guy.
I saw him. He did have like a thirst trap photo. I saw that a few weeks ago.
Oh, is that what you call that kind of phone? Is it thirst trap?
I mean, it was.
Oh my gosh, the Lynx guy is in the chat. And
Yeah, don't point out people that join chat, Yellow. That's rude.
okay, well, I'm sorry, but there's a certain cat profile picture in the chat, and that's why I'm pointing it out because Maine Coons, they
John
have
Jones is in
those
the
ears.
chat. Can we get him up here?
Can you, Zach? When you
What?
since
You don't.
since you
Can we
could,
not use racial epithets like that, please? Thank you.
Zach, since
Yeah, we're not using racial
What the
epithets.
fuck are
That's
you
not what's
talking
going on.
about?
hold on, Zach.
It's a
Since
breed of cat, okay?
I haven't hosted a space since the whole anonymous thing, can you see like obviously you can't see who they are, but like do you see the numbers or they just count as nothing? Do you have any idea about that?
Other listening, one other. It's like when people would join up.
It says nine other listeners.
Yeah.
So they could be anonymous or they could be bots or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
They got that.
Because also the way that people used to do it on their browser. They would like go on the browser with the link and be able to listen anonymously.
Well,
It's sketchy. It's fucking sketchy.
Well, why do you think they did that? Do you have any idea? Because you're in the nuance.
Because Elon wants to let Nazis speak. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Probably though.
No, kinda.
Does the listen anonymous thing have anything to do with letting Nazis speak? I don't understand.
It's
that.
kind of backwards, though.
Listen, the thing is, if your employer or some doxer sees you in a space, they're like, "Oh, this person works for Apple and they're listening to this, dissident rights space. Cancel him, get him fired from his job." It makes people afraid to, hear ideas or whatever. So the listen anonymous, instead of people using alts or whatever, they can just hit that listen anonymously thing. It makes it more convenient. It's an option. It's nothing wrong with that.
Is really interesting, isn't it?
Israeli interesting.
Wait, did we get an answer from Prax Ben about? I think he told us if he was sick or not. I think he said yeah, right?
We're going to ask Prax Ben.
Listen, Zach
Bring
did
up
post.
Prax Ben. Bring up Prax Ben.
Zach did post the lamest
Are you going to be going
tweet
to
I've ever
Am's
seen.
house?
Zach, you should put that tweet in your in the link, the one
You
you
know
posted.
Ashley St. Clair? Man, when he'd do the top 10, he was so like flustered by it. He's like, "Oh, hold up. He better be editing that video."
When does Hanukkah end?
It's
I think
been
it's
done.
over.
It's been done. Why?
Oh,
What
8 crazy days and nights.
what do you want to say about the nuance? Go ahead.
wait, when did it end?
Like a week ago.
It was like last week.
Oh,
Since like Jews go on a different calendar, since we don't assimilate, so it doesn't always line up with the
are
Christian
you
calendar.
guys also nocturnal too?
Well, it was the
Yeah.
8 nights of the siege, so somehow they miraculously discovered or created oil.
I heard they don't see
water.
well
It's
either.
the Jews'
That's why
water
they
to
have to
wine
wear the
incident.
glasses.
No, it's not. It was
they
there.
communicate.
It's just,
they talk a lot because it's like sonar, like feedback.
what are you talking about?
This evening, somebody asked why insurance has become so complicated, and I said, "It's really interesting, isn't it?"
I mean, I got somebody like I knew that like a lot of people think
There are
Fauci's
some
Jewish.
Catholics
That's
who
the
really
funniest
hate
one.
Protestants, though.
Where's this
there's
coming from, Yellow?
There's never been wars about it ever.
I'll show you.
Yeah, I've never.
There's never been wars about it. That's true.
What?
Yet.
I mean, yellow. That's it
course
goes
there has.
back many years.
30 years for Yellow.
It's
Come on,
true.
where you been? What do you mean it's true?
I know. What May said is true.
Never mind.
There's deep-seated hatred there. It is
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
One side thinks Christ is king, and the other side thinks Christ is king. So they're going to kill each other about it.
Well, I wouldn't say we should kill each other. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, that means you die first. First in line to meet Jesus.
yeah, Yellow. It's an honor.
It's an honor.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean
True.
that's a lot of super Christians. Like, I'm not afraid to die. Okay.
I posted the tweet in the Jumbotron for you guys for your viewing enjoyment.
I don't want to die. It's gonna be awkward, unpleasant, uncharted. Who knows? It's gonna be like Magellan's voyage. Although Tap for Nerds seen it in his algorithmic plan already, so he knows what's going on, I think.
Oh yeah, just me and my 45.
Dude, Israel really leans into this like hot IDF chick meme that's going around.
They sure do.
You ever seen the ones that are like super fat and ugly and they're still in military uniform?
Yeah,
they never show those.
Out.
They never show those ones.
I mean, it's just
Only
kind of
on
like
TikTok.
It's kind of like over here, Hardy. Have you ever seen like a white American troop? Like, I haven't seen one over here.
Seen what?
Like, if you
I
look
did
at like,
see. Hold on, I did see an attractive IDF chick fire a rocket-propelled grenade into a civilian area on the other day on Telegram. Yeah.
How do you know she was?
And then was like high-fiving about it. Well, because she looked attractive. She was like high-fiving and seemed very pleased, but she seemed
that
like one
was
of these
a tranny.
propaganda gals that like couldn't. Yeah, it could have been. You think Tom would have taken her money?
Oh boy. Yeah, the IDF.
I think we should be nicer to Tom. I don't know.
Wait, why? He talks shit about us when we're not in his space.
He does, but we should be the bigger people, I think.
He's a big guy.
Yeah, you're right. He does talk shit from time to time. I didn't.
Time. You just like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Does he really? Does he talk crap about you guys?
Does he?
Especially
Yeah.
you,
I
Yellow.
haven't heard it.
He was in a
Especially
space
you.
the other day. I recorded it. I'm not gonna lie about it. I recorded
Oh,
it.
really?
Yeah, he was talking smack.
Oh, come on, Tom.
Look, I don't care. I really don't. But don't whine about it. Like, if you're gonna talk shit, at least commit to the shit talking. Like, don't whine. Oh, they're mean to me,
Oh.
and then like talk shit about us and be like, oh, they're mean to me. Well, maybe people get a little frustrated with you, Tom, because you talk shit about people behind their back. Like, commit to the act at least.
Is this Slocum or another Tom?
Slocum.
Oh wow. Yeah, I don't care.
I
What
actually
you
like Tom. He's pretty funny. He's good. He's good content.
Yeah, I like him, but don't worry about the opinion of others.
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Oil and Gas will be okay. He'll recover over the new year from the whole, Ron DeSantis debacle, which there was a shift for a minute there, wasn't there, where people were like jumping off that Trump train sometime this past summer, and Ron DeSantis.
Wait, did Tom jump off?
Tom was anti-Trump for a small while.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was.
wow.
He went the anti-Trump way. Oh yeah. He was like, "Listen, anyone but Trump. This guy's had it. We've had enough." I think a lot of people got on board Ron DeSantis before everyone really knew how cringe he was and like spurgish and incapable of conducting himself normally. And I don't know, and he got inside the Beltway consultants and all the rest. So
it's, I mean, I again, like it's, God, the personality is a tough one. I mean, it really is. Because like I was like,
great for Israel, though.
Well, it's so no, but it's so easy. Like if you're like he has a good record, DeSantis. He has a lot of things. He could easily attack Trump like left and right about his personality, about his fickleness, about a lot of shit. Like you have to attack him. And he just missed the ball so many times on it. Like a lot of things you could have attacked him on. And he just kind of like just sits back and, I don't know. It's a lost opportunity, I guess. But that's what politics is. You have to have talent in that regards, right? Because he has a good record. Like it's very easy to run against Trump, especially considering. Yeah.
Yeah, boxing is
Yeah,
tough.
boxing's
Oh,
talking.
shoot. I'll switch to listening.
I mean, like, Tony, do you agree with me that like he had an opportunity at least like early on if he was to attack him on a lot of things about him not being conservative, about a lot of like the COVID mistakes, like you went against me, and I opened my state up and you were like trying to bully me and I said fuck you. Like these are things that he could have ran on. Like specifically, the Republican base should have been behind that.
I don't think anybody can beat Trump. Doesn't matter what. I mean,
I-
Trump. The most one of the most truthful things Trump ever said was like, "I can." What was it? Something like, "I can
could
murder
shoot-
somebody."
yeah,
I can
on
shoot
Fifth
somebody
Avenue.
in the middle of Fifth Avenue,
And they would still
that
vote
won't
for me.
go- and
Yeah.
they'll still vote for me.
Correct. I think it's
Yeah.
very true.
Well, I mean that's that aspect.
And for the record, I'm not avowing that. I'm just saying that.
No, of course not. Yeah. No, I mean it is, but I don't know. I do find that ultimately a little. You could say it's a little unsettling how.
Yeah, but why
It's
boxing?
retarded.
But listen, like the things these people overlook, like I'll overlook you killing somebody because of this, and this. Like those just aren't like new.
Yeah, people overlook
issues.
Trump
Those
being like obsessed with COVID. Like they don't.
I mean, but there's like that like 10 million or so people who came out for him between 16 and 20 are like die hard, and they're like,
Yes.
we don't care what he does because he's already done so much. It doesn't matter. And it's like, well, what do you mean? What has he done for you? Well, he's brought respect back to the troops. He's done. Yeah, it's sort of like they've made up their mind already.
Right, but that's not.
It's like, but they're pre-existing issues that these people had that Trump like touched on, and they're like, yes. So that like that's enough for them. Like he'll forever have.
But
have been.
I was gonna say the scary part is not the fact that he could kill somebody on Fifth Avenue. Again, like not that he should, but the scary part is that like that we've gotten to a point in American politics that an individual has so much power in itself, right? Like the party means nothing. I guess the Republicans deserve this. I'm not saying they didn't, but the party means nothing. Principles mean nothing. And it's all about personality and the guy, regardless of what he does. I think that to me is like the unsettling part, right?
Yeah, it's been like that for at least like the last, I don't know, 8 years, 12 years. People don't.
Yeah.
It's more about red team versus blue team and personality versus personality, like the ethics, the
Right.
morals, the actual values, policy. None of that actually
Yeah, I mean,
matters.
Obama was like
Yeah.
that. I mean, he was pure dirty, and like everybody loved him
Yeah.
anyway. So
Yeah.
And
there
remember
you
when
go.
John McCain's was getting booed for like making concessions and being like, "Oh, my opponent ran a worthy campaign." They're like, "Boo!" He's like, "No. He's a good man, friends. He's not a Muslim. He's a good." Like, Trump was one of the first, probably the first Republican since Reagan, with some of Reagan's people that fought really dirty. Trump was the first guy since that Reagan administration that would get in the trenches and just like fling the shit with the liberals. And people loved that. They loved someone who would stand up for them, or so they would think, because
Right.
the Obama brand was attack, undermine, and then spend a fortune online, throwing out the propaganda. Remember
Yeah.
the
I mean,
Pajama Boy and Life of Julia, all these little like stories about, universal health care and women's suffrage and all these things and trans rights. It was all creeping in
right.
starting in 2012 with his reelection.
Well, people are sick and tired of hearing like the media repeat this line over and over again, saying that Obama, he's such a clean president. His only controversy is the time he wore a tan suit. I think that type of mentality with like the media covering him led to a lot of this
A pantsuit.
dispossession. The tan suit.
Oh,
Tan suit.
tan,
TAN.
Pants tent.
tan suit. There you go.
Governor DeSantis clearly needed this time to practice and to see if he would be well received. If he can get out there and actually become more sociable, become more human, cool. But in the meantime, he's not going to win on policy positions against President Trump. It's two different tactics of going for the route.
But
So unless they got another celebrity, it's not a winning game.
I just wanted to jump in, Zach. The sort of obsession and sort of like Trump can do no wrong mentality. I mean, they'll vote for him no matter what. There's someone who frequents a lot of Twitter spaces. I'm not going to name any names, but they will make every excuse in the Trump for the book, or they'll name every excuse for Trump in the book. They will say that the people who turned on Trump are being coerced and are being, forced by the authorities to flip on Trump. I mean, there are people out there who will make every excuse available. And they would still vote for him if he killed someone on Fifth Avenue.
Okay, but you could just say Laura Loomer's name. You don't have to like pretend.
No, it's someone.
You're fucked now. She's gonna come for you, Tri-Man.
No,
You're fucking
Laura,
done.
I surrender.
Have
No,
you
I'm not talking about
yeah,
Laura
you're
Loomer. I talked to
fucked.
her like once.
Yeah, she's a friend of all of ours. I don't know.
Yeah, she's
why,
a mutual. Actually,
like,
she's not a mutual, but she
I
should
don't know
be.
why you're.
I didn't. No. It's not Laura Loomer. Please don't.
I'm DMing Laura Loomer right now.
It's
telling her.
someone who is a frequent
Tri-Man
Twitter host.
exposed.
It's a frequent space host who seems to make every
Well-known
excuse.
DeSantis supporter, Tri-Man.
I'm a supporter of DeSantis, not Ron DeSantis. DeSantis.
Honestly, she should really switch her focus to Nikki Haley at this point because,
Yeah, I agree.
Haley seems to be a bigger threat.
Are those polls real in New Hampshire? I mean, is that true? Are those Republicans really that big of a fan of her?
I actually do know quite a few Republicans that like her.
I've heard.
She's growing a lot. Now, again,
Mm-hmm.
I think I don't know if you already asked this question or not, like the other day. I mean, I answered it like a million times, but it's like yes and no, basically. I don't want to go into it again, but
I didn't ask you. Yeah. I don't know. Who is it, Tri-Man? Why are you so cryptic?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to start any beef. I'm just saying this person makes every excuse in the book for Trump. Even when, there's legal documents, it's always like, oh, well, the people are being coerced. That's why they got so emotional. It's because they're being pressured and, they're being threatened with turning on Trump. Blah, blah, blah.
I mean,
I bet I'm blocked by that host.
I mean, there's some truth to that, but I mean, I don't know. This whole thing's fucked. I mean, the Colorado thing is, I think people take it one way or the other.
Well, that Colorado thing is so stupid.
Well, it's a bad precedent, although it's not going to be a big deal overall. It is a bad precedent. I don't think that it's smart to start doing these things. I thought the impeachments on him were a bad precedent because, like, then you could just say none of this is great. overall, just from the standpoint of America, honestly.
All I know is that the only person here who participated in an insurrection is Nuance Bro because of his picture. As you can see,
Easy, try
Exhibit
man,
1,
easy.
you're interviewing the shaman guy. You were there. You were in Nancy Pelosi's office.
Easy, try man.
It's not funny.
Yeah,
Actually, the
that's
joke
not
about
true. Disavow.
Boxing, what's going on with you and the not so peaceful Latinas?
I
You
just
should
like
go after Latinas, man.
Yeah,
They're
why are
a
you getting in
handful.
Oh, I
trouble with?
saw
Why are you
that. You were
starting
like
fights with Latinas?
raging war
You're
with
gonna
It's
her.
lose it every
insane
time.
boxing, yeah.
no,
Yeah,
they
it was
blocked me.
ridiculous.
They blocked me. It was a lot. It was a lot. I just was laying in bed and I was like, you know what? Like, let me just go at them.
Just laying in bed. I'm gonna get in
No,
a
because
fight too. I'm gonna get an internet fight with a brown woman tonight.
someone who I
Laying
know
in
from
bed
college.
with some
Actually,
Latinas.
someone who I know from college. What I don't actually know. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. Never mind.
Go on, dude, go
Some
on.
Latina you were laying in bed with from college? What?
No, just somebody. Just the way that like they pin
A
someone's
Latina man.
the way that they like pin someone's like personal information like on the fucking top of their page is, and they're also there's 0% of them that are conservative. Like they're
Was a
disgusting
trans
people.
Tina, is what you're saying.
And they don't understand per capita, which is hilarious. I mean, listen, there's a lot of things. It is what it is. But they blocked me. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Yeah, and you kind of brought him down a peg,
It's a
didn't you?
town.
You're like, I wouldn't trust you to clean my toilet.
Yeah, I wouldn't. And then they
Did he
Did you
really
say?
say
Did you
that?
really say that?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he
yeah,
said
like,
that, dude.
Wow, that's kind of funny. Also racist, but kind of funny.
yeah, I don't give a fuck.
That reminds me of the Kelly Clarkson line. Remember that? That was a really good one on The View.
But then
What
Is it
did she
Kelly
say?
Clarkson that
Do you
said
remember that when she?
That
Yeah,
was
yeah.
so oddly
Was
Are
it?
you
Was it
sure
not Kelly
about
Clarkson?
that?
What's the Kelly Osbourne? Sorry, Kelly Osbourne.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it was
wrong Kelly.
definitely not Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, it's anyway. But that was a good line. It was very funny.
Isn't Kelly Clarkson super fat now or something?
Yeah, she
Yes.
is.
Very
it's
sad.
yeah.
Yeah,
She's
very sad.
really talented though. She's very talented.
Yeah, but who cares about talent, okay?
I do because I'm not a fucking sick pervert like you try, man.
What?
All right, so let's let's clear some things up here. Tom never supported Ron DeSantis. He was undecided. Now he supports.
Oh, good. Tom's listening in the anons. You can tell if he's.
Oh, Tom's here?
Well, no,
Tom's
he's
not
listening in
listening?
anons, of course.
I don't know that.
No, you can see it if it's a mutual, so I see it.
Yeah, I see him there.
What else?
We all see you. Yeah, boxing. You got any more Christmas Eve confessions you'd like to make about current Israeli war?
Swear,
I see Don Jr. also listening in anons. That's weird.
Do I need to clear my sins of all the his Israeli issues? No, I mean, listen.
I would like to know when you were activated.
Since the day I was born, I've always had an opinion, so it's... No, I mean, listen, you activated. I mean, it is frustrating. It's just a normal thing on Twitter to see all this shit and to react to it. I mean, that's a normal human nature thing, I mean, there's a lot of shit going on Twitter, like lies and misinformation about a lot of things. And I take some of it personally when people are very ignorant about certain issues, like things in general. I mean, if people were like, I've said this like a million times, like I'm much more understanding about that specific issue when people have like either ties to the area or they're Muslim or they have nuanced views on it. Like I'm very more sympathetic to that side of the aisle when it comes to talking about that issue because A, they're more educated, and B, I could understand why they have a connection to it. But a lot of people like suddenly become very interested in it. And I just feel like there's like a very deep-seated like darkness and things attached to it. So it is a little frustrating, right? And I've been very so that's pretty much it. I guess I've been activated emotionally, but other than that, like I've always had like opinions that are pretty similar to what I've had, I guess. I've always been very critical. I mean, I have been very critical of Netanyahu, and I still am critical of Netanyahu. I think it's horrible for him to continue. I thought he should have stepped down in 2000. What was the first time he got in trouble, Zach? 2018? Was it that long ago? The first time he got in trouble? Many years ago. I thought it was a bad look for him to stay in power. I think that he should have done the right thing for the state of Israel and stepped down when he had all those scandals, because there is so much international attention on Israeli politics in general, and he should have just taken because wasn't he out of power for a small period of time? I don't really remember the exact. He lost the coalition, then they got the coalition back. I have to go back a little bit to understand I used to pay attention to Israeli politics.
Were you talking about Bibi just now?
Yeah.
Bibi was Bibi lost fairly convincingly in 2020, I believe, just shortly after Trump, and then Lapid was in, and there was some sort of Knesset rule that if a certain percentage of the Knesset pushed for a referendum or a revote or something like that, then they had to do it. And so Bibi made an alliance with the new coalition and expanded the Likud party by bringing in sort of the extreme Orthodox right, which had never really been done before by anyone serious because they have so much baggage.
The Shas party, right? The Shas party.
Yeah, right? That, and there's another one or two. And so it was enough to tip the scale to get the majority for a new coalition government.
Right.
And they basically toppled Lapid's government. And now the rumor was that the same thing was going to happen again leading up to October 7. So all the security lapses sort of lead me to believe that Netanyahu understood this as a means to remain in power and sort of avoid the coup that they're going to try to pull on him, because he's been fucking with the judiciary so much.
Right. Yeah. With the court systems and the fact that they don't have a living constitution.
Yeah, I think Ms. Key should be able to tell us more about all of this.
Wasn't there a protest? Wasn't there a protest that was supposed to be scheduled for the exact week that October 7th thing happened?
I mean, there's protests often. There was protests all throughout leading up to it. So I mean, that's probably not necessarily that significant of news that there was a protest leading up to October 7th. There was many of protests prior during the judicial issues when they were having court issues where the court, again, they don't have a constitution like we do. They have a bunch of they have a Declaration of Independence, and then they have a bunch of rulings based off the court. So it's a very different system over there. Again, I'm not an expert. I'm just kind of know a little bit about it.
What's going on, Trash? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about in here. I still don't have any kind of context, but Merry Christmas. Good to see you guys.
Hey, Trash.
Hey, May. Yellow. Merry
Hi.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, you guys. What the fuck are you guys talking about in here? What are you guys doing?
We're spurging, I think.
I think so.
Per usual, man. This seems to be the debate in Spurg space these days. Yeah. We've had some interesting ones, though. We've got that, we've got fish coming through once in a while, stirring up the pot here.
Yeah.
But Trash, you remember the NAFOs?
Yeah.
Well, who can forget? But they're sort of leader.
Yep.
Who does the Vatnik soup? He's been coming in regularly. Something's going on.
Really?
Something's going on. Something's afoot. Yeah.
Yeah, so NAFO, right? They're funded through CSIS, which is this think tank, which is connected with our government. DoD funded CSIS, this think tank that has a bunch of people from the Atlantic Council and a bunch of people from many various different groups around the country. They created this NAFO furry organization, and they were saying well, if you want to be part of NAFO, donate money to the Georgian Legion, and we will make you a meme profile picture or whatever it may be. And there were a lot of people that genuinely, organically probably joined that, thinking they were doing the right thing. Meanwhile, it was like 100% government funded in the U.S. through the Pentagon and DoD. And so, like, you said that a lot of these people have made their way through. What now? Because like the Ukraine war, psyop is ending. They have to like shift their influence and
No trash. They're continuing now, and they're pressuring. They're creating a pressure campaign that it's because of people like us that Ukraine's no longer receiving funding, and that's like becoming a huge problem.
yeah, that might be problematic. So one of the stories that I was never able to break because I was not allowed to break it because I was given insider information was how the contractors in Ukraine were receiving, 3-4 times the amount of money that they should have been receiving, and they were essentially. So one of the stories that I wasn't allowed to break this because it was inside info at the time. This was maybe like 6 months ago. You were not allowed to break the story because basically the contractors in Ukraine, they said, yes, we understand that only cost, $12,000 or $15,000 to do what we're asking you to do, but we need you to invoice us for $300,000 or $400,000, whatever it may be. And essentially, as long as those contractors went along with it, they were allowed to invoice the US government and many other EU countries by saying, yes, if this costs $500,000 to do when it only costs 15 grand, and they were pocketing the rest as long as they were invoicing. So like, I find it fascinating that like NAFO and like all these other grifters that were like existing in Ukraine and many other countries around the world are now shifting their focus and trying to maintain their influence as we move into the next step, which is clearly whatever's going on between Israel and Yemen and Iran and many of these other countries over in the Middle East. They're going to try to move that same grift into that region. And so I find it fascinating, like these NAFO furry fucks are they trying to like somehow like supplant what they did in Ukraine to like move to the Middle East and then carry on that grift? Are they going to move it on and say, well, we need to support Israel as our only partner in the Middle East and so on and so forth, and they're going to move that grift in the Middle East? Is that what they're going to do? Because I don't know how you
Trash. They have moved on the popular pro-Israel spaces. NAFO immediately went over there. Do they just like they activated them as well? It's
there it
pretty
is.
crazy.
But wouldn't you expect them to be kind of annoyed at that situation to want to like, what about us in Ukraine? So they have no allegiance to Ukraine.
Well,
whatsoever.
Ukraine's over, so they need a new grift, and they went immediately to.
I don't think it's over. I think
is.
I think, as Trump would say, the best is yet to come.
But I mean, it's getting
not
old,
not like a sadistic way, but I think the craziest shit.
Wait, was
still
it
haven't
Trump
seen.
who said that, or was it Kimberly Guilfoyle who said that?
But like what Trash said about NAFO being, government funded. Well, of course, the government and the establishment line is pro-Israel, so it only makes sense that they would immediately, gravitate towards that side of this, and they did immediately, right, Zaganal?
Oh, right away. And more importantly, like a lot of the OSINT people have sort of, other than a couple of like the diehard pro-Ukraine, anti-Russian accounts, the majority of sort of like the general OSINT accounts have moved to the Israel-Palestine conflict as they're sort of like, their go-to.
You're talking about some of these people that like, I guess they're called out for being like, they're only like a little more hate the Palestinian people a little more than they hate the Israelis, that group of people.
I mean, I think there's some of that in a lot of these online spaces boxing. I think it's like sort of like you only hate one just a smidge more than the other. I sort of see that. But I just think more so the algorithm just favors Israel Palestine more than it does Russia Ukraine. Just doesn't care. It's sort of moved on.
But do you think like the algorithm of Twitter, I mean, I have a small account, so it doesn't matter, but like anything I do not related to politics will get like way more like traction. Not that it like anything boxing related gets like a lot more. I mean, because like if you look at like the more popular things on Twitter, it's not politics. It's like pop culture and sports and things like that. So are they just trying to like dominate a little niche of it, or are they trying to like, I guess, combine the two? Because I wouldn't say it's the biggest way to get like traction on Twitter,
Well, there's
right?
definitely a lot of pockets on Twitter. I mean, you go to the Spaces tab and just see what's going on. I mean, there's finance, crypto. I mean, there are accounts that just put out cute pictures of pets, and they get millions of impressions. I mean, there's everything you can think of. So we're sort of all in our bubble of, political or geopolitical type stuff. So maybe a lot of us, don't see those other pockets a lot, but there's a lot more than just politics going on in this app. That's actually very popular.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think also people put alerts on about the Middle Eastern stuff, so it's just like. But yeah, Name's right. This is just a small little niche in like larger Twitter.
I mean, don't you feel like, Zach, your account's gotten a lot less like traction like recently? I feel like it has. Like
But that's artificial boxing. That's that comes from mass reporting and botting the space, and then so like today I've lost like 30 followers because those are probably bot followers, and then they come off your account, and then your account gets sort of slowed down for like 72 96 hours, whatever, and then it starts new again, and then you pick some momentum up, then they bot you again, so on and so on and so
really
on.
Interesting.
It's really interesting. It's really interesting. I'm not the
be
only one. Like Nuance gets botted. A lot of us get botted. A lot of us, it's like, man, like why is like all of a sudden you look at somebody who you're friends with and you're like, damn, they've gained like 50,000 followers in like as many months. I've gained like 5,000 followers in the number of months. Like, what's going on here, people?
Are we ever going to be able to see who bookmarks our tweets? Because that's one interesting thing that I know that people do. They bookmark tweets, right? There's no way you can see.
Yeah, I hope they don't do that.
That
I like to
defeats
be able
the
to bookmark tweets. Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck?
Bookmarking
Where did Tony come
remain
from? That's a
anonymous.
new picture. That's a new picture. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, Nuance took it. It makes my biceps look bigger.
Oh yeah, I did take that one.
Yeah.
So you want to be able to bookmark people without them seeing it?
Yeah.
That's
I
the
do.
whole idea. Yeah.
Because otherwise, I mean, I have to screenshot it and then save it as a bookmark in my web browser, which is a pain in the ass. Now I could just click a button and it's
Why
there.
do you care if they know you bookmarked it?
Well, look, I'll give
Were you
my
asking me or are
reasons
you
for it.
asking?
I mean,
yeah, well, just anybody.
I bookmark things that mainly, well, it's the same reason why I used to like tweets. It was
because he's the one bookmarking Caroline's photos.
Yeah, there you go. But like, you know how many times, and I'm sure Trash, it's happened to you and maybe some others, if you like a tweet, someone might come back to you and go, oh, well, why did you like that tweet? Do you not like me or something? Or you like somehow get
The
in
answer is
trouble?
yes. Now
it's fucking weird, man. And I only like it to mainly go back to it, at some later date.
Why do you have to worry about anyone coming back to you? If something you see is something you like, who gives a fuck?
Well,
yeah, but it's like
this is Twitter.
Yeah, but wait till you see the one I bookmarked about you, Miss G. You're not going to be happy about it.
I'm sure I'll cry for weeks over it. I don't know if
Then
I'll
you're
be
going to
able
come back and be like,
survive.
no, what? Why did you bookmark this tweet? I don't like it. You have a problem with me because you say it to my face.
If someone
That's
tweeted
right.
out Miss
You got
G's
an
an
issue with me,
Israeli
say it to my
agent,
face.
and
I'll be like,
Grow
Miss
up,
G, I was
everyone.
looking out for you. I saw this guy talking shit. I bookmark it. I'm like, keep an eye on this fella.
Thank you, babe. Anyway, I honestly was a little creeped out because personal reasons.
Are you talking about
like,
Charles still?
No. This personal reasons. He ain't.
Charles,
Charles
I thought he
is
was
some.
on to you, Miss G. I thought I thought you identified him tailing you. No.
No, no, no. No, I'm talking about like, just personal reasons, real life. So if like a just random stupid tweet gets bookmarked, and it happened to me the other day, I was like, what the fuck? And then just a follower actually bookmarked it because they wanted to make something nice for me, a little meme or something. And, she was like, I'm sorry, it was me. And I'm like, okay, girl, but because it was just something you wouldn't think someone would bookmark. And
Okay,
believe me,
so
it
this
has
is why
nothing
I
to do with
bookmark
Charles.
stuff. And when you pay for premium Twitter Blue or whatever, or even if you just pay for Twitter Blue, I believe, you can actually make files in your
Yeah, I have
bookmarks.
that.
Yeah, so I put certain people's tweets in files to keep track of that, and that's better than the like option. So it's sort of
Oh,
like
Tony,
absolutely.
is your
Because then you got
concern
to
that
go
if you
through. I'm sorry, you have to go through the all your likes to find it. Just
exactly.
waste of time.
Hi, Sophia.
No, my issue is people say a lot of stupid shit, and mostly I mean politicians, not individuals. And when they see their shit's getting bookmarked, they will delete them because they know it's being it's being like documented. So, especially if they know who is bookmarking them. So,
well, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, would
yeah,
they
it's more
just
of a
maybe
work issue.
block you
It
or
doesn't really
something?
matter for like normies. I don't care, right? But like for work reasons, like yeah, you know.
I think
Maybe I
they're
should have
making the
said
platform more anonymous. Especially the latest feature, you can go into any space and listen anonymously. So I don't see them reversing the bookmark to, let people see who bookmark your tweet. That would defeat the purpose.
So what about lists? Why can you see who put you on lists then?
Anybody
you
put
Well,
can.
because
They
yeah,
don't
you
don't
can
have
also
to. There's public
remove
and
yourself
private.
from lists.
There's
So
public and private lists.
No, I
you can
literally
remove yourself
block.
from lists.
I literally block anybody that puts me on a list. I I've been put on lists like it said like Patriots. I'm like, okay, block. And I get put on lists and saying right
putting him on
hand
a
goofballs. Like block anybody that puts you on a list.
I'm
Putin
put on like
puppets.
a political list. I immediately just
Yeah,
start making
Putin
a fuck ton
puppets.
about music and like really like food and like just non-political things and like the most obnoxious shit I can until I'm removed.
So you
Let's
block a
actually
guy.
take a look. Let's see what lists Sophia is on. I'm curious. Let's see view lists. See lists that
I'm
they're
telling you, I get removed from a lot by spamming the country music.
Patriots, keeping an eye out, brainwashed authoritarian, domestic terrorists, wise beings of the world, red pilled, independent media, culture war, misogynists,
Hell yeah.
fools in love, full of shit, talking about stamps.
I'll take it.
Very diverse.
Pantheon of the Awake.
Dude,
You should.
Trash, you're on a lot of lists, man. I think you need to go
Right.
back and have you
Oh,
seen
am I?
the list
You
you're on?
get to block some more people.
Yeah, dude. I don't think you're going to be able to keep up with the number of lists.
I did in the beginning, and I was just like, whatever. I don't care. But
All of
Trash,
mine
some
are
of these
like
lists that
It's
nice.
you're
more
on, my God.
engagement. Let them come. Let them come.
So you just like delete the main guy who put you, because I was on a list.
You have to
that is-
block the guy who
I
made
I've been
deleted
blocking
myself from
so
a.
many,
Yeah,
but I'm going to stop now. It's
it was
How
called
many
Juke
lists
Hike, so
am I on?
I had to get off that one.
Trash, you're on a list named Only
Stay
Raccoon.
on it. Be proud.
Stay on
Only
Juke.
Raccoons. Should we go through your list, Trash, or no?
What?
Yeah,
I'll
because I
take
can't
a
see
look.
that shit.
Let's hold on. I'll take.
So you're on. Let's see. Only Raccoons. Some of these are, not nice.
he's
but
not. No, he's not on. Oh wait, never mind. It's
I'm looking at them.
MAGA
Morons.
morons. Yeah.
Magadonia Q
Yeah.
idiots.
Shit for brains.
Brainworms. What the fuck is
Magadonia.
this?
Meme
People
full.
from Dumb Cuntistan? The hell's that?
East Palestine Truth. Critical thinkers question mark.
But hey, here, Trash, you're on a GOAT list, greatest of all time. So there you go.
Counter narrative experts.
You got a
Cult
lot of
members.
lot of fans.
Yeah, got big
My
fans.
twatter
Twitter
peeps,
influencers.
meme masters, dumbass losers.
Cult members.
Did not see this coming.
Disgusting pieces of shit. That was a funny one. That made
Libertarios.
That was the best one. Pieces of shit.
AZ Politicos. That's an interesting
There
one.
was one that was sick fascist fucks was also a funny one.
One's called Disappointing People. Oh, trash. You're so disappointing.
Thank God. Oh, thank God. I can't even see these lists. How do I see
Hey,
it?
Hannah, check if I'm on the
Yeah.
disappointing people.
I'll DM you, Trish.
The lists aren't loading for me.
Let's see what
This year, you're on a
Miss
feed that
G-
say Israeli asset. My heavens.
No. Let me take
Miss
a
G,
look.
He's
Miss G,
fucking
did you
with
get
me. Come on.
Miss G? Did you not get added to Jukast?
Miss G, you're really not.
You're on one called Are You Suspendables?
Yeah, no, that has
What
to
is-
do with Kyle Seraphin.
There's one called Fascinating Profile that you're on. You're on one called Health and another one called Politics. It's kind of boring. A1 Prime, whatever that is.
Whatever.
Well, that's like Miss G's an A1 Prime account. That's a compliment.
I should be on the disappointing ones because I'm telling you, there ain't anyone I don't disappoint. So, I'm sad I'm not on that one. Someone add me to it.
How the fuck do I see my list?
I can't see them. They're not loading. For
Okay,
me, but...
so trash on Twitter, you'll see in the upper left, you'll see your PFP. So click on that, and then you'll see a drop down. Click lists.
Okay, lists.
Okay, then on the upper right, you see the hold on. You see the 3 dots on the upper right. Click on that. Click lists you're on, and you have to refresh it. You have to push up with your finger on your page. Right. Keep scrolling up, and more will load.
Holy shit, dude! I'm on so many lists.
Yeah, you're on a shitload.
Holy shit!
You should start blocking the people that are the main ones because that's
I block
what
everybody.
it was. Yeah, I know you blocked me.
I used to do that, but it just I can't stop these people, so I gave up.
Wait, Sophia, tell us about Christmas Eve food.
I'm going to a dive bar to get wings. I'm gonna be honest.
So there wasn't any food?
No, the chefs didn't even feed me tonight. It was such a shit show. Like, they were gonna feed me, and then they got absolutely, like, it was dead tonight, but, like, everyone was just acting like a fucking retard in the kitchen. Like, they literally, the text I got from chef was like, I'm about to start hitting people with lead pipes. And the part owner chef was there, and he was making everyone just, like, I couldn't go back in the kitchen. It was just a disaster tonight. And no one wanted to be there. And he's making the chef that I was supposed to cook Christmas brunch with open tomorrow. So Christmas brunch means I am now cooking everything by myself. And I might have bit off a little more than I can chew.
Oh, the food plans were for tomorrow. I thought it was for today.
No, they were for tomorrow, but like even today was like it just all the Christmas Eve plans, because the Christmas Eve plans were to get the chef and like all my friends that a lot of them are down here working and don't actually have their families here and can't go home, so they're all spending the holidays without their families. So usually my parents take everyone in, or we all go to a bar together. Like we went last night, and we're gonna go tonight, and just like have little friends Christmas Eve together. But that has been kind of derailed too. It's a fucking shit show.
Damn.
It's Florida. What do you expect? You know? No
And
offense.
I even had these guys at the bar tonight that like it was dead. I thought we might be okay because I work in a very area that's prominent in the prominent Jewish community. So I thought that maybe, you know what, for Christmas and Christmas Eve we might be all right because there's no one around here is celebrating. So we're chilling. No, we've been dead. And these 2 guys come in. One was from England, one was from Australia. and they're like juggling fruit. They're like asking about my zodiac sign. They're like pulling me across the bar, trying to kiss me. Like they're asking my coworkers their zodiac sign. Like it was a disaster. They could not have been more obnoxious. They were buying $50 shots.
They
They bought a
probably
shot.
heard like ask American girls about their sign. They love that.
Literally, dude, they were buying me tequila shots. They bought my coworker a tequila shot. They were like, they racked up almost $400 tab. Any guesses on how much they tipped?
$50.
Oh, no.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, no.
$50 total.
They're
2%.
foreigners. 2%? Yeah, that's typical. They're Europeans. That's how that works.
Well,
Australia,
Europeans
but, you
don't
know.
tip. That's the thing.
They don't
Yeah,
know.
but,
They
like,
don't
you know,
understand. They're retarded.
Usually they're pretty good over here. No, this guy has lived in the U.S. for over 20 years. He hasn't been back to England in 20 years.
What's a $50 shot at your bar? What type of tequila is
Well,
it?
Sophia,
Azul
maybe you should tell him
Reposado.
your sign next time and just sort of play
I
along.
did
And
tell him my sign, and he's like, I'm an Aquarius too. We're bonded. We have to support each other. Homie, where is the fucking support on my tip out?
Yeah, you should have been. My sign is cha-ching.
So they gave you $16, you're saying?
They gave me 10.
Oh, $8.
I mean,
Yeah,
isn't
10,
a typical tip like $1 a drink?
Wait, 10. So that means
That's what I
like,
do.
was it like a
That's like
$500?
I don't do percentages at a bar. It's
Was
like
it a
$1 a drink.
$500 tab or something?
It depends, name.
They typed in $10, and I was supposed to. They took my number. They wanted to see me at a bar later, and I was like, part of me was like, you know what? My coworker was like, I'm not going out. He's like, you should go fucking meet them, and you should be like, yo, did you mean to hit an extra zero on that shit?
Oh, for that purpose, that's acceptable.
Yeah.
And
Wait, what
like,
about
go fucking like, be like,
You
you
should
guys
be like
are gonna
a
have to give me
loan
80
shark at that point. Yeah.
like give me $80 right now, or let's buy me $80 worth of shots because like y'all made my night hell. But they tipped $10, and I think it was like a $370 tab. I want to say.
Yeah, but like when you
it was
go to
higher
like,
than 2%. But
when you go to like
No,
a brewery,
it was 2%, and the tab must have been high. My other guy's tab was $370. Theirs was because they had 6. Yeah, it was higher because they had 6 Class Azul shots for $50 a pop. It said 2% in the computer.
Yeah, but like here's the thing, like Name said, like when you go to like a brewery, $1 a beer I think is cheap, right? But like you have to give 20% when you get shots. I don't know, like if you're sitting at a bar, you're getting service, so you should give 20%. I
Okay,
know
but
it's like
I mean, they were also like asking me about the food. They were drinking beer. They were there for over 3 hours.
All right, that's fair enough. Yeah, if you're like bartending them, yeah. But that's the whole thing. It's like if you go to like you get up and you get a glass of wine and it's like $50 or something like that. They get 20% off that for them pouring a glass of wine. It is like a point of contention for many service industry people.
It's Christmas Eve. They should double.
That is also true.
I had
$2
someone
a tip.
that had
$2 a drink.
They tipped at $160 on like an $100 tab tonight because it was.
It's Christmas Eve. You should. They should.
There you go.
Yeah, they should have thrown you $50, even if they're
like boxing. Did you go to a bar tonight?
I went to
$50. Then that's a 10% tip. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they were there for 3 hours. No, I didn't go to a bar tonight. I went to
if they're there for 3
family friends.
Yeah, boxing, you'd be
Sophia. Jews don't always go to bars on Christmas Eve. Okay.
No. I mean, if I'm home, we like the thing is like Jews, at least from us, like it's still like was off, even though we don't celebrate Christmas. So, like it's a family gathering, you know.
I don't work at like a dive bar though, homies. Like I work at a very nice fine dining restaurant that's going for a Michelin star currently. Like I work in a nice establishment, so like we had people that are having their Christmas dinner with us. Like we were sold out for Thanksgiving. Like we have a lot of people that spend family time with us, but because it's the holidays, a lot of the people that aren't necessarily celebrating with their family, all the restaurants in the area are closed, a lot of them tonight and tomorrow, which is why we thought that we might be a little bit busy and why they overstaffed us, because like we thought we'd have an influx of people who don't particularly celebrate Christmas because everywhere else is closed. And again, we're like a very nice restaurant.
Yeah, I used to work when I valeted in medical school here. When I would valet on Christmas, because like my family's out here and I don't celebrate Christmas, I would make like $800 on Christmas. Like it would be like the best because there'd be like regulars and they'd throw me like $100. Like it was the best like financial gift. You're right, you should tip better, but I don't know. People suck. It is what it is.
The most money I've made is on like a Tuesday or Wednesday. Like people will just come in, and you'll have a group that comes in and just like goes balls to the wall on like literally Wednesday, and it's when I make the most money.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really happy I don't work service industry anymore. It was like really good, like money, but bartending like was way more difficult than valeting. I didn't have to do shit. I was able to just, it's pretty awesome actually. They recommend it for anybody who's in college, but you guys are all old, but not
They
like
did also.
DC.
The two guys asked me if I went. They were like, "Did you go to college?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, that's why you're bartending." And I was like, "Actually, instead of going to college, I went to DC and was a political commentator and consultant." And they were like, "Oh, we're not gonna get into that." And I was like, "Yeah." And then after that, he like grabs my hand, pulls me over the bar, and like goes to kiss me. I'm like, "What are you doing, sir?" My manager was like, "What is happening?" I'm like, "I don't know. Like, can someone help?"
No, you should have punched him in the face.
See, I try to be nice at the bar. I try to be nice when I'm working. Like, but I was like, if I run into them after hours, that's a different fucking story.
It's on site. Is that what you say? It's on site.
I tried to call the chef up because the chef would have
Someone
fucking
choke
punched him.
you. It's like, well, I was trying to be nice to them. I'm not going to do it.
Hey, did you guys see Marie's baby? It was so cute.
No, I've never seen this.
It's on Twitter. She posted her son and his first
Who is this?
service.
I don't know. I don't think that's real.
I don't know who that is.
Marie has a baby?
Yes, Marie.
Who's
Marie
Marie?
Oakes.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Oh.
kidding.
No,
Yella.
that's
Oh,
ridiculous.
yeah. Oh,
She doesn't
yeah.
have a baby.
Yeah.
What are you talking? There's a cat. That's a cat. You don't see that?
Hannah, I'm being
Did you-
attacked by
What?
Catholics.
Oh, Yellow, just muted. They're unsalvageable.
Did you,
Oh.
Hannah? Did you ever work like a service industry, a bartending job, a server job, anything of that nature?
Who, me?
Yeah. When you were younger.
Oh, I worked at McAllister's.
Oh,
And I worked at
McAllister's. Oh, so
Yeah, and
they're
I
in
worked at a grocery
Louisiana?
store and I worked at a grocery store as a checkout person. I worked at McDonald's and Burger King and like a high-end shoe store.
Which shoe store?
There's a locally owned one called Crazy Charlie Shoes.
Was it like cowboy type shoes?
No. They sold like oh gosh, like higher end women's shoes, but it was like a huge store. She had such a ridiculous amount of like stock. They ended up going out of business. She was the worst boss I've ever had, and she looked like Yzma from the Emperor's New Groove. Like literally, I sent a screenshot of Yzma to like a former coworker of mine, and I was like, "Who does this remind you of?" And she was like, "Miss Jimmy," like right away. She was awful. My kid was sick one time, and I was like, listen, my child is sick. I can't come in. She said, set him up with a mat in the back room. My child? No, I don't think so. Why? I don't need your $9 an hour that badly.
That seems nice. She gave you a space. They could be nearby. That's good.
Yeah, so he could infect all the other workers. That's excellent. She wanted me to mark down.
It's natural immunity.
She wanted me to mark down every time everyone went to the bathroom during the week so that at the end of the week, I could tell them that they went to the bathroom too much.
Oh, boy.
It's just tracking for efficiency purposes.
So are we talking about like high end, like you would get like Jimmy Choo shoes or like that level of high end?
Not that high end, but higher end.
Yeah, I
like
just assume those are
Steve
all
Madden and why am I blanking? I have so many shoes.
Yeah, you'd like Cole Haan for men's and stuff like that.
No, we didn't sell any. We didn't sell men's shoes, but like they're what I would consider to be like mid high end shoes for women, I guess.
Pretty much.
Is this why you have so many shoes? Because you worked at a shoe store?
partially, and also because I love shoes.
Well, of course. Of course.
And I only wear flip flops now. It drives like flip flops, and then I switch to like my Uggs
Oh,
when it
really?
gets cold. Yeah, and that's it. And Tony's like, why am I carting around all these boxes of shoes everywhere?
Zagza seems to be against flip flops and sandals.
Apparently, yeah.
By the way, Hannah, I sent you a message.
100%, unless you're going to go the German tourist route and rock the Velcroed sandals with the socks. Then that's acceptable.
What do you wear on the house, Zag?
You're trying to tell me my Tory Burch
Then you're a woman, Miss G. I'm talking about for men.
Oh, no, please,
Miss
men, no.
G, I'm so happy you don't wear Birkenstocks.
I never understood.
Oh
the
no,
Tory
no,
Burch.
it won't happen. I can't. I'm from New York. Not happening. Not even New York. New York City.
Listen, Miss G. Listen, I had this conversation many years ago with a girlfriend. The Tory Burch little flip flops. They look like these like what the Puerto Rican wears, but they're like
No,
$400.
they don't.
Yes, they do. They're like the little. Yes, they do. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of them.
I'm gonna post a
You know, I even wear socks with them
Those
sometimes.
suckers cost me $200 a pair. I got 3 colors.
I know they're expensive. I know, but like I just don't. I never understood it. There's certain fashion.
They're hot. It's not like wearing a rubber flip flop.
Lou, I
it
saw
kinda
your
looks like
Christmas
it.
post and it looked awesome.
Thank you. Listen, the flip flops are comfortable. All right. Not trying to impress anybody at this point. He's lucky I don't wear flip flops to church.
Do you wear flip flops and sandals? I mean, in socks or just barefoot?
No socks.
Well, you can't wear flip flops and socks. I mean, unless you have special socks. I wear Birkenstocks, but sometimes I even wear socks with them.
Oh no, yellow. That means you're lesbian.
Oh no. Well, you know what? In Flagstaff where I went to college, everyone wore Birkenstocks up there.
Because they're
Yeah,
all
all the
lesbian.
lesbians.
No, they're not all lesbians.
I'm sorry. Yeah, just most of them.
I bet I would
Not
wear
all of them.
Birkenstocks if my brother had let me go to Berkeley.
This is one of those things, Yellow. Like you're gonna look back and realize your childhood is a lie. I know. Like I had to look at this with Pimp My Ride, and I found out like, oh, this wasn't really like real. Like they didn't actually go to their house and knock on the door and surprise them, and they're like, oh my god, I was already mic'd up, and the windows are like blacked out for some reason.
Yeah.
Totally my house, even though nobody seems to live in an apartment complex in any of these episodes. Yeah, that was.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Noah?
I thought Exhibit was just this nice philanthropic guy who was like, he's like, I just like to pimp people's cars out. Shit.
X to the Z, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, I mean,
and then magically on the last episode, there's no Exhibit. It's Ka Millionaire for some reason. I'm sure that had nothing to do with a pay dispute.
Yeah.
Listen,
I don't think Exhibit put out a song past 2004. You know what I mean?
Dude, they ruined my childhood by exposing that all of this was nonsense.
They were obviously all libs because everyone up there was. It's very rare to find a conservative, even in the Christian group.
You know how many times they did retakes on that shit? They'd be like, yo, you didn't look surprised enough or happy enough or enthusiastic enough when we showed the car, so we're going to do it again and again and again until we get the right reaction that's going to get us.
Listen.
It's horrible.
Listen, these girls
I didn't know
who are
any of
wearing
this
the
ruined my
Birkenstocks.
childhood.
I know. Exhibit wanted $1 million for the last episode, and they're like, nah.
I mean,
talking about NAU.
I really thought these guys who had no money, Nuance, I really thought it was beneficial for them to drive around with a fish tank in their car. I think it would change their life and, build their confidence.
Dude, half the time those people couldn't even take the car home that day. They were like, yeah, it was ready for show, but not for the road. So we're going to have to keep it. You know how they pretended this was all done in like a week? They would have these cars in for like 7 months. These people had the cars in 7 months, and then they would maybe pay them like $1,000 or $2 for a rental for 7
Yeah,
months,
they're just like, can you just buy me a
as
new
if that's gonna
fucking?
cover it for a 19-year-old. If you're under 25, the insurance is like a gazillion dollars.
Yeah, can you just buy me a brand new Honda Accord, please? Like that's what would be like change my life instead of this piece of shit. Like that would be more beneficial to these people.
Yeah, these people would make up stories too. And they also had a strict age limit for like the first few seasons where you couldn't be older than 22 years old. So, that was a thing. And I think on the last season they like raised it up to 27.
Do you remember the show? There was the MTV The Paper. Do you guys remember that? There's like a
The
really short.
Paper.
Yeah, I knew 2 kids that were in that. It was.
I don't
They
know.
were.
I liked High
Yeah,
School Stories. High School Stories was one that didn't get a lot of play, but I liked High School Stories. Basically,
yeah,
it was about people doing pranks like for senior year or whatever, typically.
yeah. The other thing is that the Double Dare. I had a friend who won Double Dare 2000. Yeah,
Well,
because I grew up in.
that's Nickelodeon.
Yeah, that's the whole different thing. But they had a lot of that stuff out of Orlando. Yeah.
MTV Made was fantastic. That was
My
awesome.
brothers and I applied for True Life. I have no parents, but
Oh,
my oldest brother was like, "Are y'all fucking kidding me?" Like he lost it. He
that
was
was
like,
What was
he
made
was
again?
so mad.
What was made again? Where they took somebody ugly and made them better looking?
no. The Made could have been. It could really be about anything. It would just be like some kid in high school who's like, they feel like something's off or whatever. Like maybe they were like some bullied kid and they're like, I want to be a soccer star. I want to be a bodybuilder. I
Oh
want to
yes.
a dancer. And they would just be whatever they want. And they would find a coach who was like an expert in that field who would coach them to achieve that goal. And they would set like some goal like, oh, you want to be a soccer star? Well, we're going to have you compete in this, like soccer championship at the end of the day or whatever. Or like it would be something like that. And then they would have to, if they win or they don't win, whatever. But it's just tracking the whole journey. And then it was a fun show. I liked that show. It was probably also all bullshit, but I enjoyed.
Yeah. Well,
the show.
True Life. It got like I don't remember like all the episodes, but I remember it got like pretty dark with some of the episodes. Like you would
Dude,
see
True
people like
Life.
shoot up heroin and stuff like that. It was pretty
Yeah,
dark. Yeah.
yeah. There was a lot of. I feel like True Life was legit because I was pretty surprised they would even.
It kind of was like
those are
Vice.
real people. Like some of those were MMA fight. I think Frankie Edgar might have been one of the dudes on one of the episodes.
It kind of was like Vice before Vice was Vice. That's kind of how I felt it was. Like kind of like
yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
There was one where it was like I'm a shopaholic or something, and or like I'm in debt. And I remember this girl like hiding in her house because the errands people were there to like repossess her furniture. And this is something that I had seen growing up like quite a few times, actually, like people getting their furniture taken back by like the rental place. But it was just so strange. It was like, why are you spending all this money? And she would buy like all these wigs. Like she always wore wigs instead of like her own hair. I don't know. I remember the weirdest things about it, but it was like, this is just so sad.
I think MTV loved True Life because it was such a low budget production. Like you could just take these shitty little cameras and just film all the time, and they could always just produce and cut it up however they wanted on the back end, but they don't have to have all these script writing teams and high end camera setups and staging and all that. It's just
like
small
the
little
real like
shoot
the
and
road
go
rules
camera.
challenges. Yeah, those had to be expensive. Like the road rules and all that shit. Like they had like
challenge.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the one with the girl with the eating disorder, and she had like tubs of like vomit that she kept under her bed. I will never forget that.
I watched a documentary once where a chick was leaving them in trash bags in her closet. And
all this
was
talk
like
of barf makes me want to make burgers now. I'm gonna go make
There was one that Hannah, somebody ate drywall. Do you remember that one? She was eating drywall.
Yes. Yes, and there's
Like
that
drywall with
TLC.
plaster or just plain old drywall?
Drywall, like from like our fucking
Just that
house.
plaster would have choked her the fuck up, and that's
No
There's
plaster.
that TLC show too, My Strange Addiction, where there's a lady who was like eating her mattress. She's just stuffing. She like went to her parents' house and they're like, "We just got this new chair, don't eat it." And like it's
ew.
not funny, but also like, can you imagine like how embarrassing to have your parents like complaining about the fact that you ruin all their furniture, not because
You're
you're
like, what are you, an
fat,
animal?
not because you're dirty, but because you eat the stuffing
No,
out of it.
they're literally an animal. But I stand by this. The craziest thing on television was Intervention. The woman, I think she
Why
actually
they
was on.
make it look so tasty? It's not her fault.
I think she was on Star Trek. She would inhale dust off the thing that you clean the computer with.
Oh
It was the
yeah,
most.
whippets. She was
Who
doing whippets.
who wouldn't do that when they were a kid? Come on.
I never did
Yeah,
it.
but it
That
was.
shit smelled amazing. You kidding me?
Yeah,
What, whippets?
And then you figure out, oh, it makes you all tingly. Oh my god.
Yeah, but it's not just whippets. It was even worse because there's like some other byproduct in it than other than just like the oxygen deprivation to the brain. I remember seeing her do that. I'm like, yo, like there's no way. Even heroin addicts could come back and live normal lives, but the amount of brain damage that this one was doing, it was like kind of like sad. I mean, it was really sad actually. Yeah.
They started putting stuff that made the air like taste bad to try and stop people from doing that. But I learned when I was in college that if you got the high end stuff from Office Depot, you could still like inhale it. I never did that at all, but like that's what some of the engineering students
No,
told us one
when I
time.
was a kid, I had no idea
Mm-hmm.
people would get addicted to doing
No, I
that.
just
But
smoked weed like a normal
No, I'm
person.
kidding. I'm messing with you,
no, no,
Hannah.
no. Like when I was a kid, like there would be it was like a normal computer cleaner thing, but they would spray it, and you're like, that kind of smells interesting. So naturally, you want to like get it closer to you and like inhale, and you're like, whoa, why did it get me all tingly? That's weird. And then when I got older later on, like I never did it like super regularly or anything, but I got older, and then I saw I don't know if it was a documentary or some like anti-drug thing that was played at school, and they're like, people do this and they die and this and that happen. I'm like, and they get addicted to it, and I was like, oh, I was like, I remember like doing that as a kid, but like I didn't realize people got addicted to it and like hurt themselves. That was crazy.
I asked my brother about it one like the first time I heard that kids. I was like, "Is this a real drug?" And he was like, "That's dumb shit. Don't ever do that. It's so dangerous." Meanwhile, like God knows what he was doing, like on the sideline, but stupid.
So I'm going to tell you guys the most screwed up show that there ever was called The Swan, where they took these women and they did all
Oh
this plastic
yes,
surgery on them to
The
make
Black
them look
Swan?
like. No, it was just called
no.
The Swan, and it was a show where somebody would be like, "I don't like my nose, and I don't like my chin, and I don't like my
Wasn't that
hips."
Extreme Makeover?
It basically, but it was called The Swan, and they were taking ugly ducklings and turning them into beautiful swans.
Oh, that
It
was
was the
Extreme
most
Makeover. That
freaking
was
mind twisted show ever.
Everyone thinks Extreme Makeovers like it's called Home Edition. No, that's why they call it Home Edition, because it's not the original Extreme Makeover. From what I remember as a kid, Extreme Makeover was literally like they would do plastic surgery on people's faces.
I don't know about that, but this show was called The Swan,
Maybe I'm
and they
misremembering.
were
No, you're right.
ugly.
You're nuanced. You're
They,
right.
and they might have had two of them. I mean, think about it. They all duplicate the same shit. But yeah, but they called it The Swan, and these women would go get rhinoplasty and breast dogs and all this stuff, and they'd be like bruised and on morphine and to come out as this beautiful. And everybody
Good,
goes,
good. I'm glad to hear that.
"Oh,
We should have fewer ugly people, right, Richard?
Oh my god.
Totally incorrect. No, cosmetic plastic surgery is a radically dysgenic
I knew it. I
program.
knew that would be your take.
Yeah.
Dag, you need to know this. He wants the genetics to be pure. If they're changing,
That's not
right.
pure. Don't use
they're
the word pure.
fooling you.
That's like a straw man. There's obviously no pure genetics. That's like some Nazi straw man kind of thing. No.
Yeah, you would
I
never.
want
Absolutely.
Right. I want
just
healthy,
Kaiser.
strong, intelligent, athletic people. All of those things correlate. This notion that like nerds, they're weaklings, and they can't, they're not good at baseball or whatever. This is ridiculous. All like beauty, that is attractiveness, general health, athleticism, all of these things correlate. And yeah, I'm sure you can find some people who are just totally weirdos who, have all sorts of health ailments, but are super, super smart. These are people at the
That's
far
me.
ends of the
Like
spectrum.
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen
That's
Hawking.
me.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Otherwise, if you're good at one thing, you're good at the other thing. This is actually a side comment of just like against specialization. If you're smart at math, you're probably going to be good at poetry. And we have this like curious notion of like talents, or like they have a special thing that they nerd out on. Or, I mean, this goes to my attack on specialization in general, with like Supreme Court justices saying that they can't possibly comment on, XY chromosomes or something because they don't have a biology degree. It's just this fetish of specialization. It's like a sort of Gnosticism where you know more than other people. You don't know more. You don't know more, actually. You know less. And if you are great at reading Dostoevsky, you're going to probably be good at like learning algebra. And you're probably going to be good at being a gymnast or a figure skater. All of those things are correlated. And this notion that we let the uggos off the hook and we like offer them the ability to, change their face. I mean, in a regime that I was in charge of, cosmetic plastic surgery, totally illegal.
Makeup as
There you
well
go.
should be illegal. It's all a lie.
Does that include breasts, Richard? No breast enhancements.
That will be compulsory. Yeah, no, just kidding.
I put in the jumbo. I put in
the
the
makeup question's an interesting one. What do you think about makeup?
Well, okay. Now, my fanaticism could be extended to makeup. Now, I think that would be going a little bit too far. However, there are these crazy videos. I remember this old girlfriend of mine would show me on Instagram, and it was extreme makeover. It was extreme.
Are you talking about the porn one? They showed
Is
all
that
these
the lady
porn
with
stars?
the no teeth? Is that
No. Yeah, one of them had no teeth.
Yes.
And she turned into this like anime doll or something. And I mean, again, I didn't find that level of like perfect, almost like cartoonish beauty attractive, but some men might. And I think that level of makeup should be socially shunned. But cosmetic surgery of what I'm talking about should definitely not be allowed, because that's how you choose a mate. And the thing is, if you're hunting after beauty, that's smart. She's beautiful. She's more likely to be intelligent. Now, I get it. Are men dogs and they're just going to marry the first thing with a pair of lips and, boobs that walks in front of them? Look, probably. I totally get it. But my general point is that, general health, beauty, athleticism, height, I could go on, are all correlated with intelligence and a strong, like stable personality. So going after good looks, that's smart. You're doing exactly what your ancestors did. They were probably worse than like the worst man today in terms of just going after beauty, if we're honest about it.
It's just why, like, why,
So
like, it's just why, like, when you look at like quarterbacks, like some of the best quarterbacks of all time, because
handsome.
Yeah, it is true.
You got to have I think that
Well,
there's
some are
probably
hideous too.
Not many of those.
Well,
Zach,
not
many.
really. I
Well,
can't
I mean,
name
NFL
one who's
quarterbacks in
ugly.
general. I mean, like Eli Manning's quite ugly.
Yeah, I guess there's the exceptions,
Well-
but like like if you look at like
Ben
Aaron Rodgers,
Roethlisberger, no,
Eli
no.
Manning's not ugly.
Well, but
maybe
Richard, now what
Peyton's
about
goofy
we have?
looking.
Yeah, but we have a lot. We have the Afro-American quarterback now, though. So I don't know if we should.
Well, they're handsome within their own realm. I mean, I think the handsome quarterback thing, I think there's another level, which is just confidence. If you've been the guy who's always gotten the girl at the bar, you're also going to be the guy who's going to be willing to like throw it deep on third down.
Yeah.
Just confidence.
I mean, it's the Kobe effect. Like Kobe, I think was like a very confident athlete.
You know, that was one of
Yeah.
his things that he had. You know, like Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan's another one. You know, those guys just had it. You know, like all confidence. I guess you
Charles
could say.
Barkley just
Yeah,
didn't
but
quite have it.
also just like smart. He was
Well, Charles
also-
Barkley had like a chip on his shoulder.
You said Kobe,
and so
yeah.
Charles Barkley, he just played with rage. So I mean, I guess you're either handsome and you're confident, or you're like fucking ugly and you just like
Well, you're
rage
biased
out at the
against
world.
Barkley because he was like he had that conversation with you, and it's on.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff got cut. I was really praising Barkley when I was there, and they cut that because I was like, man, like Charles, and I mean this genuinely. I was not buttering his bread or whatever. I mean, that guy is an inspiration. I mean, he was like 6'5" and he played power forward. And
he averaged double-digit rebounds for his career. Like he's
Wait,
he
what?
was an animal.
Isn't Charles Barkley like 6'10"?
No.
6'4".
Wait a minute.
6'4", 6'5", but he was like 260 or something like that.
Yeah, he had a huge body, so he used that to his advantage, but he definitely was not one of these towering giants.
Yeah.
And he did play with a kind of rage. I mean, there's something about him that I think is super cool. Actually.
Yeah, he was getting like beat up by like Akeem Olajuwon and like David Robinson. These are like real 7-footers, and he was 6'4", and he was better than them. Maybe not better
I think his playing size is 6'6".
Google
they had
says
Allen
6'6".
Iverson listed as 6'1", and people said that he wasn't an inch
He's
over
like
5'9",
5'10",
5'8", 5'9".
Yeah,
No,
you
shorter
don't
than
all that
even.
playing. You take that with a grain of salt. I mean, they're either going to underestimate or overestimate you, depending on the sport or position.
Yeah, but if you look at like baseball players too, it's the same thing. Like typically like baseball players, like historically, like the American ones, like remember like David Wright, like he was a very good looking guy. He was, he had a back injuries, but like I agree, like typically like the A-level athletes are typically good looking. That typically is the thing, and that's why they say they go, oh, sex for women athletes sells. I'm like, it does for male athletes too. It helps when a male athlete is good looking too to sell products and things like that. There are exceptions, of course, but.
It's funny. I think this, because you raised it, I think this allowing college athletes to get paid in the way that they're getting paid is just a total disaster. Because
I agree.
like I would much rather they like the whole team gets paid a salary or something. Like again, I think college football should be amateur, and if the NFL wants to have a minor league system like the MLB, I think that's appropriate. I mean, and what college football has become now is it's a disgrace. They're not amateur athletes. This is grotesque. But the idea that like, the whole team gets paid a salary, that just seems reasonable. But I'm a super hot chick and I'm on the Miami basketball team and I'm making millions in like skincare promotion on Instagram or something. This is just
those
utterly
LSU
stupid.
Chicks, those LSU chicks were making a lot of money. There's for the LSU basketball team, for the women's, they were selling like eyelashes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. It's just it's a bit grotesque. I would have they're selling hair weaves or I forgot boxing's like far more racist than I am.
I'm not.
Boxing's unleashed this like anti POC type narrative now on
Boxing.
He's known for it.
And I'm like, well, how do you know it's the hood? He's like, well, look up Portsmouth, Virginia, and then tell me what you think. And then I look up the demographics; it's majority black. I'm like, boxing. How could you say that?
I don't know.
He's just like we're like late night on Christmas Eve. We start descending to like fried chicken level humor.
No. Not for me.
We're like, hey, wow.
Hey, look, they're sitting on the porch.
You see, look, Zach steps it up. I didn't say that.
This is...
But she was selling eyelashes. Like that was using a specific.
Okay,
example.
we get it. Boxing, yes, we get it. You want to bring back Jim Crow laws? We get it.
No.
Jim Crow laws would help preserve the state of Israel. I think they would.
I don't think.
They say, "Hey, look, they're doing it too."
I don't know. Disavow.
Probably the inspiration of the type of apartheid in the West.
Disavow. I mean, to be fair, the Israel they're
Oh
like
shit! The other listeners have just gone up by about 4 or 5.
Maccabi Haifa. They do get like the NBA, the college basketball players to play basketball over there. Maccabi Haifa. It's a basketball team over there.
Hey, look at that picture of Abe Hamaday. It's a pretty great Christmas photo.
Of course, the listeners went up, Zach. Everyone's jumping in to listen to boxing be racist. Like,
oh my god, disavow. No,
he's gonna start just going off.
You know,
Which
none,
is the most here?
you know, none of those are his kids. Right?
Boxing do say like, "Hey boy."
What? That's the PC version of it. Now.
The boxing when a young black person comes in, you're like, just give him a Coke and send him home.
Nah, I still stand by like the off the cusp joke about I was thinking about it when I went to Oppenheimer as a Jew. It's like when black people went to Black Panther. I think that's funny. I really don't care.
That's a good joke. Do you wear like seersucker scrubs? Like when you're working on people in the hospital?
So I'm lucky that I don't have to wear scrubs since I work in an office setting typically.
So you just wear a seersucker suit every day. That's what
no,
you're saying.
So
okay.
So one thing I do kind of miss in medicine, but it's kind of good, is that we don't wear suits anymore, really. We just wear like slacks, a tie, and a lab
athletic
coat.
casual.
No, not like that.
you
But
say
no,
things like, I declare.
No, but it is interesting. I watched the movie. I watched the movie The Fugitive, and it was very interesting. You know, the movie with what's his name, Harrison Ford, and he was a doctor. And to see their medical society, I'm like, my God, like practicing medicine then was way different than it was today. That's all I'm saying.
It was a gentlemanly pursuit.
Doctor.
Yeah, they didn't have up to date back then.
No, it was just very like when I was younger, my dad used to wear suits to work, and I remember he stopped doing it probably in the mid '90s. It just wasn't a thing, and he's like, "Well, if nobody else is doing that, fuck it, I'm not gonna have to take my suits to a dry cleaner every day." So I understand that, but it is a different.
I think that's a bad move on doctor's part. So when I was a kid well into the '90s and 2000s, my father is a doctor, and he always wore a suit and tie. So it might just be different depending on where you are, but I think the suit is a sign of authority, and I just in terms of like these professions, I think it's in their own best interest to still be authoritative. And when you start losing that, that's when you start losing more. They start kind of questioning everything.
Was your dad a cardiologist, Richard?
No, he was a ophthalmologist. I mean, he didn't wear a suit while doing surgery or something,
right? But
like that.
But he would go to work every day in a suit. Yeah,
correct. Yeah.
Richard, are your parents still together?
No, they're divorced now.
How old were you when they divorced? If you don't mind asking.
I was like 40 or something like that.
Okay, so they divorced as you were an adult.
I'm still not over it. I mean,
you like just play that one Blink-182 song like over and over again.
Wait, it's my fault. It's my fault. No, when they got divorced, the thought of it being my fault never came to my head. Let's just say that.
No, it wasn't your fault. You were probably the glue,
Well, I think it was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, I was like well into my 30s or maybe even 40s. So yeah.
Are you an only child?
No, I have an older sister.
It was post.
Okay.
But I was kind of an only child because she went to college. She's 5 years older than I am, so I was a little bit of an only child.
Yeah, you had the house to yourself for high school and all of that. Yeah, you got to sort of grow up, on your own.
Yeah.
Well,
but I never had an older brother to bully me. That's why I became such a monster.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To kind of put me in my place. No one put me in my place. Yeah.
When your siblings are that much older, like you do end up kind of being raised like two only children in a way.
Yeah, I agree. 5 years is, I would say like 2 years or 3 years. It's probably much different. I think 5 years is kind of that thing where it's a little bit different. And the Groypers always post this. I admitted this on a live stream one time. And they always post this as if it's some like massive gotcha or something. And it's that my sister and her friends would dress me up like a girl on many an occasion. And it was some sort of like torture / they wanted to practice makeup or something. I can't remember.
That seems like pretty classic older sister behavior, though.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And I never became a woman.
Well,
I mean, granted, I was 35 at the time,
Crazy.
so maybe it's not considered like classic behavior, but
No, that's
When Matt Walsh
trauma. That's like
that kid
generational
documentary,
trauma.
he can interview you.
This combined
Right,
with the
yeah.
story about the Jews like ruining your understanding of Santa, this is all making sense now, though. We're
Yeah.
finally getting to the bottom of this, Richard.
Yeah, it's all, the political is the personal at some level. Yeah.
Oh, you mean Satan Claus?
Yes, exactly. I'll never forgive the Jews for disabusing me of that illusion. I mean, he would still be real if they hadn't told me. Have you ever thought of it that way?
Israeli interesting, isn't it, Richard?
It yes.
Oh man, no, that's never going to get old.
You should start like quote tweeting that on things that are just like totally like discontinuous, like the Yankees trade for a new reliever, and you're like, Israeli interesting.
And then Charles would be like, no, let me explain how the MLB
Yeah,
is overrun by by Jews and Israelis. No.
Charles,
No,
like
is it
Elon Musk will be in the electric chair by sundown or some like bold claim. Go ahead, sir.
Trump will be Trump will be removed from all the ballots. Musk will be jailed. Things are collapsing. You just wait, bro. You just wait.
But speaking about being deactivated, did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Sir David Wiseman before he deactivated Richard?
Sir David Wiseman?
No, it's just David Wiseman.
Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, it's David Wiseman. Yeah.
Well, who is that? That kind of rings.
He's the former Trumper who abandoned Trump and notoriously joined the Democrat Party and became an outspoken Biden supporter. And the whole
he kind of
Israel
did
war
my own trajectory.
The Israeli war sort of broke his like equilibrium, I guess. And he's like,
oh, so he changed like over the last.
He began switching
3
lanes,
months or something.
and he got a lot of hate, and never really could settle in to like a good role on either side, and basically like rage quit.
Interesting.
And deactivated his account because he said he was getting just like so much hate from like every side. So he's just like, that's it. I have to leave for a while. It's like, oh, shit.
Interesting. Yeah, I it kind of rings a bell or something, but I'm not sure.
No, I was just wondering because it just was funny because talks of me being activated. I'm like, oh shit, I guess David Wiseman was deactivated. You know what I mean? So
interesting. Well, I'm wrapping some Christmas presents.
Yeah, I wrapped some presents earlier. I shockingly, I actually like tried hard this year to make them like well done and like perfectly symmetrical and all the creases lined up the same way and everything like that. Usually I don't care. Usually I try to get someone else to do it for me, but
that's all the best. You just kind of leave them in the vicinity of a woman and just kind of leave them there. And then you come back a day. You're like, oh, wow, thanks.
Do you put all your gifts in those Russian doll sets where like it's a bigger one and a smaller one and a smaller one?
I have one, but I usually don't just like hand them out. No.
I've actually had a few as a child.
No, I don't actually work for the Kremlin. Come on, Boxton.
It's
cool. Have that kind of operational
my
budget,
family,
please.
We have a few of those actually from the old country.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I have a couple of sets too. I actually bought a very beautiful set down in
Interesting. So
Philly.
we got 2 Russian spies. Okay. That's part of your like you get one when you become like an agent, you know? They give
Dude,
you one.
I have Russian nesting dolls.
Well,
But
your
I don't know
list
if,
their
I
listening
don't know if I
devices
have a,
are inserted
I don't know if I
inside
have a
the microchip.
Fabergé egg, but you should get me one of those.
Right.
Oh, here, let me just send you one.
You can just sleep inside like a really big one.
They have a whole thing in the Richmond Art Museum with Fabergé eggs. It would be Zag's joy.
Yeah, no, listen, you know, Fabergé makes some good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so like let me ask you this. Most people don't like talking about Christmas traditions and all of that. So I mean, I won't, but I'm always sort of like intrigued by like how sad of a time of year this is too for people.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of crazy how it gets to that point. But like I can see that happening quickly because if you don't get along with your family very well or you have problems with your marriage or whatever, like it can be a real chore sitting around having like a civil Christmas. I don't know.
it's also a financial burden for a lot of Americans too. Like it's a big, you got to give all these gifts and people don't have a lot of money, I think.
Well, also, if family members die, it's hard.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
yeah.
that too, and also just like having to get bad gifts that you don't want and having to like be like, oh, thank you.
I mean, the air fryer is like the easy. Like I'll spend like $80 to $100 on a gift, but hopefully I don't have one. The air fryer, I guess it's a shitty gift, but whatever.
Air fryers are
But
awesome. What are you
everyone gets
talking
an air
about?
fryer, yeah.
But that's the thing. That was like a few years ago I did it, but like everybody has one. I went to Costco and I got like 3 of them for like $79.99, and I was
Just
like,
keep regifting it, like in that scene in Old School when he keeps bringing the the deep fryer. He's like, I'm embarrassed. Sorry.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
Oh, Merry Christmas, meme. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Listen, somebody
We of course have
said that.
Kaiser, who's a German, in here. We're gonna have to keep him calm. He was just recently in Poland, actually.
Oh, Kaiser. Where did you go, Kaiser?
Kaiser.
I think he went in with a mobile division.
He fell asleep. So somebody was saying tough. Do you guys know about you? It's about my neighborhood. You have people putting a lot of decorations for Christmas for past years, and this year is so dark. Like there's no decorations, no lights, no Christmas lights.
Oh
Zag,
shit! Really?
Zag, insert the phrase. Go ahead.
No, meme. I'm wondering, were all the decorations and lights removed and destroyed by the pro-Palestinian protesters?
No, not in my neighborhood. I have Palestinian neighbors here, 2 doors down. They had this Palestinian flag hanging for some time. I had BLM signs, but I heard from the neighbors that they posted only because they didn't want anybody to break into the house. So I
that's
swear,
how it was. That's how it was.
Swear to God, I thought that they were like BLM, but they actually posted because that somebody is going to break into the house, so they wanted to show solidarity,
That's actually a good idea. Like all of the far right people who've been accused and like, oh, the feds are coming. Just like fly a Biden flag out front of your house, and they'll get so confused that they'll be like, no, we must have the wrong address.
Yeah, talking about so confused. You guys won't believe it. And listen, 45 minutes ago, I received, it's like almost, 1.5 hours ago, and because it was 3 phone calls, some fucking pricks, little fucking teenagers called me to taunt me about my lost cat. Can you believe the shit that they used, called me names and stuff and just made
because
fun
of the
of
poster that you left?
Yeah, I you
Oh,
know
that's
what? I
not
rescue
very
cats.
nice, is it? No, that's
Did they
unkind.
I
did they refer to
rescue
you as a
cats and I
Catwoman? It's not very nice.
yeah, I'm a cat woman. I rescue cats. So I had one of the cats actually was kind of wild, but he needed help. Like he was sick, but he freaking escaped. My son had a friends over and they left the door a little bit open and the cat escaped. So I posted flyers trying to find the cat. And they fucking called from the flyers to taunt me after fucking midnight on Christmas. Little fucking
So
pricks.
just
That's
And
just like
awful.
recently, just like an hour ago.
yeah, they're like fucking. I'm still fucking.
Did you start
And you
yelling
know
at
what
them
is
like you
so
do on the
fucking
spaces?
crazy?
You should have been like, "Listen, you little motherfuckers!"
I did tell them that at some point. I'm like, you fucking little cunts, you motherfuckers. You know what? But I'll tell you something. You know what is so crazy that I was looking just now, and there's no fucking way I can do anything. The only way I can, like, if they will torment me, I have to change my phone number
Well, you
or
could just block
block
them. Yeah, just
And
or
block
just
their
stop
block
number.
answering
them.
phone calls you don't know. That's it.
Well,
Yeah,
she
yeah,
wants her
but
cat
it's
back.
when you post a poster from
Oh, right,
the cat, you're
right.
going to pick up.
Yeah. Well,
You're going to pick up.
You should get a Google Voice number just for this sort of thing, and just use that so they're not calling your real phone number.
Yeah,
I mean, the kids with the group
Well,
thing.
that's pretty interesting. Richard, what do you think about Polish people?
Oh boy.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, Kaiser and I let's not get this started. It's Christmas.
Well, Meme's one of the good polls. She's one of the good polls.
No, she's most definitely not. But so
Oh, Richard,
I mean, were you making some sort of war on Christmas argument? Like you're claiming that there are no Christmas decorations out anymore?
I'm not claiming, but I'm not making war on Christmas. I'm just saying, I said, did this happen in your neighborhood? I said, I can tell in my neighborhood that people this year did not put lights. Like we used to have a lot of people decorating houses, and I
Is
don't
this
see.
what are you? Is it just a coincidence? Did your neighborhood change, or are you claiming this is
No,
like
you know
Biden's
what?
doing
My
or something?
neighborhood didn't change. Actually, the neighbors that they used to put it, they're still there. And this year it's nothing. Like I have like few neighbors. They always decorated. Some of them even went overboard, with the decorations. And this year
Yeah.
it's like just. And I know there's no like death in the family. They're still around. I didn't hear anything that happened,
So
to them.
Biden must be to blame, is what
Maybe
you're
they're just not
No,
feeling
I'm
Well,
not saying that
spirit.
Biden must be to blame.
our
I think we're
neighborhood
all
has
trying to
far more
reduce our
lights this
carbon
year,
footprint.
so it's the
Yeah, I'm
opposite
just.
where I'm at.
Well, maybe
Yeah, same
they
Andy.
maybe they became atheist. Meme. I don't know. Maybe they've
No,
been
I'm just
listening to
trying to
Richard's
figure out, you
Substack.
know what? But listen, I'll
I
tell
think
you
they were
something. I
replaced with
went
Satan
last.
statues as Muslims.
Listen,
Maybe this is to show
Maybe they
their
sent their
solidarity.
decorations to
they
the
keep
Ukraine.
saying that people are
They
spending
sent
a
them to
lot
the
of
Ukraine.
money.
They were trying to put out lights, yeah.
Wait, hold
But
on.
And
you
then
know what
like
they keep
NATO
saying?
agents came in and
Since
like, no,
you were
this is
saying
going to Kiev.
something, Richard. Since you were saying something, I'll tell you something. What I observe,
Okay.
experience. So, I keep reading articles and saying that people are spending so much money and yada, yada, yada. How, people just, people complaining, but still they're racketing so much money. Yeah, with inflation, I believe so, because I went to fucking store to get last second Christmas gifts for some people. You know what? Last year, not even last year, like a few years ago, I remember I would have to stand in a long freaking line, and I was like getting really impatient because I had like freaking 40 people in front of me. Yesterday, I went to a store. I had like literally 3 people in front of me.
I mean, Amazon and things like that are
Actually,
very popular. You know what I mean?
you
I
know
think
what? Actually, I had, I was coming back from a vet office, and I was saying that I need to stop to buy, and I said if the line is going to be long I can't stay because I have the cat in the car. But you know what? I walked in, there was like no people, no people, no people in the store. There were like few people, and I was
Jeez, where are you at where it's so slow? Like everywhere was so packed yesterday. It's like everything you're saying is the
Annie's got
opposite.
all the
I could have,
illegals
I swear to
crowding
God,
in.
I could have taken a picture. There was like few people in the store. And I even mentioned to the guy at the door, I said, oh my God, I said, it's so empty.
I had to
Yeah.
like cut off like 6 people to even find a parking spot at Costco the other day. I don't know. It's a little.
And
I
I got the
listen. I had to
parking
go
spot
shopping the
right
other
in
day
front of the
to
store.
find Nerf guns for our annual Christmas Eve Nerf gun fight, and the store was packed. It was absolutely packed. But I will say there is a war on Christmas because the lady in front of me was talking to me when I was going to check out, and her husband was with her, and I was explaining that we have this annual Nerf gun fight every Christmas Eve, and her husband said that's a ridiculous tradition. Are you serious?
Oh,
Wow. War on
there's a
Christmas
lot of
indeed.
anti-Nerf gun discrimination going on. I don't know if you saw the Santa at the mall that told the kid
Oh
don't
yeah, I
Nerf
remember.
guns, and then they
Yeah.
fired that Santa, and the NRA actually went to that. I'm not even joking. This is real. The NRA went to that kid's house, and they bought him a bunch of Nerf guns, and they had like a machine gun Nerf fight with him.
I think
And that
Steven
kid
Crowder
was the
did something
Sandy
for
Hook
him too.
shooter.
I'm sorry. Wait. What was the Sandy Hook reference?
That was sorry. That was a bit of a tasteless joke.
Yeah, the
I just
Nerf.
said, and that kid became the
You might end
Sandy
up in
Hook
the
shooter.
Alex Jones boat. They could sue you relentlessly.
The Nerf gun and the water gun things, when people would be afraid of that, that's like I said, like the airsoft guns, like my parents were not cool with that, but like those look like real guns. I think that's a little stupid for kids to have, to be
Well,
honest.
no, it depends. Like you can get the ones that are all see-through and like look.
Nobody got that. They wanted to look like a.
I think the
fucking
gun
Resident
should look
Evil.
as real as possible, as long as it has that big red painted thing on the.
No, that's
Yeah, but you
retarded.
don't.
Because you could
Yeah.
just put that on a real gun. You could put the orange tip on a real gun.
Yeah, I guess. All right, I'm not going to get into
Imagine
the
feeling
Spurgate
like,
of
oh
it.
no,
All right, I take
guys,
your word for it.
it's
You're right.
okay.
You're right.
There's a bright orange tip on the end. That means a real. They could never do that with
The
a
kids
real
would
gun.
take fucking markers and mark it up. You know how it is. Like, I don't know. It's Richard. How do you feel about that? Would you let you have kids? Would you let your kids have an airsoft gun?
Well,
that
he
looks
hates
like a real
real guns, so he wouldn't even let them have it.
Yeah, I sorry, I can't talk anymore. Too much Christmas stuff. Sorry.
I feel like Richard has like 4 Christmas cookies in his mouth at the same time, right? Is that he sounds like you're eating Christmas cookies?
The worst part about the stores this time of year is like the 75-year-olds that leave their cart in the center of the aisle while they look at a bag of oranges for like 5 minutes. Actually makes me want to like have mandatory nursing homes for like ages 65 plus.
I leave my cart all over the place while I go like hunt stuff down.
And that's why I'm not Reformed Baptist.
Are you big at returning it when you're done, though, Hannah?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
There's
that's
usually like
just
a
a common
tape on the
courtesy.
parking lot for these
That's
things.
good.
Like, what do you mean? I mean, like you can't just leave it there because usually it will obstruct like the vehicle from. I don't know. Like, I don't. Is that like a thing? People just like dump them. Like who?
Yeah,
Like
it's a
who would
big
do
thing for
this?
moms. I know a ton of moms who are like, I have all these kids. Like, I've got 2 in car seats. I can't take my cart back. Like, I'm not going to leave my children in the car for 3 seconds. Like, I think all of that is like, well, super overblown. And why can't your child take the cart back? Like, I'll watch my kid while they cross the parking lot. There's usually like the cart depots are all over. I don't know. I don't agree with it. I think it's a silly argument.
What about leashes on kids? Do you find that really ridiculous? Like I do.
Oh, I
I
saw that
used
the other day at the airport. I saw that.
I used to be super anti leash on kids until we had this little boy for like a year, and he was so wild. Like I couldn't keep up with him. So when I would take him to places like the zoo, I would have to get, it wasn't a leash exactly, but it was like a wrist thing that like was on my wrist and his wrist, because otherwise like he was like literally going to put himself in danger. And so I'm not a big fan of them all the time, but I do think sometimes they're probably necessary.
Yeah. at the zoo is kind of a. My brother got his head stuck in one of those fences at SeaWorld, and my dad had to like bend the thing to get him out because he was one of those. But he didn't have to. My parents didn't leash him, but he was the middle child syndrome. You know what I mean?
I used to be so adamantly against them until that child, and it was like, okay, I can't take this kid places like the zoo or whatever, where because he wanted to walk instead of like riding the stroller, which was totally fine. But I mean, it was just way too difficult to keep up with him.
You say that child, like, did you return him or something?
Yeah, the parents got custody. It was actually pretty tragic because we thought we were going to be able to keep him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, he was like the most rambunctious child that we've ever kept for sure.
I feel like
Ton
you
of
know.
ton
Did
of
you
fun
ever
though.
did you ever get lost as a kid? I feel like you could be one of those ones who got lost. You always were close to your parents or wandering new ones.
No, I never got lost, but there maybe like once or twice where like
Oh, I got lost a million times.
like when my dad forgot to come pick me up or something, and like it was like before the whole like cell phone, so you had to like figure out a way to use a phone, find a phone, make a phone call. Yeah.
My son got lost on the cruise.
Well, it's I mean
Like,
at least
permanently?
he's on the boat.
No, not permanently. But it was crazy. We were walking, and I guess like he just like followed. He was like going, going in front of us, and he just made the wrong turn. And all of a sudden, we were like, "Where the fuck is he?" And for like few minutes, he was lost, and I was losing my mind. His little brother started crying, and I was like running all over the place trying to find him. That was crazy.
Did you find him
We bring
from an
walkie-talkies
auction
to
or
the
pool?
store. Like you need to say our walkie-talkies cover like 6 miles, so I should be able to get you on the walkie-talkie if you're not with me.
Oh, we used to bring walkie-talkies to the slopes when we would go. Like,
Yeah, this is what we used it for
good
last
time.
time.
When you go to a store, when you go to a store with all your kids, you have walkie-talkies. Do people think it's like
Yes.
they think it's like a little like a squad, Marine squad?
Well, I mean, like, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are like, this is a weird family, but they're gonna think that anyway. Like, who cares? I'm trying to keep up with my children, and I don't care, like, if
Do
my
people
kids want
sometimes
to,
think you're like a camp in the summertime or something?
they think all kinds of things because we're just like such a large group and, multi-shaded. So people have asked me if we run a nursing home, not a nursing home, an orphanage, summer camp, definitely. What'd you say? Sweatshop? No, no. Church groups, different things like that.
Do you have a Sprinter van? Is that you must have a large vehicle, right?
We
Oh,
have
boxing. Come on. Just because you think they're sprinters, just come on, dude.
No, I mean there's a lot of space in there. You know?
we have a small
Those
bus,
Mercedes-Benz vans, maybe.
but we have a small enough amount of children at home now that we can just drive multiple SUVs.
Yeah, but like excursions, though, right?
Well, most of the kids drive. We've only got, well, not most of, but we've got 4 drivers. So, they drive themselves a lot of places. Although one of our boys drove the tractor to church the other night and is like, why would you do this? Why, like, what was the point of
How many
it?
miles is it? How
Why
many miles?
wouldn't you drive the tractor to church? It's a great way of transporting.
Tony was like, why didn't you bring one of the golf carts? Like, this was so unnecessary.
Yeah, the tractors have different connotations now. Like for Kaiser, they're a symbol of defiance and strength and, demand to go back to the old ways. Isn't that right, Kaiser? The diesel strikes continue.
Yeah,
Germany.
absolutely. And people they will see with the whole battery electric vehicles, they will see the outcome. It's not the future.
Hey, you hear that?
Nuance. No. Let's not start a discussion here. Let's agree to disagree here.
Oh yeah, why would you? You would
No,
lose.
no, I wouldn't lose.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't lose because I wouldn't lose, Nuance.
Hey, guess what? Your country rolled out the red carpet for
Yeah,
Elon.
which was retarded. Totally retarded, man. But yeah, I mean that's Berlin.
I mean, I think it was retarded that he chose Germany because they're retarded. They're like, oh, the forest. What about the forest?
Sorry, Nuance. Sorry. I want to live in a country which is still a little bit nice. I don't want to live in a industrial wasteland. Just saying.
What do you mean?
What
You live
about-
it? Yeah, I mean, you East Germany is an industrial.
No. Wow, Nuance. Wow. No, East Germany is actually because it was deindustrialized.
You're right. Because of the communism, it was very
no. Don't be so primitive.
rural.
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm saying.
And then the buildings are all
Jesus.
block cement buildings.
Mamma mia, it's unbelievable. No, because
you should see
boxing. Wait a
you should see
second
the
here,
clip I
man.
put in
No,
the
you are don't always intermix, man. The thing is, no, Nuance. My point was because Eastern Germany was mostly deindustrialized in 1990. It's actually, from nature point of view, very beautiful because there is no industry. It's just nature and old people who enjoy their pension, so to speak.
Yeah, that's enjoy their pension because you guys are welfare sites.
Fuck me, man, dude. It's Christmas Day,
That's why you moved to Western Germany. That's where the opportunity is.
I had no choice in that. I was a child, But anyway,
you're an adult. You have all the choice in the world.
I'm always saying the only opportunity, the only safe space here is left. Either I go to Austria or Bavaria or to Eastern Germany, and I'm always saying those parts of the people must come together to free the West. Like the West will not free themselves; they are cucks. But when the Eastern Germans and the Austrians and the Bavarians come together, we will basically free the rest of the nation.
And the
yeah, it's like a reverse. It's like a reverse.
Yeah, basically, yes, absolutely. Yes.
Take the Swiss.
The problem with the Swiss is, I don't like the Swiss. I am honest, because they are.
Well, my thoughts on the Swiss.
Wait a minute, but Kaiser, what about the Swiss Italians?
I don't care about them. I mean, they're all immigrants, and the Swiss French are immigrants. The thing is,
and don't forget the skull.
No.
Very
the problem is
skulls, the Swiss.
You think they're all
the problem with the Swiss is, the problem with the Swiss is they are opportunists. They always have been opportunists. Like the country can prevail because always keeping,
the double entendre. I'm
always making business with everyone.
Always the Swiss with the banks and the obsession with jewelry. Oh, I know.
No. The Swiss are no Jews, but they are still very. I mean, they're there.
Wait, where did that come from? Who said anything about that?
Because you said the jewelry. Oh, not so.
I said jewelry, but you decided
maybe
to make it about
jewelry.
No. It's
You're digging a hole for yourself here, Kaiser.
The Swiss look.
Get a hold of yourself.
Kaiser, I posted something about American.
I'm not a big fan of Switzerland.
Look at it's a few back.
Kaiser, I've always quite enjoyed Switzerland. The Graubünden.
Yeah.
I
mean,
nuance has been one of the main motors of the theory that the Swiss were actually the original
Alps are beautiful.
St. Moritz.
Yeah, but I have the same stuff all in Austria. I mean, look.
This is Austria, basically.
But the Switzerland is nice. I like Switzerland, and the Swiss are actually very polite, but they're also very passive aggressive. I don't like that.
That's true. Yes,
because you know why? The Swiss. I mean, look at it. Let's say 100 years ago, Switzerland was what was Switzerland? Peasants and isolated valleys. Well, valleys. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Valleys
and watchmakers.
And that came later in the bigger cities, but most Swiss were basically living in isolated valleys, and that is, and they are very. Let's say they are very. If you are. It creates something with your psyche. Those people are very isolationist in principle, and they're always. I mean, the thing is, The Swiss, they come always to Germany for cheap eating and buying all the electronic stuff, you know? And then they enjoy, oh, we are so rich, we have so much money. Yeah, motherfuckers, because you have so much money because you're doing business with everyone. You are whoring yourself out with your banks, you know? No respect for that one. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, they're doing business with people. Oh my goodness.
Nuance, you know where I'm coming from, man. You know exactly what I'm saying. Basically,
No
Switzerland.
friends but the mountains, right?
Switzerland is a tax, not a tax haven. It's a not.
Kaiser hates the Swiss banks like Arner
No,
Bank.
no. I don't hate them. I mean, the Credit Suisse is anyway broke now. It's only UBS. The thing is, the Swiss is not a.
And Arner Bank. Arner Bank. What about Julius?
Switzerland is not a tax haven per se. That's Luxembourg, and they are real parasites, leeches. Honestly, Luxembourg. What?
Okay, but who are the worst Swiss? Is it the German Swiss? Is it the French Swiss?
They're all the
It's the
same.
Romansh Swiss.
I think they're all the same.
Are they all the
Swiss
same?
or Deutsch? The Swiss or Deutsch are bad, right, Kaiser? No,
I mean, the German Swiss basically keep the show running, obviously. I mean, you cannot expect much of the French Swiss and the Italian Swiss. I mean, let's be honest here. Come on, guys. We're talking about Italians, basically, and French.
I don't know. How come everything's always Geneva? It's always
And
Geneva,
it's only
Geneva.
with you, man. Fucking marketing. That's not Geneva.
What about
Zurich? Zurich. That's Basel. You know where the money is coming from, dear Nuance?
I don't know. Every time I see
I don't know exactly. I don't know.
Switzerland, it's always
Geneva. That's
Geneva.
Hollywood bullshit, motherfucker.
Kaiser, you know a place called Zug?
What? It's called the Geneva Convention.
Okay, that's true enough.
Kaiser,
Geneva
have you been
Convention.
to
Yeah, I give you
Lucerne?
that one. No, the thing. The thing is,
wait a minute, Kaiser,
Basel.
Don't the UN? Isn't the UN? Doesn't the UN have like a?
Yes, in Geneva. Yes, in Genf. I call it Genf. I don't.
Yeah, no, but listen, Kaiser. You know the Swiss town Zug, Z-U-G.
Sorry.
You know the Swiss town Zug, Z-U-G.
Zug, obviously, yes.
Yes, that's a lovely town.
They're all lovely.
And
Segunel.
and
There's
Zermatt,
all Swiss towns are lovely. All.
Oh, Pontrezina's
but you know,
boxing. Have you been skiing in Zermatt?
No,
of course.
No, I'm not that rich. It's on my bucket list.
Oh well,
Me
you
as
know.
well.
Well, listen. Maybe boxing can invest in the cratering Israeli economy now.
Yeah, I don't have the money like that right now. Because you have to admit though, the electric golf carts are better than the gas golf carts for golf.
Absolutely, boxing. I mean, I agree with that. Agreed. Yes.
Geneva also has CERN. You know, they got CERN.
Nuance, that doesn't matter.
No.
FIFA
I'm not talking
headquarters
about
as well,
Lucerne.
right,
I'm talking
Kaiser?
about CERN, like the fucking
Lausanne is
loop
nice
thing.
too.
No, I'm talking
I
about
don't know,
like
Kaiser.
the Large
Switzerland's
Hadron
kinda
Collider
nice.
thing.
I don't like the French Swiss though. Kaiser's right. Very pretentious. They have a strong pretension. They're basically Savoyard. But
Absolutely. That's why I like them.
Nuance, come
Kaiser
on.
doesn't like them because they're not tribal like his people are. They're
You know,
more like
I went to
Savoyards,
school
more
in Geneva for like a few months when I was a kid.
You know, the Swiss and the Austrians have a really strange relationship. Because, I mean, there's also history involved. Because actually, the Habsburg, you know, the Habsburg's origins actually are from Swabia, you know, like the Swabian countries. The same with the Hohenzollern, actually. And they used to rule over the Swiss, you know, and that was until the 1300s, you know. And then the Swiss, they were not happy with the Habsburg dukes, and then they rebelled basically. And that is how they got rid, and this is how the eternal loyalty oath was performed, you know, and all that shit. Yeah, that was
the Swiss Guard. Basically, they sold out to the Pope.
And that came later because the Swiss were poor and they needed some occupation, you know. That is how the mercenaries came up. But that was a little bit later. Yes, but that was also, they were good foot soldiers, and that, absolutely, yeah.
But they survived.
Those Swiss pikemen.
The Swiss, what survived? Switzerland or the Swiss?
They've survived, you know, all this time.
Switzerland.
Yeah,
man,
yeah, they
sag
made
that.
it.
Come on, bros. Are we now? Are we intelligent, or what are we having here for the court? Switzerland's
No, I'm just saying, like, you're
Switzerland,
portraying them as sort of extremely violent.
Switzerland survived because it was useful for every power around them to have this basically free haven, like for the French, the Germans, the Italians. They agreed, hey, it's cool to have Switzerland as a neutral
It was
ground.
good no man's land. You're right. It
Exactly,
was good no man's
absolutely.
land.
No, it
Yeah.
was also just like
Kind of like the
impossible
Afghanistan
to
of
invade.
Europe, almost.
But only in
Yeah,
rich,
it was like
only in
impossible
rich.
to invade.
Exactly,
You know?
exactly. Like Afghanistan of Europe, but only in rich. That is Switzerland.
Yeah.
Maybe more like
Say
the
with secure
Kyrgyzstan
banks,
of
you know what I
Europe.
mean?
I don't know.
Oh man, these Swiss people, from the valleys, they can get really fanatic, So I would rather say Afghanistan is a better comparison. Yeah.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
Kaiser, I posted it earlier.
They got their
It's
machine guns and their caves in the fucking mountains that they got
Yeah,
thousands
that was
of
actually
across.
cool,
Yeah,
the mountain
They
fortresses.
literally
wait
shoot
till
over
Afghanistan
highways.
has a large
They do their
hydrogen
target
collider.
practice over like active highways. It's awesome.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Wehrmacht or Hitler never intended to invade Switzerland because, hey, why should I invade Switzerland?
It'd be pointless.
Yeah, it would be. I need them for money laundering and all that shit. I need them. So why should I invade them? But but it's nice. Those mountain fortresses are very impressive. But I mean, Switzerland would have maybe withheld a little bit longer than Denmark, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then it's over anyway. But yeah.
No,
You know, Alan Dulles spent
Who
most of
says
World
no?
War
No,
II
no,
Who says
no.
no? Who says no?
Switzerland.
I say
Ooh,
no.
nuance.
Denmark? Are you
That is not a
serious?
joke. It's not a joke. Denmark
Wait,
was
hold
like
on.
24 hours.
Yeah, Denmark didn't take shit. Like, it's not even close. The topography's not even
It was a
similar.
joke.
The
Nuance.
population being it would be close.
Don't be so autistic now. It was a joke.
Don't trigger him, Kaiser. Come on.
It's
You're
my
acting
job
more
to
of
be
a
honest.
German autist than Kaiser.
Yeah, but for me it's natural. I cannot help myself. That's my genes. What can I do?
So didn't the Russians, when their Olympic was there, I forgot what year that was, didn't they, it was the most expensive Olympic of all times because they had to build Swiss-like roads to...
You're talking about
Zach, you're
Sochi
laughing, but
2014?
Yeah. So they had to build these roads.
That was
and it
the
cost,
Winter Olympics.
That's what I meant, the Winter Olympics. And it cost hundreds of billions of dollars they had to build,
Yeah, I
right?
believe they built a new highway up
Because
to
of the
this
corruption, most
ski
likely.
resort in the Caucasus. I'm totally forgetting the name of it. I actually have a friend from high school who was born in Russia, and he went back to be
Was it fish?
a heli. No, it was not fish. But he went back to ski guide during the Olympics. It looked really cool, the footage he was posting.
Yeah.
But do you guys remember?
Is there good snow there?
Yeah, I think it's kind of been climate affected the last decade or two, but historically,
No, it's not
there's
bad.
very good snow in the North Caucasus. Yeah.
I have to say the Caucasus Mountains, they are very fascinating. I really find them fascinating. Also the history, all these people, again, very isolated due to the mountains are high, the valleys are narrow. And everyone went through the Caucasus, all the empires back and forth, and really fascinating history. Absolutely. And yeah.
Where's the biggest major city to that, Sochi? Because that's not a big city,
Well,
right?
I mean,
It is,
on
but,
the north side,
Krasnodar
you
is a
have
big
the
city.
major cities of Chechnya, and then you'd have Tbilisi, the
Krasnodar.
capital of Georgia, just kind of south of there.
Nah, Krasnodar is the biggest city around there.
So they have a big airport. Yeah,
Yeah, but
Georgia
Tbilisi,
actually
I
has
think
really
Tbilisi,
good
Tiflis is bigger,
heli-skiing and
isn't
cat
it?
skiing.
It's not bigger than Krasnodar, I don't think, is it?
Tbilisi?
I think so. Or maybe in the past in Soviet times. Because Krasnodar really wasn't a big thing in Soviet times. It was whatever. But
Russia's like
Tbilisi
China, though,
was...
where to the average American, some of these cities you just don't expect how big they are. Like Rostov, Krasnodar. What's the capital of Dagestan? I remember looking up the population there once, and I was really surprised how big it was.
That's true enough, FDM. That's true. But I know Tbilisi was really important because they once won a European Cup of the Cups winners, Dynamo Tbilisi. So, or Tiflis, as we say in German. So, that was a metropolis, so to speak. Heritage, Zagodan, heritage, And I remember Dynamo Kiev was also very strong in the 80s. Oleg Blokhin, very great player. Yeah, Soviet player, now Ukrainian basically.
Yeah, Tbilisi and Krasnodar are about the same
Ah, you
size,
see?
1.2
You were
kilometers.
So
underestimating
is
Tbilisi here.
Rostov bigger or smaller
No,
than
not
that,
under, but
Zach?
I'm saying so. Like that's. I mean, Tbilisi. No, it's just like it's Krasnodar.
Zach, is
And
Rostov bigger or smaller than that?
I think Rostov's bigger. I think.
Every time I think of Tbilisi, I always think of that woman who like stabbed that child in the eye.
Wow!
Remember that?
Don't make it so dark. It's Christmas Day, Nuance. Come
Fucking
on.
Christmas
Have you,
Eve.
have you not
Jesus.
seen that video where she just goes
No,
up and just stabs him in
I
both
don't
of his
want to see
eyes?
that. That's horrible.
Nuance, you posted that war video yesterday. Now you've got to talk about people getting stabbed in the
Come on,
eyes.
joy to the
No
world,
Christmas
Nuance,
spirit.
please.
Look, that's
Yeah,
how I remember. That's how I remember. Georgia, and then when I think of Morocco and the Atlas Mountains, I think of those girls getting their heads
The
chopped off
Danish
by the
girls?
ISIS
Oh my,
guy.
that's how you remember
Well,
Morocco,
no, one
Nuance?
was Danish, one was Norwegian, so it was two countries, and then the other one. Let me see. Like when I think of like kind like Sinai area, I think of like those Coptic Christians that got their heads cut off by ISIS.
What if
What
I say
else?
Mauritania? What do you think of?
Oh, I think of the last country to outlaw slavery in 2007.
You should, if you want to see sports, Dark, look up Austrian skiing. I think in the late
And I also think of that
80s, early
super
90s.
long train that transports iron ore.
Yes. Many a YouTube
yeah,
vlogger has made a video on that train.
Oh, did you watch what's his name?
Baldwin Bankrupt
Peter?
or
Did you? Oh, he did that. Well, Peter, that guy also did it too.
yeah, I also know
I've wanted to go and
Mauritania has this bride fattening custom where when a woman is betrothed, she has like a 2 or 3 month period where she's expected to put on like 20 or 30 pounds, and she's eating like The Rock or
Yes,
a power
have that
lifter.
new the
It's
baby.
really crazy. Yeah, they just load these Mauritanian women up.
Yeah, because they don't have much to work with to be, starting off because they're
That's
poor.
actually a good point. It probably is rooted in, being healthy for childbirth. I hadn't considered that, but yeah, it exists till this day.
Yeah, but Nuance, I mean, it was a little bit dark, this talk about beheading and all that stuff. Come on, Nuance, man.
I'm sorry. It's the truth.
Have you guys ever seen? Have you guys seen it? Like I said, the downhill skiing. I think it was the Austrian team. They lost like 13 people in like 2 years or 3 years.
Just like in accidents?
Yes, on.
Well, I
yeah,
was actually wondering today, like, I understand how, slalom skiing, cross country, biathlon, even moguls became a thing. I can't really understand how ski jumping, as we understand it today, like,
ski
how did that
jumping is not
develop?
as. I don't know, but I know, but ski jumping is not as dangerous as like alpine skiing. Alpine skiing was by far the most dangerous. Like it's most dangerous out of all the Olympic sports.
No, I think you're right, but just because of the physics involved with ski jumping. But the first guy to try that, I mean, what a set of balls on that guy who was like, I think I can pull this off. And I don't know. I've just never been able to make sense of ski jumping. And I've skied my whole life, but.
Yeah. It's not even like skiing. It's like gymnastics almost. Like
I mean, it's
like
really just like a
sport.
physics equation and, nailing a physics equation. But, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you would think that would be the most dangerous one just kind of by nature. But yeah, no, these guys, I mean, I'm like a pretty good skier from not, but I just, the speed that these people go and
So, did you guys know, Nuance, I know you're from California, Squaw Valley, site of I believe the 1960s Olympics, is no longer Squaw Valley, forced to change their name because I guess the word squaw is derogatory.
Yes.
It kind of is, actually.
I had always
It
just
means,
thought that it was like a French trapper
for
term
Native
for
American
woman.
women, it means they're like a cunt or like is it like a slutty cunt or something?
I thought it was just like a
it's that vulgar
term for a Native American woman. I had no idea there was a derogatory connotation to it until they were like, yeah, Squaw Valley has to scrap their name. It's called the Palisades at Tahoe now.
It's stupid. Remember in Peter Pan where they called the girl Squaw and she got pissed?
I just remember Rufio in Hook.
Yeah, but guys, absolutely, nuance and the Alpine, they are hellhounds. You know, the Alpine people, hellhounds. Always remember the mountaineers, the mountain troops, Gebirgsjäger, Battle of Narvik, Zagonel. Remember that? You know, where the Brits really got the ass handled. Actually, the Brits always got the ass handled, unless they had material superiority. Like they never could make it like in a fair fight. You know, it's crazy when you think about it. But the Brits always
Well,
like to.
in America, we never learn about the Austrian-Italian theater of World War One, which was, almost entirely fought up in the Alps in the Dolomites, one of the gnarliest theaters of the war. And, there were basically zero Americans that served there, so we just don't learn about it. But that was some of the most brutal fighting. Some of the mining,
Oh,
some of the civil
absolutely.
engineering that was
Yeah.
done up there in World War One.
Crazy, and you can see,
Yeah.
you can still see the caves. And I have to say, the Italians, in World, because everyone makes jokes about Italians, but I have to say honestly, in World War One, they were really fighting with bravado, and you can say that unfortunately for the wrong side, Zagunel. I don't know what went wrong there, but the joke is with Italy is always actually under Mussolini. It's actually funny because you see, Mussolini is he's all talk, but then he couldn't deliver anything. Even the Albanians were kicking his ass.
Well,
It's crazy, man.
They had these wonderful ships. You know what I mean? In the Mediterranean, and they didn't do anything.
Yeah. The Brits. I mean, the Mediterranean. I mean, the Brits controlled Gibraltar, and with that, they controlled the entries. And that's that. But anyway, it's always fascinating.
Yeah, the Brits kind of fell once their generals got all like prim, proper, philosophical, and they started singing show tunes. And they're like, "I am the very model of a modern major general. I have information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I codified historical from Marathon to Waterloo, and orders categorical." When they started saying shit
Wait,
like
is that Pirates of
started getting
Penzance
ridiculous.
shit, or am I crazy? What are you quoting, Nuance?
It's I'm trying to. Is that? I think it's HMS Pinafore.
It's the Pirates of Penzance.
Or it
Oh
might be
God, I'm
Penzance.
such
I
a
can't
fucking
remember.
nerd, Zag.
I
I
think he's
hate
singing.
that you just
I think he's
confirmed
No, wait a
that.
minute. It's the HM. Yeah, it is the.
It is
HMS
Pinafore, right? Yeah.
It's Blues Travelers, right? Blues Travelers.
Nuance, do you know Scatman Joe or Scatman John? I'm not sure now. Scatman.
Of course.
Yes.
Kabadabadoo, bop-boop, bada-boop.
I'm a Scatman.
Oh man, Nuance, you're awesome. This is
The
actually.
Germans love that.
I don't
shit,
know.
man.
Nah, everyone loves that segment. Everyone. It's just awesome.
No, I think Germans have an extra
Only
affinity
true men
towards
of culture. Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows that song. Come on.
So guys, present time will be in the morning, or was it in the evening? How is it done? If I can trust movies, it's always done in the morning. But is it still a thing, or is it already antiquated?
It depends if you got young kids. It's got to be in the morning. If you're older,
We
no
used
kids,
to always
do
beg
it,
for my
midday
parents
or
for
early
one
afternoon.
present the evening before, but yeah, and then I had my aunt married into a Polish family, and apparently this Polish family would always do their presents on Christmas Eve. So my cousins would open
Careful,
their
Kaiser's
presents
gonna
on
kick you
Christmas
in the
Eve, and my
face.
parents and I would be very, very jealous. My sister and
No.
I.
Come on, Segudet, come on. No. It's okay. Actually, it's done the same way over here, FDM. It's on Christmas Eve, before. When exactly it depends, but mostly before the evening dinner, and then obviously later you go to church. But it's done either before or after the evening dinner. But yeah, it is what it is. It's strange, how these different traditions work out. It's interesting.
Kaiser, do you know the term we were talking about it earlier? Do you know what Geld is?
Geld, money. Yeah.
Yeah, is that a Yiddish word?
Geld is a German word.
No,
Why
no,
is
I know
that
it's
funny?
No, because I was joking how they're talking about Christmas presents, and I'm like, I just get sad because I grew up Jewish. But no, I'm saying is we get gelt, which is so funny. It's like Jewish. It's like money, and there's chocolate in the inside of it. I don't know.
Okay, interesting. Because Geld is actually like Geld is money. You know, Geld.
It's a German.
And,
Yeah.
but I think I know what you're talking about.
It's a Gelder.
It's those
No, it's literally chocolate shekels.
those coins with like golden coins and chocolate inside. Is that boxing? Because I know that. Yeah, we had it also.
Yes,
Yeah.
No, that's what it is. Yeah.
I don't know
We
if it's
forget a
still a
lot of
thing.
the Jewish.
The chocolate tasted awfully always, but it was cool. These gold coins.
No, sometimes the chocolate's pretty good. It really depends.
No, but
My
you're right.
brother used to bring those in from offshore. I wonder why.
No, those were real gold coins. He was
No.
pirate, treasure hunter.
No, a lot of the stuff he had German, it's Yiddish. Like that's why like that term is relevant. And like Jewish.
They steal the language, the land, the culture, the food.
Exactly.
It's okay, guys. Come on, no hatred here. It's okay. It's cultural exchange. It's cool. We exchange everything.
Oh, is that what's happening in Gaza?
No,
help me out with the phrase here.
I don't want to talk. No, nuance. You make it so dark now. I was in a good Christmas mood, spirit, and now I'm sad again.
Wait, boxing. What is it called when you hide the unleavened bread? I think I told you the other night.
Matzah?
No, but there's a term. Is it like the afikomen or something?
Yes,
it is the afikomen. Yes.
Okay, I was trying to recall from these
Boxing
holidays we
always
would spend at
found
my
the
Jewish
afikomen,
neighbors.
always.
Right, and you
That
hide the
happened when that
afikomen.
officer gave Adrian Brody.
That's when boxing started to throw his first punches. Give me that afikomen.
It's
Is that at Passover though? Boxing?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, right. But I think they would hide gelt. At least my neighbors would hide gelt at Hanukkah, as if we were doing like an Easter egg hunt. We would attend their Hanukkah and go
Very
search for gelt.
anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
No, it was my Jewish next door neighbors. This is what.
Oh, okay. If they weren't,
No,
that would be very.
We would use gelt like as a kid, like when we would play like dreidel. That would be like the the money.
I only intended those bar mitzvahs for intelligence gathering purposes.
Yeah, I got a Razor scooter at a bar mitzvah once. Party favor.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah. The same person had a crazy
at the ones I went.
Crazy party for her 16th birthday. Also, for her graduation party, hired this like troupe from New York City that had like Oompa Loompas in it.
I mean, I'm a Gentile, but some of the most formative social experiences I had in my prepubescent years were at bar mitzvahs. That was a real learning experience.
Especially if the parents were rich, they were pretty good. Yeah. I went to a bat mitzvah and a bar mitzvah. The bat mitzvah,
the two of them
parents
confused.
They were a bit wealthier, so it was a lot nicer, and the catering was better.
So I went to plenty of bat mitzvahs, and I just assumed that had always been a thing. It wasn't until I was a little older that I learned that the bat mitzvah is like a very liberal, reform American Jewish tradition.
Yeah, so basically every American Jew. Basically.
Yeah, but I don't think, like Hasidic 13-year-olds in Israel have bat mitzvahs.
No.
Yeah. Good time, though. Good time.
I
knew
women
used to
Here in San Francisco, the chances are pretty.
No, women used to have like sweet 16s. Like my parents weren't like religious, but they were like whatever older generation, and like the women's wouldn't get bat mitzvahed. They would just have sweet.
Did you have a sweet 16?
Me? No.
No, he had a quinceañera.
I would watch that shit on MTV. The boys and girls getting sweet 16s in these nice cars.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh, is that a thing? Do I get a sweet 16? Nope.
There was this gay black kid in the town next to me that I grew up in. He was like a year older than me, who was featured on that MTV My Super Sweet 16 show. But yeah, that was boxing. How did you select your Torah portion for your bar mitzvah?
I'm pretty sure that they selected it for me.
They just choose that shit for you?
It aligns.
Boxing, did your voice crack?
Well, it aligns with the time of the year. So whatever year, but around my birthday, I think that's kind of when it aligned.
typically.
Were you really nervous to do your
I
reading?
always figured that it was like how proficient you were in Hebrew. They would just give the dumb kids like the easiest Torah portions, and like the smartest
Well, I
kids
mean,
the
to be
hardest
honest,
part.
like, so a lot of these kids like went to like private school, so they had like I was okay. Like Hebrew's not easy, and you have to like learn it. So I had to get like a tutor. It was like not an easy thing to be like 13 years old to have to read a language that's written in a fucking different type of form in front of like
I mean,
hundreds
it's
and
easy
hundreds
if
of
your
people.
parents raised you to do it.
What did you say? Hold on. What did you say?
You don't start like preparing for your bar mitzvah until
I think
you're
your parents should have
like
taught
8
you
or
to actually
9. I mean,
Hebrew.
If your
I mean, I
parents
went to
raised
like
you,
just like you guys go to Sunday school. I went to like Hebrew school to like you like learn Hebrew a little bit. I mean, it's like you're left to learn a language, and then you have to like learn about like religion. So like it's like I guess we went to Hebrew school or on Sunday, kind of when Christians would go to Sunday school, I guess, type of thing, right? I mean, I hated it. I didn't like going to that because it was like a long fucking. It was like I had school and then I had school. Because you have to like learn the language, and then I never like. I mean, some teachers I liked, but it was when you're a kid, I didn't ever really like school as a young kid, so that's kind of how I felt about it.
it seemed a little more intense than CCD, according to my Jewish friends. But
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to learn a language. My brother was so nervous for his bar mitzvah that he actually got shingles.
He's like, I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Exactly.
keep it down with the anti-Semitic like stereotypes. Jesus.
Well, that was Kaiser.
No, I mean, and the really rich, spoiled Jewish girls, they had a bat mitzvah and a sweet 16. Those are the ones.
Those are the ones you want to be friends with. That's right.
I mean, this one that I knew that she lived in Miami. I wasn't even that close with her. She flew me down to Miami, and on Fisher Island, she had like a fucking Her mom was something. I don't fuck. They had more money than God.
Well, that's anti-Semitic. I don't like that.
It was pretty much. Actually, maybe my parents bought my plane ticket, but they had a limo pick me up from the airport. It was a little ridiculous.
Did you have a sign? Did they say boxing MD?
It was in Hebrew, so I can't tell you. No, it was.
Yeah, it's all about the pronunciation in Hebrew. So it was boxing MD.
No, my name is not. They always messed up my real name. It was because there's language differences. They can't say certain letters properly. It was the whole.
It's not that hard to say Eton.
It's not my real name. I mean, listen, but I mean, they're kind of some people they rented out, like one person rented out like the library, like downtown. It was like really, people spend like $50,000-$100,000 on their bar mitzvah. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's like a wedding almost, yeah.
Yeah.
And what's the Jewish tradition? You're supposed to give money in increments of 9. Isn't that the lucky thing, right?
18.
18, right. Okay, yeah. My parents were always like, so are we cheap if we just send you off with a $36 check? And I was like, yeah, probably.
I mean, yeah, but like it was like getting to the point where like I had so many like bar mitzvahs in like a single year that my parents were just like, how much money are we have to fucking shell out? It's like $50, 50 like.
Yeah, boxing. I knew this wealthy Jewish kid that got an bat mitzvah, right? Bar mitzvah? No, yeah, bar mitzvah. He got from his uncle gave him $2,000 in $1 bills so that he wouldn't spend it so quickly.
That's the most Jewish thing I ever heard in my life.
I know, right? I was dying. I was
the
like,
best
oh my
Jewish
God.
uncle ever.
That's fucking obnoxious. Fucking. No, but like my parents, like, so they were like, oh, like, do you get like all the money for their bar mitzvah? My parents were like, fuck that. Like, we'll put a little bit of away from, we'll put a little bit of away for you, but like a lot of that money's going back to all the money we have to shell out for the bar mitzvah. Like, it's like, it makes sense, to be honest.
They took your birthday, buddy? Wow.
No, I mean, it's reasonable. I mean, I had a pretty good life, so I wouldn't say I was deprived, but like, you know, my parents saved
Whoa,
up.
you should talk to somebody about this boxing. I don't know if this is the appropriate forum.
Yeah, I know. It's confessions of a fucking.
That sounds like therapy material to me.
No.
What was the theme of your bar mitzvah boxing?
So it was like
baseball.
No, it was like at this kind of like, so it was like kind of like a sport, but then there was like also like a little thing because my parents were like friends with the people that own the RDV Sportsplex, so we had like this whole like thing. It was pretty cool because it wasn't just like most bar mitzvahs are just like, you know, like you go to this little dance hall, but there's like activities and shit, and there's also like a little thing. So yeah, it was like kind of cool, I guess. I went to one bar mitzvah. His dad was a professional race car driver, and they had like this like little like Grand Prix. That was like the coolest bar mitzvah I went to. Like, you know, those carts that like you could actually die on, but they're pretty fun too. Yeah, that was pretty fun.
But like there must have been like a bar mitzvah year where like you went to so many.
Yeah, between the age of like 13 and 14. There was the year of the bar mitzvah.
Like every weekend, right?
Basically from like the second half of 7th grade through the first half of 8th grade, just because of the region I grew up in, it was basically every weekend. And there were some weekends where most of us Gentile kids would be invited to 2 bar mitzvahs on a conflicting day. And we would all kind of like have to talk and say, which kid is Reform, which kid's Orthodox, because you were always
whose
picking the
parents are the richest, who's gonna have the
well,
best, like,
no,
birthday
but it was
favor, you know?
well, it was partially about that, but it was honestly about who's going to have the shortest service. Because I would rather go to a shittier party if it meant we could chill in a 1-hour
If you
Reform
went
service.
Orthodox, didn't you all have to wear the kippah as well?
Well, you'd definitely be in a kippah, and you'd probably be sitting there for close to 3 hours.
Not Reformed. Reformed, you don't have to wear any of that. But maybe conservative if it's a very conservative temple.
Reformed, it's so defiant that the men don't wear kippahs, only the women. You know what I mean?
I've actually heard that women wear kippahs now, and they're
Yeah, I hate it. Not even religious. It's just
it's kind of an insult, isn't it?
Yeah, you're just being defiant to be an asshole. Honestly, like that's all it is. Like, there's no point. There's nothing. You know, it's ridiculous.
Like the female cantors are now wearing like the kippahs and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the female cantor never really bothered me, but like the female rabbi to me does bother me. I don't know. It's
yeah.
Well, I think I mentioned it to you before, but I know some Jewish men in my town who the orange slice on the Seder table just fucking infuriates them, and they just can't say shit about it. It's like a white guy pissed at BLM. He just can't say anything. Like,
well, that's the first thing I said to, forgot her name is, the Zoftic Jewish lady, whatever her name is. I go, what are you, an Eve's Orange Jew? And she like got
Andrea?
Yeah.
Nuance's former subscriber?
Oh, yes. You broke her heart.
Many such cases.
Yeah, no, it's just...
That's bad subscription retention, man. Come on.
Yeah, that type of stuff is just, like, obnoxious. Like, the Seder plate's just, like... It's, like, not even, like, just leave it be. And if you want to have some, like, liberal fucking passage about, like, all the women that weren't represented in the Bible, like, go ahead. But, like, to put it on the Seder plate, it's just, like, obnoxious. Like, I'm not a fan of that type of...
Second, shall we a little bit should talk about Ukrainian nationalists and how they're LARPing? Oh, now we belong. We changed the date of Christmas to the Julian calendar. Now we belong.
Yeah,
oh, Jesus Christ, man. It's so pathetic. I was calling Pomegranate out. No, you don't belong. You're pathetic. Because you're betraying your cultural heritage. And the thing is, Zagudel, and Zaggy, you know...
We don't want to lure...
Is this in Kyiv or is this out in the West?
Officially everywhere.
Make sure we keep our distance.
But the thing is, Zagudel,
we don't want
Zagudel, we all know, and Hannah knows best, Christmas is smoke and mirrors, man. That's smoke and mirrors. That's not a key here. Because the Greeks and the Bulgarians, Romanians, they also celebrated Christmas to the Julian calendar. But the thing is, Easter is where the shit hits the fan, because all Orthodox churches celebrate Easter at the same date, because Easter is actually the more important kind of theological festivities. I mean, Hannah would agree here with me. And the thing is, it's easy to play. Look how stupid they are, man. And some stupid Western liberal who doesn't know shit. Oh, they're so brave. Oh, no, motherfucker, they're so brave. This is like just LARPing. This is nothing. Because Christmas, I would like to see if they will celebrate Christmas according to the Julian calendar or Gregorian calendar or the old Julian calendar. I would like to see that because normally all Orthodox churches celebrate Christmas together. Not Christmas, Easter together, no matter if they celebrate Christmas according to one or the other calendar, because Easter is more important.
Yeah, Kaiser, the Greeks do the 25th.
I know, the
Christmas
Bulgarians
quite a
as
bit.
well and the
Yeah.
Romanians. Again, Christmas is not important. The important date here is actually Easter.
Yeah, it's religiously not as
Easter.
important. Yeah,
And,
Easter.
Did you, Kaiser? Did you guys in Germany do that bullshit thing in the beginning of the conflict when you started pronouncing Kiev? What did they pronounce
and then
it
try to
now?
pull that shit off.
Good for you, boxing. Good for
That- that-
you. Good.
I've
for
never, Zag.
They
You know,
say
I've
Kiev.
never fucking.
Look, boxing. They tried to pull that shit.
I've never fucking
Yeah,
done
they
Ukrainian.
tried to pull that
bullshit, you
shit
know
off
that.
here with Kiev, but thank God, man, they stopped it. No one is doing it because it's retarded and it's LARPing.
They
The
tried to do
British
it at the
can't
beginning.
pronounce it that way. The British still say Kiev.
But no, it's thank God it's written still Kiev. It's
It is
Kiev
Kiev.
written,
It's Kiev.
not Kiev.
Kiev.
And
It's not.
It's so funny when you read literally anything written before 2014, even if it's written by like Barack Obama and it just clearly says the Ukraine. They were in the Ukraine. He came from the Ukraine.
It's like the Miami of Ohio. Like,
Yeah, but Kaiser, is it not Kiev?
it's Kiev. Yes, it's K.
Yeah.
No, the
Yes,
Ukrainians prefer you to
Kiev.
say Kiev.
Yeah, and they try.
Yeah, I know. I
Kiev
don't
like Steve.
accept that Kiev
And
shit.
they tried to
Bullshit.
pull that off here, like they tried. This was like a psyops. No, but people say that's retarded, man. It's written the way it is,
it was like,
and that's that.
You saw every single news anchor. They immediately switched. It was so fucking weird. They were like, if you look at like in one day, they all switched the pronunciation of like a major world city. It's kind of
And you know what's
It's
even
so crazy.
Well, you know, I mean,
Why
listen,
do
I
they
mean,
do
and you
that?
because people began pointing
they're
out,
good
Kaiser.
little soldiers.
and you know
Well, they
It
began
was
pointing out, oh, don't
crazy.
you all realize that you're pronouncing the Ukrainian cities in Russian?
yeah, but that's
The
stupid. No, no, no. But
politically
Zagonel,
incorrect folks
here's
began pointing
this.
that out. We can't
But
have it.
Zagonel,
We can't have it,
Zaggy,
Kaiser.
that's a stupidity. No. It's not pronounced in Russian. You write it normally. It's all the most city names are exonyms. Okay, they're exonyms anyway. Like, why should I write Kiev with? It doesn't make sense in German with two ypsilons and an I in the middle. That's totally retarded. It's written K.
Oh my God,
Wait a second,
Kaiser.
Danny.
Yes, they changed the spelling.
K-I-E-W. Kiev. That's how
Oh
you
my
pronounce it.
God.
And it's exonym. It's not Russian. No. If you say Kiev, you're supporting the occupier. Not the occupiers, that's Israel. You're supporting the invaders. No, motherfucker. That's how it's written. And Kiev doesn't make sense. They're so stupid, but I hate these LARPers, man. I hate them so much.
Okay, my hand is up, so I'm gonna speak. I know they like literally changed the spelling. It's like K, like it's Kiev, like Kiev. What is that? They literally changed the spelling. I'm Canadian, and I'm like pro
Okay, so
Russia.
your
I have
opinion
no.
is not really that important because you're Canadian, not
I
American.
actually, it's my arms that are being given to different countries, so I do have the stake in the game.
How
My
many do you have left?
taxes. Excuse me?
How many arms do you have left?
Not very many, but my tax dollars and
Well, how many
also
did
my
you have
vote.
to start with? I have 2, for example.
To what nuance? To what?
2 arms.
Oh, in Canada, my dad. It's
What are you
not.
Canada's
saying?
sending maple
No,
syrup.
because
They've been
it's
very
not
helpful.
legal. Because I'm not going to dogs in Canada. We can't have it.
Oh,
I'll mess it legal. I don't have.
we'll go one.
It's not
How about
legal.
this?
It's not
That's fair. That's
legal.
fair. I understand. It's not legal to have
My
arms
dad
in Canada.
does. My dad
Let's
does.
go one
nuance.
step down. Yeah, 1 arm, 2 arm. It's not legal.
Oh,
How about how many fingers?
It's not legal in Canada, Nuance.
Fingers aren't
I
legal either.
cannot.
Shit.
No, guns are not. And if I were to have
I
guns
know
in my
plenty of
home,
people with guns
it,
in Canada, so I don't know what you're talking about.
oh, and what, a handgun? You can't keep it
Yeah.
even in the.
I know
Okay.
people with
Most of the
handguns.
Canadians I know have arms.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and it needs to be kept out of the case in a thing.
Does Marie
You
have
need
a
to have
gun?
a permit to transport.
They
Dude,
You know
Marie
how
went to
crazy
college
it
in
is.
Canada. She's barely Canadian.
Whoa, Tri-Man. I don't think she'll appreciate that.
No, dude, that's what she says. I'm not gonna. That's what she says.
All right, we'll see about that.
Well, I'll send you the Nuance. I'll message you about it.
Danny, you're in Montreal, is that correct?
Yes, and I live on a farm. The farm is
And
very
she has no
old.
arms.
Oh, I don't.
Danny, but better not comment. Don't comment.
She says
My
no comment.
fucking
No
dad
comment. No
has
comment.
my dad has bullets all around the goddamn house, and
There
there's
you
like
go. There you
20
go.
fucking arms, and there's bullets hidden in
Like a
every nick
spider.
and cranny in case
20
somebody tugs him.
arms.
It's
My
not
gosh.
legal. It's not legal, and that's why I
Is
didn't
it
want to
10
say
each
it.
side? Like, how does that work?
I'm not. He has 22.
What does he do
40
with
a
all of
day.
them? Like,
Is he like
your dad's
Machamp?
like an
Is he like
octopus.
Machamp from Pokemon?
I bet. No, Danny.
I've had a really not nice Christmas, guys, and
Merry
I'm
Christmas,
trying to
Danny.
have a nice
Merry Christmas.
conversation.
Don't comment on
I
Nuance.
feel like everybody's being so
Happy
mean to
Merry
me.
Christmas.
Wait,
Merry
Merry
Christmas,
Christmas.
Are
Kaiser.
they
I
able to
think
do some sort of
everybody's
a
so mean.
transplant from like your dad to you because he's got so many arms?
Nuance, I bet Danny is a better shooter than you are, Nuance. I bet.
It's possible. Women have less ego involved when it comes to shooting, so a lot of
Actually,
times they
Kaiser,
can be.
thank you for that. And my dad, because we live on this big ass farm, so we have trees and we have like bull shots and stuff. And my dad taught me how to shoot
That's great.
3 of
Although
the
I did,
guys.
But can
did
you
put
help
the,
him on
Not
the
guns
farm
are
if you don't have
illegal.
any arms?
I took a girl trap
They're
shooting
all
once for her
illegal.
birthday,
Gee, I
and
can't
she shot
believe you guys.
75 rounds and didn't hit a thing, and it was really sad.
I actually had a fucking like pretty good bullseye. My dad was pretty impressed.
Well,
There's
I don't
bullets
know what a
around my house.
bullseye has
I
to do with trap
okay.
shooting.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm arguing with somebody. So in Canada,
You are. You
we're
have
not
been.
we're not allowed to have
That usually
arms.
happens when you're drunk.
How do you shoot with no arms?
Don't comment.
It's voice activated.
Danny, don't comment. Nuance is a little bit.
Pete?
Nuance is a little bit on a
You guys remember the Jackass skit
his
with the guy
petty,
shooting darts?
passive aggressive rants tonight. I see it. Maybe he's
passive
a
aggressive.
little
Thank
bit.
you,
Yes,
Kaiser,
Nuance. A
for
little bit,
sending
my
me.
dear friend.
When I
No, there's no.
detect
Thank
like
you, Kaiser.
when I
Kaiser, I'm
detect
just
Thank you.
asking
No,
questions.
Hannah, it's okay. I'm not talking about you, Hannah. I'm talking about Nuance here.
Kaiser,
Thank you, Kaiser.
when I detect like drunk wine mom people, like I can't help
It's
myself.
Christmas, Nuance. I had like a bottle of wine. Yes, I
This is
did.
like Honey Badger all over
Whoa!
again.
It's Christmas. I'm sorry.
A whole bottle. Good for you. Good for you.
What? Do you think I'm proud of that?
Oh no! Listen, no judgment.
She's
I'm
like,
gonna.
because last year it was
I
two.
regret it. It was not a good
What are you,
Christmas,
my
so I
sponsor?
regret it.
I'm sorry to hear that.
At Christmas, I mean,
What
I don't. I hope you didn't have any family fallout. It happens sometimes. I don't know why.
Everything. In fact, Kaiser, like family fallout, everything. My whole family's destroyed. It's crazy, Kaiser. Like insane.
Oh boy.
It will, Danny. It will get better. It will get better. You know, it's not the
Yeah,
end of the
thank
world.
you.
Believe me,
Yeah,
it happens.
It will.
Some
It
people
will.
are really on the edge when it comes to
My mom.
Christmas.
Were they fighting because
No,
some
my
people
mom's
have too many arms
dying.
and some people don't have any?
I don't know. Where do you live? How many arms do you have?
I only have 2. Everyone in my family just has 2.
I thought you
So
had
you
14,
so
Hannah.
you know how to shoot. I don't know how to
I
shoot.
have 14 children, yes.
She
I
counts
don't
her
know how to
blessings.
shoot.
She counts her
14
don't know.
children, 2 arms per child.
Yeah, that's like enough to run like a full
That's like a
militia.
whole football
So
team.
there's separate rules for that number, I think.
And some of those arms might get bigger over time, but they're still just 2. typically.
Yeah, pretty
Disgusting.
much. Yeah, just only 2 arms.
Especially if
So
you do
Danny,
bicep.
what's the grip strength on your arms?
I think that you guys are honestly like right
You're
now,
bound
like
to get
making
one
fun of
Goro out of
me.
that situation,
I
though.
think that it's disgusting. I think that it's
No, we're just having
Christmas.
fun.
Oh, are you?
This
Are
is the
you?
Christmas cheer that you should be like happy to.
Not now. Not now. Hold on one second.
There's nothing more
No,
Christmas
not now. No,
cheery
no.
than closing
More than.
No, no,
number
no.
one
Oh,
captains
and
of Crush
you know
Gripper.
what, Nuance? I heard you in a space like berating Samira to get a gun, and she didn't want to, and she folded.
Oh, when
And
was this? Must have
Samira,
been like 7 months ago or something.
what the?
It
Not
wasn't
now.
Samira. It's Anna Perez. You're confusing.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Anna, yeah,
okay.
definitely.
Okay. But she
Yeah,
didn't
it was
want,
included in
and
that.
she
Listen, they
didn't
can all
want,
do whatever they
and
want now.
you,
Have them blocked, so
no,
they can do
fuck
whatever they want.
off. And you and you, me, and she was a strong bitch, and she was convicted in her
She'd be
conviction,
stronger with a
and
gun,
you
Strong
though.
enough that
made
she
her
doesn't even
take
need a
her
gun,
gun.
and we'll see how that gets her farm.
He made her buy a gun. He didn't
Okay,
make her
so
buy a
then why
gun.
is everybody making fun of my
Is this
gun?
the airing of the grievances tonight? Did
So
I
why
miss?
can't
Yeah, we
I?
got the aluminum pole out, and now we're airing the
Yeah,
grievances.
Yes,
Prodigal was
Danny,
supposed
if
to
you
have his
keep
face
going,
off.
I'm going to unleash a Miss G on you, okay?
We're gonna have the feats of strength later. Don't you
Danny,
worry.
we're just
Let's
asking about
go
your
and see.
arms. Like, I don't understand why
Right?
you
No,
feel
Yes,
see,
it's like,
attacked.
I
let me
get
in, let me in.
okay.
I got a lot of problems
Kaiser,
with you people.
no, Kaiser, are you there? Like, please tell Zag, tell that,
What about
tell
Zach?
Misty, I was, or because I was not like
What about
boasting.
Kaiser?
What about
No, I'm
Zach?
saying Kaiser or Zag back me up with what I'm saying, because Nuance is saying like I'm going to put Miss G on you, and I'm like,
Oh well,
Kaiser
no, we're not
and
going to do that.
Zag back
It's
me up with what
Christmas.
I
Miss G won't
said
do such a
Honey,
was
thing.
honey, 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 honey. Slow down,
I
slow
didn't
down.
want to
Why are you
say
trying
Danny,
to
anything.
ruin
Danny,
my
Danny, if I may. I'm nobody's like he ain't sicking me on anyone. It's not a
I'm
big
holding you
deal.
back.
It's not that deep, sweetie. It's Christmas. Chill. Chill.
She's furious.
Nothing but love here.
I love you too.
I love all of you as well. We should.
I love you, Kaiser
I love
too.
you too,
Oh,
Danny.
Kaiser, can you follow me?
How
Wait,
many
I
espressos
gotta
have you
say, I
had,
gotta
Kaiser,
say
in order to
something
say
to
such
Kaiser
things?
Kaiser,
though.
I
you
love
making me
I
everyone
think
here
listen
that
to
except for the
like the
Kaiser.
gentleman.
Kalergi plan was real or something.
Oh my
Had his
god.
fire
But
effect. Like, what's going on
I
here?
didn't.
Danny, are you German? Because Kaiser's German. He can teach you a lot about your heritage.
I'm not
He's
German.
Canadian.
Or the other one? Which one's more legit, Kaiser? Is it the Kalergi or the Morgenthau plan? I feel like the Morgenthau one's more legit, right?
It's probably less schizo-brained, a little at least.
Yeah, I feel like the
Oh,
Kalergi
wait,
one's kind of bullshit, right?
Danny, you're from. Do you speak French? Because Nuance Bro speaks French. He actually
we
spoke it
can't
to really
I
well
keep
to some migrants the
oh
other day at
okay,
an airport.
okay,
Yes, Nuance is
okay,
quite the francophone.
okay, let's speak
The paper.
nuance. Parle français.
Wait, Nuance, did
Qui,
you say
Wait, that
Qu'est-ce que
was
le
you
paper
speaking
in that
French just
video?
now?
qui parle français? Y
Oh,
a-t-il
that
du
was
monde qui parle
horrible.
français?
Holy shit. Oui, je parle un petit peu
Les
français.
documents.
Oh, qui je parle? Ok, tu parles un petit peu de français, ok. Comment ça va?
Dude, she is so drunk. Holy
Oh my god,
What are you
that's
saying?
so fucking
No,
good.
no, no, Danny,
That's
Danny,
so
Danny,
good.
Danny. Wait
That's
a
all.
second, Danny.
Yes,
Guys, Danny.
Kaiser,
No,
follow
yeah,
me.
I will follow
Kaiser,
you.
my
Okay, I
brother
will
and
follow
you,
you.
my brother
Absolutely.
and you, we love
Whoa.
And
you.
no,
We love
Danny,
you.
it's all. Look, don't take it too serious. It's really, as Miss G was saying, it's more like it's a good-hearted early in the morning. Yeah, it's early. It's sun rising is here already. Early in the morning, Christmas space. So, and no matter what happened at Christmas Eve, Danny, it will blow over. It always happens. It's normal. Don't be
Oh,
sad about it. And yeah,
it's not normal.
it will blow over.
Kaiser, follow me, and then okay. And then I'm gonna send you my brother because you were the first person that he's like this guy Kaiser. he's like it was during the Ukraine war because like you spoke a lot about Ukraine. He's like listen to like what he's saying, like it's like a lot like good about Ukraine and everything. So that's when I started to follow you. You didn't talk a lot about like you've been gone a lot, not a lot about geopolitics, but the Ukraine war, and he was the first person that showed me to go on Twitter, and you were the person that I followed. So follow me, and then I'm going to message you, my brother, and follow him, and he would love that.
Well,
And
he
he's
is
cool.
married, by the way, but that hasn't stopped him from DMing up the women.
I just said I was going to ask
Yeah,
him
Twyman. No,
to follow my brother also because I just asked him to
Tryman,
follow
stop.
my brother.
Why
Go fuck
Yeah,
yourself. Go
Tryman
fuck
hates when other
yourself,
people are complimented
everybody.
around him.
Yeah,
Apparently.
Twyman. Not everyone is
Tryman.
as horny as you. You know, I have release.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kaiser, don't
No,
even.
no.
Tryman's a
Don't
virgin.
even. Kaiser, I'm asking him about Jen. He's like, "Oh, I DM'd her to talk about her job and
But
her
Caroline,
professionalism. Give me a
it
break.
was one message, a one liner, not even
Stutter,
not even.
stutter, stutter,
With a
stutter,
smile.
stutter,
It's
stutter.
different
He's
though, because
messaging
Kaiser's
like
a
a girl.
closer.
Is that what I'm
Kaiser feels
hearing?
like
It was
a
Kaiser.
bumbling horny
it was a
girl.
one liner, guys. You're making a storm in a water cup here. It was a one liner, and I was just saying, hey,
No, was there
Wait,
a
what
winky
did you just
face
say?
in that
You're
message?
making a
I thought
what
there
and a
was a
what?
winky face.
yeah, but that's
Or was
normal.
it an
I
emoji?
always do it to get it
I
to
don't
get
know
it more
about that.
human, to get it more on a human level. Because if you just
You should have seen their WhatsApp discussion.
no, that's not true, by the way. But anyway, yeah, it's okay. Danny, I followed you back, so that's cool. Tryman, I'm sorry, Tryman, you will stay virgin until the rest of your life. God does not avow of your behavior. I'm sorry, Tryman.
I just got back from Canada, and I think I left a certain card there.
What?
Whoa!
What?
What are you saying? You went to a Montreal
How
strip
much did
club?
it cost you, Tryman?
You left your
Guys, we all know this is another stupid Tryman joke, and it's gonna be like my hotel key card, guys. That's what it's gonna be. Watch. If I know anything about
What
Tryman,
card did you leave, Tryman?
that's why he's laughing, because I was totally right.
That was exactly it, dude.
Thank
I
you.
was gonna be like,
It's so
when
obvious.
I was gonna be like, when I checked out of the hotel, I left my card there. Holy shit,
Nuance,
he
did
got
you
that
create
immediately.
this guy in a lab?
No, it's just obvious. Why would, if I created
I'm
him in a
still
lab, you
not
think I
fully
would admit it?
convinced
You
that
think I would admit to
Tryman.
my failed creation?
You just didn't update the program. You know what I mean?
I'm still not fully convinced that Tryman and Monolith aren't like current and nuanced, just pretending.
This
Like
guy
for
got
their
sent
own.
to my return box, and they were like, "I'm like, yo, this wasn't even the right store. Like, I don't even know what this is." But I decided to fix it anyway.
Okay, well, speaking of Samira, did you see her going hard about that stupid calendar today?
It's just I don't want to see anything. I don't like any of it.
It's literally
Okay.
the most
What?
on-brand thing for conservatives to be engaging in rage tweeting and
Literally
infighting
everything she
on Christmas
tweets.
Eve over something as stupid as
Literally
this.
everything she tweets seems like it's designed to like counter signal me in some way. Like it's basically all designed.
Yeah, because she misses you, Nuance. I mean,
Did
this
you
is
see
what
the gun
women
control
do.
thing?
She misses
There was
you.
like a gun control one
Called
where it
being
was like
passive aggressive.
that sexist gun control is based. Like this is retarded, but okay.
But Nuance, I mean, Nuance, the thing
Wait,
is,
she doesn't want women to
stop
own guns?
playing with her heart, man. Stop playing with her heart here, honestly. Because
what's the playing? I've had her blocked for months.
Yeah, quit it.
Stop playing hard to get, Nuance.
Quit it.
You know what? Nuance, that I remember when we were in a space and she admitted she had a massive crush on you and then you still blocked her. Nice.
Easy, Tryman.
Come on now.
Clearly, it's you provoking her. Okay, quit it.
Yo, you guys, like, I feel like, everybody's talking about guns and, like, whatever. Like, and then Danny doesn't have guns. Like, okay, so what do you want me to,
I never
like...
said any of that. What are you talking
We
about?
didn't say you didn't
Oh,
have guns. We
shit.
asked you about your arms.
Okay, honestly, I really don't want to talk to Nuance. He's just like, I
I'm
feel like
not nuanced.
No. I'm
I
just.
think that's
I'm
his
just
Thank
goal in every
God.
stating.
woman
Focus
I'm
anyway.
your
just
So
attention on him.
stating
mission
that. I'm
accomplished.
just stating that I don't want to talk to him. So, like, yeah, I'm not. Well, I'm able to like fucking shoot the guns and like all that stuff. But we're talking about like gun controls and like how many guns should there be in a house? Like is it like I live in Canada in a rural who will like live in big
Saskatchewan?
houses?
Nous sommes comprendre pas. Can you say it in French, please?
Are you in
Oui,
Saskatoon?
je peux parler en français, je vis au Québec, alors je parle toujours en français. C'est
Oh, you're
Oh,
in
that's
Quebecois.
Wow, that was
also
oddly
that's like
Oh.
specific,
that's like
Zach.
half the reason why it sounds retarded. She's Quebecois. Like it's
No,
giving that
I'm
weird
not
like
Quebecois.
French
My
Stamming,
Canadian.
dad is
stamming
Catholic.
Quebec.
I was born Anglophone. Nuance, I
You're from
honestly, you get on my
Saskatchewan, right?
It's
fucking nerves.
French Canadian. Yeah,
No,
I get it.
I
I'm
thought.
I was born Anglophone. I
What
only learned.
province are you in? Alberta?
I'm in Quebec.
Saskatchewan? Oh, you're in
I
Quebec.
see. I
Okay.
told you. I told you.
Well, obviously, but I
You
was
were literally
born
disputing this.
Anglophone. I was born Anglophone. I only learned French when I was 18 years old, so I had no French. Even though I'm half French, my dad is,
Now
but
Wait,
you're
isn't it
francophone,
mandatory in
right?
schools there?
uh, I never learned anything from school, so I looked out the window. So it like is
The
Spanish.
whole
You never
time?
let your schooling get in the way of your
That's
education.
Well,
dedication.
it's
That's real
Spanish.
dedication.
I think
I ain't
that
learned nothing.
Spanish, like when we're talking about like elementary school and stuff, I think Spanish is like mandatory in maybe in your schools and stuff. So do you know that? Or I even maybe French. Like there's
You
All right,
said you
that's
another.
didn't
fair,
learn anything
fair
though.
point. But
So exactly. So I don't remember
Okay,
anything.
what's 15
I
plus
respect
30?
Oh, math, I can't do like 1 plus 10.
That's a hard
What's
one,
one?
Dana. Make it a
What's
little
we're
one
easier. That's a
American
plus
little hard.
singers, eh?
A little hard.
Don't let him fool you with
14?
his
No,
Common
I
Core shit.
can't. Math, and I have my brain doesn't work, but the other way does work.
What's
So
3 plus 9?
I mathematically I'd have to do it on my
Trick
fingers
question.
or use a calculator. But I can like kind of talk about geopolitics or talk about other things. I'm not an idiot.
Let's talk
What
about
is real plus
feminism. How do you
Canada?
What's
feel about
2 times
feminism?
7?
I don't want to talk to him.
How do you feel about feminism?
Tell us about the
Oh,
importance of oil and gas pipelines.
well, you know what? Feminism, like, I'm not okay. So
Would you drink a gallon of dihydrogen
shut the
peroxide?
fuck up.
Do you support
Whoa!
Nunavut independence?
Shut up. I want to answer the fucking question. Okay. Thank you.
Yo,
That's a
where's
great.
Exton?
Let her answer the feminist question though, Nuance, and then
I want
Dude,
to
where is
I know if
answer.
Andy when we
Exton
need
was
him?
here,
You
he'd
are
at least
fuck.
have your back in a fucking war.
Where Exton's like, I shoot him in the head.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you
I
go.
shoot you in the fucking head.
Whoa! Girl, just answer the question about feminism. Calm
No, but like,
down.
why you gotta fucking like? Yeah, I do have guns. We live in Canada. We have fucking guns all over
Whoa!
and bullets everywhere. So
Hey, we
shut
have
the fuck
children here,
up.
so let's watch
You
the
know,
We
cussing.
sleep on
here's
bullets.
a question I
Okay.
have. Kaiser, in Germany, do you guys really regard the Canadians to be at all different than us, or do you just kind of mix
Actually,
them all into the
Oh
same?
if I may
my
answer this question,
God.
let's say the perception always was. I had this perception that the Canadians are
I
basically
want to move to the
the
USA.
Canadians are
Nicer
the
Can
better
American.
Americans.
we
Wait,
Yes,
let Kaiser
yes.
answer.
It's like
Yeah, that's the sense I get.
I'm going to become American. I'm Canadian. I want to
Wait, I
be
want to hear
American.
Kaiser's answer.
yeah.
Hold on.
Basically,
Yes, I
the
know.
perception always has been that Canada is basically the better America. Like all the good things without the bad stuff. So that's Canada basically. But it's only perception.
That's because you guys are wrong. You guys just don't
We're
get it.
Yeah,
this. We're
Mike
this.
Myers, all the good things,
yeah, but the
none of the
problem is,
bad.
Kaiser, when you view
Fuck
Americans,
that.
I see this all the time. They go, "Oh, this is an American." Actually, I can't say this because you guys are gonna. Never mind.
But anyway, boxing.
No, go
Boxing.
ahead,
I
boxing. Go
was.
ahead.
No, did you guys see some fucking?
I
You
hate
guys
when
see
you
a
do
the
that.
Canada
But
forum?
is a
boxing,
very
If you're
boxing,
gonna
free
say it,
Hold on,
just
hold
say
on,
it.
hold on.
Stop being a
boxing,
coward.
dude. I was actually saying the perception. I didn't say it's the real thing. The perception of Canada. That's I said that boxing. It's
Yeah.
not a.
We know it's not the real thing. That's why we're telling you you're wrong.
No, Kaiser. What I'm saying is I see this all the time. There'll be some like ghetto fucking woman in Dubai and she'll be acting a fool and they go, "You see, this is how Americans act." And I'm like, "This is
No,
not
don't
America."
boxing. They're talking about the white people too. Don't worry.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, but guys, Canada and the
No, I
US,
know so.
like
I know so.
No, I
2000, like 50 years ago was very different. Like Canada and the US have like completely like split like their ties, like the censorship, the Trudeau, the like within the last like 50 years, like Canada and the US, we have like very much divided where we were very much together.
We have Tim Hortons here now.
Dude, I love going to Canada. My dollar is so strong there. So
But for the
everything's kinda
record,
cheap.
boxing, I always had like the greatest views of Texans. Like, wow, man, these people are based, Californians, very shallow, always very superficial. I think it's not that far off, actually.
Depends on the part of California too.
And New Yorkers, and Miss
dollar.
G is basically New York. Like how I imagine. Strong woman,
New York
loud
City.
mouth, but
New York
strong. That's New York.
Danny,
I'm
York City.
Canadian.
if
My
I can,
dollar
one
is
second,
worth
Danny,
nothing.
sweetie,
My dollar is
sweetie,
worth
sweetie,
nothing.
sweetie.
I
Someone
am
mic
going to
this chick,
hell.
Mic her.
No, but can you
I
not
Get her,
mute
Miss
her.
G. Get
I'm
her.
Can
fucking
you not
exhausted.
agree with me?
Please
And can
mute her.
you explain to
Can I get a
them
word in?
Gotta set her
Danny,
loose.
that
Gotta
Danny,
set her
This is
loose.
a inverse of the stereotypes. The New York woman can't get a word in over the Canadian. What is
It's
happening?
crazy.
I'm telling you, Danny, listen. 1 second, Kaiser. Danny, I'm the type of woman that I look out for another woman. And I really honestly think you should probably just pack it in this space now. I'm just trying to do you a favor, no disrespect. But I'm looking out for you, and I would hope that if I was ever in the same position, that someone would look out for me.
Ice cold.
So it's about time to just slow down, maybe just listen to the conversation, and yeah, love you, girl, but it's not a good thing this evening. And Merry Christmas.
Look at like a master at her craft, just gutted her like a
Hey, Kaiser, so how do you feel about Florida? What's your perception of that?
Old people, alligators, very humid, don't like it.
Lots of Cubans.
Fair enough.
And the Cubans are really also lapas, like always, we must have the revolution. It's like the Galician Ukrainians, man. I cannot stand these people, man. If you want to do shit, go over there, man, and fight, but stop bothering everyone else, with your bullshit. Honestly, man, I'm sick of that shit.
Why are you
Are we
sick
just
of
gonna keep asking
You don't even have to
Kaiser
deal with it. You're
what
not over
certain
here. What are
But
you?
what
I'm
he thinks of
imagining
certain
nuance. They're the
places?
same like the Galicians, man. It's the same. I feel for you guys. I feel for you, man. Like they must really bother you all the time.
You realize they basically define like South Florida culture, right?
Yeah, they took it over. You know what I found funny when a Monolith was saying, the Cubans and boxing, don't get mad at me. I'm just quoting. Yeah, the Cubans, they're basically the Jews of Latin America. Like, this Monolith was saying it because they're rich,
Well, people forget, but there's actually Cuban Jews. There was a sizable Jewish community in Cuba, a lot of whom are now in Florida.
Yeah, but also the ones who made it to America were disproportionately the wealthy, the businessmen, and all that stuff. So,
yeah, what was it? Destiny's grandfather was a plantation owner, right?
well, that's
that
why
revealed?
they use that very disparaging term, which I'm not going to repeat here.
Yeah, this is the thing, man. They can fuck off.
No, Jubin?
No, I'll say it's Gusano. That's
oh my goodness, they say that.
These are all living up to this "you filthy animals" title, huh?
I think Gusano is just Spanish for
I
worm,
know it
right?
is.
I don't think is it an actual slur? I
I'm
don't know.
just screwing with you. No,
It's
you know me.
it's kind of a slur for Cubans, I think, right?
Is that what Monolith said?
So boxing, are you gonna ask Kaiser his opinion on like a bunch of different places?
I just wondered in Florida, but
Boxing,
yeah,
come on, Twyman. Don't try to play. Twyman, you're playing the devil here. What's going on?
He's trying to stir things
Yeah,
up,
it's his Hindu gods.
No, I want I want Kaiser's opinion on a lot of things. Kaiser, what do you? Never mind.
Me too, Tryman. Me too.
Oh my Tryman, man. When you have to laugh about your own joke in before you even tell it, man. Nah, come on, man. Nah, it won't be good.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tryman. Tell a joke. Oh no.
No, dude, I'm not gonna say
And Tryman, now we have
Kaiser,
and Tryman, now we have a Hindu supremacist here in the space.
no
Blood and Iron.
because
What do you say about that?
no, because no,
Blood
it
and
was
Iron.
I
Merry
was just
Christmas.
no because boxing asked you about Florida, and I was just gonna ask. So, what are your thoughts on the Third Reich?
Oh man, Tryman, that
hilarious.
is not so fun. That is like so unfunny. But I give you my opinion. Fuck
Deutschland
the...
über.
No, Blood, you cannot sing that because it's not your country. Stop LARPing here, okay? Sing the Hindutva, whatever Hindu stuff, but not that song. And Tryman, to answer your question, fuck
Sing the
the
Bhagavad
Third
Gita.
Reich, fuck them all, fuck Adolf Hitler, fuck Heinrich Himmler, fuck them all. And no one will ever convince me that these people were any good whatsoever.
That's
They're
great.
pieces of shit.
Complying with the law, you're good. You're fine. Blood. If you changed your name, if you changed the Iron part to Honor, then maybe Kaiser would. He likes Blut und Ehre. That's what he wants you.
Anyhow, Merry Christmas to you, Nuance. Merry Christmas to you, Zagonel. Otherwise, I like the German
Oh,
translation. Blut,
he left me out, man. Blood, this is hard.
und Eisen. Blut und Eisen.
Yeah,
And you're a
Blut und
Muslim,
Eisen.
Kaiser. Why would I wish you Merry Christmas?
I'm not. Okay, thank you very much, Blood. Okay, now I'm a Muslim. I'm not a self-hating German anymore. I'm a Muslim.
He's giving you the Obama.
Wait a minute. You're allowed to be a Muslim if I'm an
Well,
Israeli
yeah,
spy.
I would assume
Okay?
Kaiser's based on his father's like Turkish heritage, right?
Absolutely, man. Yeah, Blood. Thank you very much. You basically spilled the beans here. Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually a jihadist, and that's what I am. Absolutely, Blood. Thank you.
Wait, what are you trying to say? Are you saying most Muslims are jihadists, or just
No, just me. Blood thinks that I am because of that reason. Yeah, but
Because
obviously. Blut and Eisen is actually for Bismarck.
Many such cases.
Bismarck said,
right around us.
we formed the German Reich, the realm, with Blut, Eisen, with blood and iron, and that's it is true, and this.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's move on.
He's been activated. That's what he's saying. He's been activated.
Dude, did I just hear Kaiser say he wants to reform the Reich?
Come on, Tryman, man, stop it, man.
Tryman, let it go, please.
Oh, Tryman, what is
We need
up
some
with
Hark
you
the Herald
tonight?
Angels sing vibes.
You know, Hannah and Miss G, Tryman really needs a woman. He needs a woman. It's really time. High
Dude,
time.
we're not doing this.
What are you
We're
trying
not
to
doing
say? I'm
this.
not
Not
interested.
you, Miss G.
We're not doing this.
You must help him.
Tryman, my dear Sikh brother. I mean,
We're not
hasn't
doing
a Sardar? Yeah, Tryman, hasn't a Sardani fallen for you? Come on.
We're not doing this. We're not
Try,
doing
man.
this.
India's got many billions. Go over there and find. a
No,
woman.
they all have really annoying accents.
Absolutely, absolutely. And
Oh,
they will.
Try, man.
God, the accent.
You know, believe it or not, Tryman, the first crush I ever had, she was a pretty Indian girl. I was in elementary school. Her name was Sonali.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy
Was
who's
it the girl
talking about
offended
Indian
like
girls?
He's a guy who hates Latinas. He's racist against
What?
Latinas who are mostly peaceful.
I don't
And
like them,
Palestine.
but
Oh
I'm
yeah,
definitely allergic to
boxing. I saw
Latinas.
you going hard against them.
Yeah, they're stupid bitches. I don't know what
Whoa,
you
boxing, come on, man. Why are you so aggressive from time?
Oh no! Oh, you didn't boxing.
They are LARPing as conservatives because they're. Come on, Miss G, you know what they are. They're LARPing.
First
I
of all,
mean,
I'm
he's
familiar
not
really
wrong.
with the account, but listen. That was pretty deep boxing, like bitches and whatever.
Oh,
and
that wasn't even the worst of it, Miss G. He talked about them cleaning his toilet. It was so
No,
bad.
that's not what I said. I said I
Tryman,
wouldn't
what are you
trust
like
them.
the tattletale in the class?
Yeah, you
Like,
fucking
no,
Tryman, what
actually,
is
Miss
up?
G, you have like the little apple nice and shined on your desk. You go, Miss G, that's not well. All he did.
The teacher's pet.
Wait till you hear this, Miss G.
No, speaking of tattletales,
Boxing, talk to me, boxing. I want to know what happened because I don't like that you just said that.
I mean, they're not. First off, they're not conservatives. They're LARPing as conservatives, like 100%. Somebody who I'm friendly with, they posted like.
How do you know they're not conservatives?
Because the response.
Because they're Twitter thoughts.
No, it's not even Twitter thoughts.
He says, "How can a housekeeper be conservative?"
No, that's not what I said. Their responses
Okay,
were.
no.
Try me and
First
shut
of all,
up.
they didn't understand per capita. they go, do you know white people get the most welfare? And then I go, do you even understand the concept of per capita? And they go, always with the technicalities when it comes down to welfare.
The
I'm like,
technicalities.
yeah,
Oh.
I'm like, okay, like you guys are really conservative, aren't you?
Damn, they got you.
But
They burned you
listen
with
to
that
me.
shit.
Listen, this is just it. It's only going to get worse. So just calling them bitches, it's not a good look. You're better than that.
I mean, they are
Seriously.
bitches. They're
Like
listen.
if I'm
Can I
going to
tell you
come
why they're
after you
bitches?
like that,
Can,
you got to
can,
do
can I
something to me
can I tell you why they're
personally.
bitches? Can I tell you why they're bitches? Because they
I'm a
somebody
bitch.
who, no, not Miss G.
Oh no, I'm a bitch.
Okay, what? Okay,
I'm like
I
I can be really bitchy,
No,
first off,
in
petty,
like the Alanis
shady.
More sex
that
then.
bit.
I'm a mother.
first off, they talk about dog walk. I'm a dog walk you. Like, I mean, this is like gross fucking talk. Like, it's
Okay,
stupid.
but
Over
I don't
like
know.
weird kinky shit.
I just
It's very
listen.
unladylike.
This
They're
is but here again.
What's with these Latino women talking like dudes all the time?
No, I know, but they talk about like it's ridiculous, like this ghetto talk, and that's what it is. It's ghetto talk. It's like but all I ask for them like is to fucking take off personal information of somebody that they pinned on their fucking profile. They allege that she's an escort. It's like ridiculous. Like, and they're just like,
But
oh,
why is it your business? Is that your girlfriend, your sister, a
she's somebody who I'm
relative?
friendly with. No, it doesn't matter. But I just hate that fucking
You know the
behavior.
person
It's a bad
personally?
look. No, it's a bad look.
Well, you're a
For
very
anybody,
honorable man. Where were you when I was being called a spy? I could have used a friend.
you don't think I was being called?
Did you use one of your lifelines?
I'm only fucking. I honestly, if I wasn't so cranky because I was running a fever and
Did you
really
use
feeling
50-50?
shitty,
Or?
if it was today, I would have had a great laugh. But no, I'm only joshing with you.
Yeah, no.
Did you have some
But I don't
Tylenol or
know.
some Aleve, Miss G?
Yeah, I mean, they blocked me. I don't give a shit. But like, I just think it's like really disgusting behavior to like have somebody.
Well, I think it's kind of disgusting behavior to just throw out the word bitch just because
I gave a reason why. No, I gave
they're
a reason
trolling you. They're trolling you. I don't know them very well. I don't know the account, but
I don't think
they're
trolling me.
obviously.
No, that's how they think. This is how
They
think.
seem like really lovely ladies, and I was just disgusted.
They're just like fucking.
Oh,
They're
put
they're
this
larping as
freaking spoon
conservatives.
away.
They're larping as conservatives. Their behavior is ghetto, and I called them out on it. It's ghetto. Oh,
Yeah, well,
I'm a dog.
I don't know if you ever heard me go off. I get a little ghetto myself, and I ain't even from the ghetto.
I get it, but you have like real like views. Their views are like you come to fucking South Beach and I'll get some. It's just like that's stupid. And like, listen, they're placating as fucking Trump conservatives. And I fucking said, which I've said a million times, that I would vote for Trump or any fucking Republican, but your behavior is disgusting. And they're just like, yeah. Like, it's just like, fuck it. I don't give a shit.
I got to be honest with you. You sound, and this is as a
7
friend, you
days.
sound a little like naive.
Hungry for
because I scroll my timeline, and I got to tell you, there's a lot of disgusting people on here. So I'd be, if I had to call out everybody, I'd be calling out everybody.
But
like,
I called them out
asshole, bitch.
I called them out for a specific reason, and it's disgusting what they. If Nuance did the same thing, I'd call them out on this. But nobody has the name of somebody pinned on the top of their profile to.
He only calls me out when I talk about Israel Palestine.
No, I've been a little reserved on it. I hold back,
I don't know.
But I mean,
I
Miss
just
G,
hope you would refrain
Miss G,
from
how would you
calling them,
feel-
whatever bitches.
Miss G, Miss G, if somebody had on their profile then your name pinned on the top and said you were an alleged escort.
I'd already be in Florida. Don't worry about it.
Okay, but I'm just saying that's gross behavior. I call it out. I'm sorry. It's not fucking good behavior.
Yeah,
for somebody to do.
reference, I twinned the tweet in the Jumbotron for reference, so everyone knows what we're talking about.
Try me and like, what is up with you tonight?
No, for context purposes.
Oh, context.
No, the problem is Twyman. I was calling it out. I was calling it out from the first date. Twyman has too much feminine energy in him, and he likes to stir shit up. Twyman, you need a woman. You need a woman in your life to man up a little bit. Honestly, Twyman, I love you, brother.
No, I think Nuance pushes guns on other people. I've been in spaces with him where he's been like pushing guns on. Oh, he says Anna, I say Samira, but I've been in spaces where he's been pushing guns. So, and he's been
and
like
he's correct.
so rude to me.
Guilty.
So,
I remember that was a funny space. Nuance. I feel
Yeah,
like
you
you might
remember
have a
that?
deal.
And she
That
was like,
was a
"No, I
funny
don't want
space because
to."
y'all had
Wait,
Hey,
had
hold
taken
on,
question
me
hold
for
on.
out.
question for
I was
Nuance because I
asleep,
feel like he
and then
might
I
know what
woke
I'm.
up and was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And
Did someone
Hannah,
Oh
mention for me to
yeah.
That
come?
was not. I think
Okay,
That was
that space
oh
was not
maybe
fun.
instead of cutting me
oh, go
off,
ahead,
just let
Yeah,
it
Caroline.
all
but
happen.
Treman, why would you post that? Like, you're such a fucking. You are
It was
a
for
FA.
context, boxing. Nobody knew what the hell you were talking
Yeah,
about.
it's someone I know from. I don't want to get into it. Let's
Okay,
just take it
dude.
back.
Nobody knew what you were talking about. I'm not. So, okay, you want me to remove it? It's just for context purposes
Yeah,
because you
because
could
this
going
is what they
on.
have.
So there.
I mean, you could have it. It
Well,
doesn't matter.
boxing context purposes, they were trolling her. They said alleged.
That's not trolling when you have someone's real name posted on the fucking on their thing when clearly.
Completely different space where you were telling
Danny,
her
chill,
to
Danny,
get a goddamn gun no
Danny.
matter what. Like,
Mute,
it's
Danny,
mute,
why
not.
are you
Kaiser.
so
Do
upset?
something. Danny, if you lived in New York, you
Danny,
would
I
want
hope
like
you never own a gun. Don't ever own a
3
gun.
guns in every room.
Obviously not. And that is my whole
No,
fucking
no,
Oh
no.
argument.
my
Take her to the
lord.
gun range, Nuance.
Why are we still talking
I
about
want you to
this?
turn in all your guns
Self-defense
that you
does
have.
not matter.
I
You're
don't have
very aggressive,
access to
girl.
The
Danny,
point
them.
do
would
not
I
be
work.
don't
you'd be
have
good. You
access.
shouldn't. You're
Danny,
not
do you
an
know
I
you
actual
hear
gun
about
tried to
the
give you
enthusiast.
female
some love,
jogger who
but
was
you're
killed
not
by
listening.
wild
Go fuck
coyotes in
yourself,
Quebec a few
Nuance.
years
You're a
ago?
fucking idiot.
Nuance, do you know
Whoa,
where that clip
Whoa.
is from
not
the
cool,
Whatever
I
Caroline.
feel like
podcast
you're
where
so
that girl says,
condescending and so
No,
rude.
Caroline, please don't bring
Like,
that up.
I've been
That's
in
really
different
sad.
spaces. This
That's
is like
really
not
sad. Don't do
cool.
that.
Like, he's just rude
Okay,
to
and
me.
you're drunk as hell.
Danny,
That's
you're
Yeah,
rude to
a
so
everyone.
what?
lot out
It's
of line.
Christmas and
Like a
my
lot.
family's terrible. Sorry. Yeah, I
Okay,
Danny,
well,
apologize.
that
listen.
doesn't mean you have to
Miss
put it
G
all
said
on.
it nicely. Now I'm gonna tell you, you are embarrassing yourself. You need to stop.
We need Christmas vibes back. Can we get some
Okay,
Christmas vibes going?
Oh,
I
look,
will
it's
bring back
Ryan.
the Christmas vibes. So, Tryman, I was looking up your
See,
tweet.
we're gonna have a classy drunk here now. This is
That's
Ryan.
always
He's
different.
probably high on
Yeah,
eggnog.
and
Ryan,
No,
tell us.
listen,
servus,
Ryan,
Ryan.
I love
Servus.
you.
Merry,
Did you get my message, Ryan?
Merry
I
Christmas.
did, Miss
Servus,
G. I just
servus.
came to wish you all a Merry
Merry
Christmas. That's
Christmas,
all.
Ryan, as well.
Merry
Merry
Christmas,
Even to the
Christmas.
Ryan.
Merry
heathens,
Merry
Christmas,
like
Christmas,
honey.
Ryan.
Nuance,
It's
he
a
doesn't believe
fine.
in it. It's a fine tree, is that what you said?
So,
Actually,
when will I be getting my Christmas present? I'm still waiting.
Try, man. Aren't you like Hindu?
Tremaine, you're not even on the list.
No.
You gotta like kind of believe in Jesus a little bit to get a Christmas
Everyone
present.
knows Santa visits the Hindus last.
Muslims believe in Jesus.
That's true, they do. I mean, listen,
Not in the correct way.
you're behind Muslims now. I mean, you got to work on yourself.
I believe in Jesus, but
Okay.
he doesn't call himself Jesus. He goes by Jesus, and he's a good guy. I've known him since high school.
Very funny.
Does he mow your
He's
lawn?
out.
All right. Well, Merry Christmas, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day tomorrow.
You too. Did everybody like their gifts?
My goddaughter loved her Play-Doh, so that was the one person who got a gift so
Hopefully
far.
she doesn't eat it. God, they're so easy to
Her
please.
parents aren't going to like it.
Well, not my problem. She
You
enjoyed
know, they're
it.
going to be like motherfuckering you when the shit gets everywhere.
Listen, not my monkeys, not my circus.
This is godparent privilege here that you
She
can
wanted
give the
Play-Doh.
annoying
I
gifts.
got to see her eyes light up as she opens up Play-Doh and was so excited. And I don't got to clean up anything. And then my godson got he's a nerd. He liked Dungeons and Dragons, so he got a personalized Dungeons and Dragons figure or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea. Made him happy. I don't give a shit. So, and my father
That's what it's
got
all about, giving joy to the kids.
yeah.
Well, and Jesus is the reason for the season,
We
but
went to midnight mass. I got home like literally an hour and a half ago.
I know it goes so long.
It goes, yeah, but it was nice. It's pretty. Did you get gifts,
Oh, it
Miss
is.
G?
I haven't
Yet?
been for a while.
Did you give Christmas gifts tonight, Miss G?
No.
Oh,
Everybody, listen. Everybody retreated, and I'm down here, nice, relaxing. This was an alcohol-free, which I was glad. Christmas Eve. I have a headache. I have indigestion because I'm not used to eating so much. And just the food it was too much. It was too much. I don't even know if I could eat tomorrow. And yeah, I'm just exhausted. coming off of getting sick and having to deal with the holidays. So
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to relax and,
Yeah, I'm in charge
Are
of
you
the
Feast
Christmas
of the
games
Seven
tomorrow.
Fishes Italian, Miss G?
Yes, I didn't do the 7 though because for some reason, my Italian kids, they're not very Italian and they don't eat a lot of fish. But we had in the seafood salad we had, the regulars, the galamà, the scungili, the shrimp. So you got 3 there, then some more shrimp, and then baked clams, vodka
Lamb's
sauce.
Casino.
What
We did
else?
7 fish
Shrimp
tonight too.
oreganata.
Clams Casino.
The super
I gotta
did
say
the clams.
the what you call it, my mom's galamad was out of this fucking
I
world
catered.
tonight.
You mean calamari?
Yeah, that.
Yes, that's the way. I don't know about you Sicilians, but
Oh my god, it was out of this world tonight. So yeah, I can't believe the kids don't
Nice.
eat fish. Yeah, so everything was good.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Yeah, now I gotta make the games for tomorrow. So wait, so like I have these stupid prizes, like whatever, and one is called like the Happy Nut, and it's like this anti-chafe. It's like this cream that stops chafing when you're running. So that's one of the gifts in my gift. If you win the prize, you get.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm excited about it to see everyone's face. I gave my
Oh my-
one my one cousin the Mein Kampf thing that one's in Minecraft. He laughed his ass off. He thought it was the funniest thing in the world. So that was so funny.
It's
Anyway,
boring now. My kids are older.
yeah, it gets a little boring,
I
but
got no
whatever.
grandkids. I'll never have grandkids.
You're gonna have grandkids.
Oh no, I told you the oldest 2 don't want, and the younger one, she's like, as time goes on, she's like, it's a lot of money. And
She's only 20.
I think the other 2 are poisoning her.
Well, you gotta sit there and intervene, Miss G.
I'm trying. I'm
Get the
trying.
lesbian away from her. Tell her to go away with her cats. Just be like, you are banished with your cats. Leave the 20-year-old alone.
A fucking cat.
And the 28-year-old,
Disgusting.
if he met a woman who wanted kids, he'd have
Fuck.
kids.
I just realized one of those posts, by the way, Miss G, I got flagged for hateful and whatever conduct.
oh
Wait,
shit,
what
Boxing,
happened?
you got flagged. It's all your racism, man.
No, because these fucking, I don't know. It's fucking.
Did you post the tweet that got flagged?
I'll post it. Give me a second. It's ugly, but it's not racist. Hold on.
Well, anyway, I'm going to go to bed. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Okay, you too. And
Merry Christmas.
thank you for popping in because you're the sunshine of my
Thank
night.
you. Appreciate you.
You know I love you.
Love you too. Night.
Good night.
I actually can share it. It doesn't.
Who
let me
has
share it.
sunshine at night? That's retarded.
I need to delete it. I guess, right? I should just delete it.
You
I'll read
brightened
it to
up
you.
my night. You didn't get it?
I go, DeSantis. She was trying to shit on DeSantis supporters. It wasn't even about that. So I go, nah. I think you are both unworthy of cleaning my toilets. Since you have a ghetto ass mentality, you assumed it was racial. Quote, which I never mentioned. Typically non-conservative grifter vibes. I'll reread it. I don't know how that's fucking hateful. I mean, is that hateful? I guess.
I would say yes, Boxing. And I mean, they just caught.
In Germany and San Francisco, that's hateful. But in
Yeah, but like
normal
Kaiser,
America, we don't give a shit.
Let me again establish why I even said anything to them. Is because somebody who I know, they posted her real name, which is not publicly profiled, and they called her an alleged escort. She has like children. Like that's like very not appropriate.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up.
And the truth is, and Miss G knows this, that they just hate on her because she's significantly prettier than them. I mean, that's
No, I
all.
don't know anything. I'm not familiar with
Well,
this,
I don't know about
nor
that,
either
but,
parties. I
it's
don't really
probably
play
to
with
get
the
invited to
DeSantis
Mar-a-Lago.
people because I think it's a waste of my time. I knew he was going nowhere, so I
But
don't
this is
get
not even about
involved in that.
DeSantis. It's not even about DeSantis. They made it about it because they're low IQ.
Yeah, but boxing,
I just
my
don't
dear
like that
friend,
he-
boxing. I have to intervene here. I mean, yes, doxing is shit. I hate doxing. No one should do that. But honestly, boxing, didn't you do kind of the same when you? I mean, when this accusations of Jackson Hinkle's wife or fiance being an escort, you basically did the same here, boxing. I mean, come on, dude.
What?
Yeah. You were
What?
hating on Jackson.
No.
Yes. You were hating on Jackson. Yes,
No.
boxing.
That's not
Oh, the
doxing,
Boxing.
they basically said you deserve it. Serves you
Yeah.
right. Oh no.
That's
It's not
doxing.
exactly the
But
same.
it's the
Doxing
same.
was a
It's the
MAGA
same
comment.
mindset nuance.
No, that's
Boxing.
not. No, it's
Yes,
not.
yes,
No.
yes.
The guy goes.
Yes,
No, I was
boxing,
calling
boxing.
him.
Look, you are mad because those two Latinas called your friend basically a former escort. Okay, bad enough. But you did the same. I mean, you were shit talking Jackson Hinkle, and I don't like the dude. And you were involving his fiance, and that she's in a whore from Dubai or whatever. I mean, and actually, I think that
Nope, never said that, Kaiser. I could post that tweet.
please post it, boxing. I'm just saying. This is Christmas Day. This is Jesus is born. No hypocrisy here, boxing. I love you, man.
No, but no lies, Kaiser. What I said, literally, I could post the tweet that you got angry at. I literally said that Jackson Hinkle calls everybody a faggot and gay and soft, and he can't even control his own
I think
girl
he's
going
lightened up
back
on it
to
a little bit.
Russia
I
and
think he's
shaming him.
lightened up
I
on
never
that.
called her a prostitute. I didn't dox him.
No,
I
but
was
you were playing
very
into
much
this
no.
narrative that she is an escort in Dubai, and I think it's even fake because
That's not what
the
I
pictures
no.
are very
Why do
generic.
you? No, that's not. No, but that Kaiser, I never called her an escort or even affirmed that type of shit, Kaiser. I literally was calling him out for his behavior. He goes into every fucking Twitter space, calls everybody a faggot and a fucking pussy and whatever. So, he gets a little taste of his own medicine. That's all. Again, it's not calling him out. I don't know if she's a prostitute, nor do I give a shit. You're right, it's getting in someone's personal life, but I made one tweet about it. It was again a reflection on his behavior. Because again, he goes into every Twitter space, calls everybody a faggot and woke and a pussy. And, it's just kind of like karma in a way, right? He does that, Kaiser. Are you denying that? Have you ever heard his demeanor and behavior in a space? I mean, it's true, Kaiser. He's not like a nice person. I don't know why you have to defend him this way.
No, boxing. I don't even like him. I don't fuck Jackson Hinkle. Who cares? But the thing is, boxing. Don't participate in these kind of personal drama stuff. I know this is scheiße, man. Like calling other people out. Oh, your wife is. I mean, come on. Don't even like that. Don't.
I never called
No,
her an
you were.
escort.
You
I
were.
just said
No,
that
yes, you didn't. You
No,
were.
I'll post it. I'll
You
post
were.
it. No, I'll post it. I'll post it.
Okay,
I'll post it.
post.
So I know this because I helped with the wrapping, but tomorrow morning, my 95-year-old grandmother is going to gift all 8 of us grandchildren our own personal copies of Liz Cheney's new memoir, Oath and Honor, my very never Trumper conservative grandmother. I'm excited for the reactions, especially from my one gay cousin.
Bull. Yeah, let's go trap shooting.
You want stop trying to bully people into
Okay,
guns.
so here's what he said. Jackson Hinkle calls everyone gay, soft, and woke, but in reality, couldn't even prevent his fiance from leaving / shaming him going back to Russia. Russian flag, period.
Yep, that's what I said. Exactly. And that's what she did. She went back and she's like, I'm happy. Like, I mean, Kaiser, that's not calling her a prostitute. That's nothing. That's literally nothing. And again, if he was like not a piece of shit and goes into every Twitter space, calls everybody a faggot and woke and ugly, like he does nasty shit. So it's like, okay, well, now you fucking have karma. Like, again, I'm not, you could say it's like whatever, but that's not the same as doxing someone's real name that's A, she's not even a public figure, and B, it's pinned on her profile. They're entirely different things, 100%. And again, he's nobody who I know. He's a public figure, and it's kind of karma. Like, I stand by that statement. I don't like make a million tweets about him, but I tweeted about it. Yeah, for sure, 100%. I stand by that tweet.
Bro, all I'm
again.
Boxing.
Boxing. What's your favorite Christmas
that
song?
She was a prostitute. I don't. That doesn't even make sense. I've never alleged that, Kaiser. Nor do I really care if she is or isn't. But I don't think she is, and I wouldn't make a tweet like that about someone's that she's a prostitute. I've never said that, Kaiser. I know a lot of people did, but I wasn't included in that. So, just to be clear for the record.
Boxing. What's your favorite Christmas song?
Boxing, you are quoting some guy who's outing all these nasty people, whatever. He's like Peckerman. Like, this is shit, man. Don't support this behavior, man. Like, honestly, if you don't like it with these other people, don't support the behavior when others are doing it. That's all I'm saying, man. And you were supporting that moment. You were quoting this new kind of, there's this new account. This account is doxing all kinds of people. And I mean, and you are basically liking it.
Who's the account? No, wait, what's the
I will
account?
I
I'm
will look at
confused.
of this account. I will look it up. Wait a second.
Yeah, I mean, again, I literally took a screenshot of the Instagram thing and then I made a comment off of it. So I wasn't quoting anybody. I literally like was quoting her tweet that she made on an Instagram thing. Again, I'm not doxing anybody. These are like public tweets and it's a public person. I didn't allege that she was a prostitute. Like it's, that's kind of lowbrow shit. I don't give a shit about that. But again, I mean, Kaiser, you're like, this is not someone who I speak to regularly. He's a public figure and he says nasty shit and he behaves himself a very nasty way. And he calls everybody Kaiser could at least back me up on his behavior. He calls everybody woke and a faggot and a pussy. Like this is his behavior. So yeah, like bad behavior sometimes deserves to get called out. I'm sorry. And if that offends you, sorry.
No, I'm not
That is
offended,
and I know
dude. Don't you get it, man? It's just you don't like it when other people are mixing in other people's personal life, and I agree with that on you. But don't support it just when it's on your team. Don't do that stuff at all, man. Fuck, who cares about personal lives of other people, man? Boxing, and it's all I'm saying, man. It's all I'm saying. Look,
who on my team calls everybody a faggot and a pussy and a woke?
I do.
okay, forget it, man. Boxing.
You see what I'm
Listen,
saying? No,
in the spirit of baby Jesus, can we maybe bury the hatchet here and
Anyways, Kaiser,
move
I
on
love
to
you.
greener
My
pastures?
favorite Christmas song. I like like I said, I like the modern one. I like the Wham. That's a good one. The Christmas one with George Michael.
How's that go?
I like the Sting Christmas songs. Sting made some very good Christmas songs back in like the 90s and 80s. Kaiser, what are you guys playing in Germany? I feel like caroling must still be a thing in Germany.
Mannheim
Nein,
Steamroller.
Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, Silent Night, Holy Night. Very old German song, over 200 years old. Yeah, I like that one.
Good King Wenceslas, of course.
That's famous for the Christmas truce in 1914, of course.
Kaiser saw 3 ships come
Silent
sailing
Nacht,
in
yes.
with immigrants on them.
Oh wait, are you mad, the Kaiser, that I called somebody out about having an interaction with a minor? That's again an arrest record. Is that what you're mad about?
Nein, no boxing, man. Don't.
Well, aren't the
Oh,
Europeans
Jesus
trying to
Christ, man,
investigate a
boxing,
way
dude.
to sort of like
Christmas spirit, folks.
Christmas
Kaiser's
spirit.
arrest.
All I'm saying is boxing, man. Look, I don't.
It's Christmas.
The thing is, these people who are like, wait a second. The thing is, basically, there's.
Plus, Kaiser was never convicted of any of those crimes.
Come on, guys, man. This is like retarded. Okay, let's make it a little bit more adult-like, like more with intelligence here.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Boxing. All I'm saying is, man, boxing.
From where I had Christmas dinner.
Okay, whatever, man. Okay, dude, boxing. All I'm saying is, man, look, we were look when the NAFUS and all these people, Pekka and who was in the space actually, when they were doing their doxing bullshit, that's nonsense, absolutely ridiculous. But now it's happening basically with these pro-Palestinian supporters, and some of them are really nasty figures. Lucas Gage, for example, we talked about him. He's an idiot, asshole, Nazi lapper. But what's happening right now is now this doxing happens on the other side, and it's not cool, man. It's call. Don't attack the poster, attack the postman, attack the content. What they're saying. I don't care about the personal lives of these people, man. Like what the fuck? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, literally, if you want to know why, I just find it very odd that a lot of these pro-Palestinian people, not the good, not again, the LARPers, like you said, are all like crying about free speech about Lucas Gage when we all know why he got suspended. He didn't get suspended for a little tweet about fire extinguishers. So again, it's the dishonesty. I feel like that gets
Wait,
to me.
what was the tweet that actually got him canned? I'm not.
I mean, he went on a 15-minute rant. I mean, Kaiser listened to it. He knew, and I know Kaiser disavows that type of speech. And then he backtracks and says, "Well, I was just talking about how you." I mean, this is if people want to die on the
Oh, it
sword
was.
for him,
He said something about like Jews or demons or something. Was
yeah,
that
and you
it?
have to slay demons, and he went on
Yeah,
another
I mean,
15-minute
fully agreed. Fuck
relating them to
Lucas Gage,
pedophile.
man. The dude was, I mean, I saw the Nuance was reposting it. I know, making fun of it. When he was posting speeches of Mussolini and of Hitler, and at the first time with true translations, you never, that's nonsense, man. Fuck those people. But boxing, never lower your, don't, like, there's a saying, don't, if the pigs play around, don't lower yourself and play with the pigs, man. Like, don't do that, bro. I'm seeing it, man. Don't lower yourself in that regard,
Yeah, but Kaiser, the issue that I have is that people that tend to, in good faith, you have to understand them being sympathetic towards a cause. If they don't distance themselves from like people like him, then ultimately, like, how can I take your cause seriously? Because underlining, I believe, is not caring about Palestinian cause or even a legitimate gripe with Israel. It's a little more.
I mean,
you
absolutely,
have
but let's not. I mean, Lucas Gage and all these people are not the arbiters of truth here. Like they are using it. For them, it's just obviously they are using this conflict because they have other beefs. But let's discuss it with normal people like Nuance or Zagonel or whatever, and not with these people. And they are shit. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I will not defend Lucas Gage here, man.
But Kaiser, but why do you have a problem if I attack
No, because
people that you disavow, like Reuters?
Boxing.
Kaiser,
What I don't like is that you make it like this with this. Oh, look, your wife left you. You are cuck and all that personal stuff. It doesn't matter, man. It's completely. It's completely. You are lowering yourself to a level which is way too low for you, man. You are smarter than this boxing. That's all I'm saying. You're more intelligent.
I understand.
Be
Okay,
better than them.
I will.
Be better than these assholes, man. Don't lower yourself to that level, man. Honestly, that's all I'm saying. And if his wife was an escort, I mean, good for her, I suppose.
I never alleged
No,
his wife was an
but
escort, nor do
there's
I care.
this. I know boxing, but there's this new account which you retweeted, and this is like they have this. They're going after all these people: Lucas Gage X, Jack Slinkle X, and these people. I don't know who's behind this account. They are doxing, and they are doing it.
Listen. I'm against the doxing. I mean, Kaiser, I don't want to bring up the shit that you fucking. It's fine. I mean, I don't need to bring it up. We're past that. That you alleged me of being fucking. I don't know. Like, I mean, you did on a place that somebody that has threatened to dox. No, it's true, Kaiser.
Oh, come on.
You're talking about Charles?
Don't do that, boxing, man. Come on, man. Don't do that. Come on, man.
This Charles?
What Charles is doing, what Chuck is doing, man. But I'm not doing that, okay?
Yeah, but
I'm saying,
I'm just saying, it's no. If you go into a space with him, and even if you feel that it's not true and whatever, but if you go into a space and you bring, like, he talks about me about being an agent, whatever the fuck his psychosis is, and then no, Kaiser, listen to me, just please, and then you bring me up and say, well, I don't know where he came from, and like my views have been my views the entire
but you're getting
time.
more
And
boxing. You're getting by the week, man. You're getting more fanatic, man. You're getting more fanatic, and you are going down a spiral, man. I'm just saying you're better than this. Don't keep your head up, man.
I mean, wait, I'm reacting to a lot of stimulus,
but don't do it, man. Don't lower yourself to pigs level.
But that's not being times. Like, you're going into the most like radical, crazy spaces. I stay out of that stupid shit.
I mean, I was funny in those spaces.
The Donica spaces?
I give myself credit. It was like
the Ramy spaces.
No. I mean, listen, I thought it was funny in those spaces.
Stealth
and that's
spaces.
No.
Boxing.
No, I mean, listen,
Kaiser, talk your shit.
You guys, I will go into that's why I don't like to go into like a lot of the really IDF spaces, because the second I bring up any criticism of Netanyahu, I'm like, they're talking about they're talking about the future of the situation. I'm like, well, the future, pragmatically speaking, like the future can include Netanyahu, and like they immediately like jumped on me, and I'm like, listen, like
but that's because honest. You want Ben-Gvir.
No, disavow.
Boxing is a Smotrich fan. Come on.
No, I just so I mean it's a very and
well,
again
his hero is Baruch Goldstein though.
I'm aware of Nuance. I've heard this
Okay, boxing, I get you, man. I get you. But the best medicine against this is don't engage in these hateful spaces, man. You will get nothing out of it. You will just get enraged and you get a high blood pressure, and that's that, man. I left those spaces. I don't go to the
No,
spaces anymore because I know this is just, those are full of hateful people who have their own frustrations, and don't engage in
No,
them.
I know. I mean, I
That's
don't.
all.
No, I don't get angry. It's a clowning thing. Like again, like I posted 2 clips of it earlier. Like I was like, I mean, again, like I went to the funny thing is I listened to it a little bit. I went to the gym. I went to shopping, and I get back and they're still talking about Jews. I'm like, I did all
Oh, these
this.
the Groypers?
No, I mean, I guess one of it's a
Groyper
mutual, but
adjacents? Yeah. I
yeah,
mean,
and it's no,
but
but here's
but boxing, that's never gonna. They're always gonna be doing that, and they like to trigger you by having you come in and.
I'm aware, but it's like it's very easy to. I mean, listen, this guy. I mean, listen, it's a recorded space, so like, it's not like public information. I mean, if he's saying things like, well, like 6 million Jews wasn't enough, and he's like, whatever. I mean, if they want to say that stuff in a public space, like, and it's recorded, like, go ahead and
Well,
say
they
it.
don't even believe it was 6 million. So
I know, that's what I'm saying. No, but I mean, that's the thing that they want to say. If they want to say this and they want to say that, like, let them say these things. Like, I mean, they can't. It's just these people are exposing how they feel, and a lot of these people were LARPing as these pro-Palestinian people that care about casualties, and it's bullshit. And I just feel like that it's this deception that a lot of people were siding with because you feel that they're fighting a cause, but in reality, that they don't give a shit about any dead babies. They have ultimate views, and I don't like those views because I'm a Jewish American, and I don't take it lightly when people are saying those things, right? Am I
No,
afraid?
but boxing
No, but
is all fine, but don't engage with these people then. Don't do it, man. It's useless. As Nuance is saying in Zegudel, if why do you don't even try, man? You will not convince anyone if someone is, let's say, a bona fide Nazi. You will never convince this person otherwise. Never, never. They will just make you angry, and that's all. And then you get angry, and then you try to retaliate. I get that.
yeah, what's the upside, boxing? What do you see as the real potential upside?
no, I mean, at this point, I just feel like maybe like clowning people, or I guess whatever. You're right. There's not really a purpose of it, but I mean,
I
listen,
see mostly downsides. Like you're saying clowning, which you can clown in these spaces. I do it all the time, but when you put yourself in spaces where it's like kind of crazy psychos, lunatics, or whatever, and they don't like you, like they can dedicate all their time and energy, which they have plenty of, to just ruin your life.
I know, but like, I mean,
no
that's why that's why I didn't take it that lightly when Kaiser went to that other person. That, I mean, again, like, I don't know why you think that person, Kaiser, because I don't want to mention him specifically, is any good faith actor.
You mean Chuck?
Like, why do you?
No, oh man, Chuck is, oh god, oh man.
Well, it's like Beetlejuice. If you say it 3 times,
look, forget Chuck, man. But the thing is,
no, but you can't say that. No, Kaiser, you can't say that. Like, he like, not only did he like miss me, I don't give a shit, but like, he was
Well,
like
we're
trying to
watching.
threaten Miss G.
We
No,
are
he was trying to
watching.
threaten Miss G. He was trying to threaten Miss G, and it's like, is that okay?
no, it's
We're
not
watching
okay.
Miss G too. We're watching. All
It's
of
not
them.
okay because I was saying, Chuck, hey, come on, Miss G is not an operator. Come on.
We know who you are, boxing, and we're watching you.
TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
And boxing,
Kaiser, like,
all I'm saying is you are better than this. You are an intelligent young man. And I see, look at your tweets over the last month.
Buckle up, Kaiser.
Yeah, I
buckle
know.
up.
And you're getting more and more angry, and it's leading nowhere. I was the same. And you know what helps? Don't engage with people who are full
On
of
the
hate.
10th chime, the car goes kablooey.
Yeah. Listen,
On the
Kaiser,
Autobahn? Oh no.
I will take that in mind, and I agree. But just do the same thing for you too. Is that agreement?
Yeah, fine
Because,
enough.
I mean,
Fair enough.
Okay. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone. You see, that's the Christmas spirit. Peace up in our times. Awesome. I love it.
Joy to the world. Sleep in heavenly peace.
Amen.
All
nice.
is calm.
Lance videos.
All is bright.
Keep going,
What's
Nuance.
up?
Lance videos, are you finished wrapping all your gifts?
Yep. Got some good shit.
What'd you get?
Got my mom a silver bracelet or whatever, like it's I guess I bought her like a 16-inch necklace, and my dad bought her a pendant for it, so we kind of like doubled it.
That would not
And I
fit.
bought my sister a bunch of shit from like Bed Bath and Beyond, like $60 worth, and then my brother-in-law got a do you guys know who Gran Turismo is?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, the game, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big car guy, so he kept talking about it. He's like, I want like Gran Turismo, and then I'll get like a wheel or whatever for like the game, like what's it called? Like, I don't know. It's like a controller, but like a wheel, like a car, right?
Oh,
Yes,
Gran
sure.
Torino, also a great movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Gran Turismo. It sounds cool, looks cool, whatever. He's a car guy. I'm not a car guy, so I just bought it for him. He loved it.
You're an AC
And
guy.
I bought my dad like a $300 soundboard for his TV.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yeah, he kept talking about it. He's like, yeah, I need a new one. Mine's shit. I'm like, all right, I'll get you one, Dad.
You mean like a sound bar?
Yeah, sound bar.
Okay. You said soundboard. I was like, is he a DJ?
We
or-
know,
kind of
we
sound
know,
bar
we
do you
know what
get?
he was saying.
I know.
It's just like kind of a thing. I don't know. It's like a boomer thing.
What, a sound bar is a boomer thing?
Oh no, am I a boomer?
Yeah.
So true. You
I
guys
love
are
my
all
sound bar.
I know. I have a sound bar with a woofer
Yeah,
and
I don't
everything.
know how
Am I
it's
a
a
boomer?
boomer thing. I mean, I'm using
Sound
just
sound,
stock stereos on my TV, but it works fine.
You
Yeah.
boomer.
Hey, Nuance, you see that Tony's been getting some wins?
I played with him tonight. Actually, we got a win a couple hours ago.
Yeah, Tony got like a 16 kill win the other day. It's pretty fucking lit.
Whoa.
Yeah, but as
Awesome.
soon as he hopped on with me, it was like as soon as we joined the game, he immediately died like multiple times, and then finally we were able to get a win. But yeah, I was like, where are all these like this crazy improvement I've been hearing about, where you're just winning all the time?
Dude, he's been winning. I watched him. I literally watched him.
Is this a dice-based game?
It's Fortnite.
No,
dude.
it's a first-person shooter.
Oh, is it?
It's a third-person shooter.
Third person,
Are
but
you
yeah.
serious,
Oh,
or
that's
is
true.
it
That's true.
turn-based?
That's true.
Is
I
there
feel like
turn-based elements to it?
Zag's more of Age of Empires or Civilization.
No,
I like
Hearts
Age
of
of
Iron. I like
Empires.
Hearts of Iron, Millennium Dawn, the very advanced current day one. So there's no dice play, and it's not turn-based, so it's just shooting and stabbing.
Have you ever played
It's just Zoomer.
like a shooting game?
Yeah, I played World of Warcraft before.
Zagadal's like,
it's
okay,
kind of
if
like
it's not
that,
Monopoly
but
money,
not
technically
really.
it depends on what attachments you have on your gun.
It's like World of Warcraft meets Counter Strike or something.
Oh
no,
my
it's more
god,
like
no.
Battle Royale.
Are
It's
you
like
fucking
Fortnite.
kidding me?
It's basically Call of Duty Modern Warfare,
Oh,
but
just
cartoony.
please, no.
Okay,
It's not.
okay.
What do you mean no?
Doesn't
No,
Justin
dude.
Bieber
Yeah,
exactly
play
what it
building
is.
is
That
from
was
Call.
retarded.
Yeah, building is quite popular in Call of Duty. I remember doing that all the time.
Yeah, but
I never
Who
do
wants
build
to
mode.
build?
I don't do
They
build
play
mode.
zero build like losers.
So they play zero build, and
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm
zero
a
builds is
builder.
the way to go.
So
What-
I
Should be
will
playing
direct
SimCity.
people. Like I played a game with Tony, and I was like, it was me versus him, and I destroyed him. Like just got him. And then we play the game, and Nuance, Ashley, and Tony, they're like, let's play zero build. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like it's such a boomer thing to do.
It is.
Zoomers like to build.
Yeah, you guys can be autistic Zoomers like build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nuance and all these guys, they call us autistic, retarded for building. It's just they can't handle.
No, Lance. The problem is
What are you
that
building
people
in
you're going to be
Fortnite? What are you
matched up
building,
with
like-
people who play on the PC, and those guys are like have seizures with their keyboards and mouse and can build the Empire State Building in like a
I
second.
can too.
What game is
They
this?
haven't
Fortnite?
seen it yet because
So
they
when
only
you're
like
playing playing with a
bit.
controller,
And
it's
I've gotten a kill. I've gotten a game with like fucking like 16 kills with Tony the other day. Me and Current were like running it. Got 16 kills. He got like 5. It was like
is your
it was like a
tag
20
Lance
kill game
Videos?
total.
I'll add you. Is your tag Lance Videos?
Now it is, yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll add
What
you.
about the game Apex something? Is that like a
Apex
big game?
Legends?
Apex
Yeah.
That's a
Legends is
first-person
gay.
shooter.
So you know what's based? Titanfall. Titanfall's cool.
They also
Apex
call it
Oh,
the
I remember
Apex.
Titanfall. I love
The
that shit.
Apex
Titanfall
Legends.
2 was
I just know
great.
that like my brother's like a good gamer and he plays that game, Apex, whatever
Yeah,
the fuck.
HVAC
No,
simulator is
it's
pretty cool, guys.
Apex Legends.
One game is gayer than the other. I understand. One's way
Lance
more
Video, what if there
heterosexual.
was an HVAC game like Sim Hotel or Sim Tower or something like that?
So HVAC simulator would basically be like you go into Indian houses and you'd have to like put a mask on, okay? And then after that, okay, you'd have to like switch out a capacitor, but instead of getting the $500 you should usually get, you should probably lower that down to like 5 cents.
Well, don't they have Goat Simulator? There's like an actual game. I've never played it. I've just seen it. It's called Goat Simulator. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Goat
But
Simulator is I think you play as like Donald Trump and you like go and fuck the liberals. I think that's what it's about. Not sure.
I thought you were gonna make maybe an Afghan joke, but I understand.
The Afghan joke, yeah, I can do that too. Nuance wouldn't like that. He's too pro-Palestine.
I mean,
You
Palestine and
retard.
Afghanistan are
Afghanistan
pretty far away.
are like countries apart. You retard.
I'm kidding.
Many of countries.
Chill out, Nuance. What are you doing?
I don't think you
I'm
could
not
point.
gonna revive you next.
I don't
game.
think you could point to these places on a map.
Dude, I can totally do that. I'm like the only Zoomer that can do that.
Could Lance Videos beat Destiny in a map challenge?
Oh, that's a good question.
So what was the thing that he
I
didn't
mean,
know where
now
did he
I
know
feel
where
like
Israel was on the map?
How
Is that
bad
his-
was Destiny's knowledge of geography?
He didn't know where Israel was, right?
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, after talking
Wait, he
about
didn't
it
know
for
where
so long.
Samurais were
Yeah,
Mongols.
no. And what was funny is he was
I
talking
like to
about
hope
it for
those are
so
out of
long.
context clips that are meant as
It
jokes.
sounds like. I mean, do you think Destiny would lose to Michael Tracy in a debate?
I feel have they debated before? I don't even know. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Michael Tracy would.
Depends what the
would
issue
win.
is, right? I
Michael
mean,
Tracy would out autist him 100%.
You think so? I don't know. It depends on
Yeah,
what
I think so. I mean, I think Tracy
it
knows
depends on the topic and level of
geography better.
preparation. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, like geopolitics, I don't think is like fucking Destiny's wheelhouse. But he knows a lot about a little bit about a lot of things. So I think in a debate, he's not bad. I think people are a little too harsh on him. I think just because like Sean, who's much more knowledgeable in the thing, destroyed him. Like it's not really like there's much worse debaters than Destiny. I think.
He's all right on like domestic policy stuff, but it's kind of shocking how limited his foreign policy worldview is.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is he's willing to like. He looked really bad when I disagree with like Ryan Dawson on like a lot of the shit he said, but like I saw a little bit of that debate, and like Ryan Dawson's like really prepared about something, and he comes in it with like no preparation, and it's just you can't really debate somebody in a public space if you're not prepared. It's kind of backfires. I think. I don't. Do you think he's aware of that, or do you think he thinks he could do better than it is?
He knows that quite well. He's been doing this for years, so yeah, he knows. And that was the Ryan Dawson thing was like what, like 6-7 years ago. It was like maybe it's a long time.
No. I'm talking about maybe a year ago or 6 months ago.
No,
They did something on like Fresh and Fit. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched a little bit of.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the old that like they debated like 6-7 years ago, a long time ago.
The funniest debate I've ever seen is when he debated what's his name, the ex-gay but still is gay, Milo. When he debated Milo recently, that was funny.
In person,
No, dude,
that one.
he found Jesus Christ and is no longer homosexual boxing. So there's no he's not gay. Okay, he's not.
My apologies. Yeah, it's But what do you think it is, Nuance? Do you think he doesn't care? There's people so what is his mindset going into it? Because I'm sure you've met him, but Do you think that he thinks that his audience is going to back him up, or do you think he legitimately thinks he could just beat anybody in a debate?
I think he mostly just, he's just like checking shit out and being like, okay, what does this person have to say? Okay, that's interesting. Oh, well, if it didn't go so well, he'll read up on something and then write like a 17-page Google Doc and do like a week worth of research on stream live, so it's content and he gets paid for it, and then he tries to do a redo, and that's typically the formula from my understanding.
Have you ever? Well, do you debate Nuance? I mean, I don't know.
Literally
Are you?
debate Destiny like 6 times or so. It's like crazy amount of times.
Oh, you've debated.
There was a
him, okay.
video up where they debated, and Nuance Bro decided to like. You didn't get any sleep that day, the night before? I think that's what you told us,
In
right?
person, that one, the last time, yeah, I didn't get
What was the topic? Domestic issues, obviously, like guns or something.
So we didn't even get to pick well, at least I didn't get to pick the topic. It was something like, is Biden a good president? I don't know, some shit like that. That's what the organizer gave me, and I was like, okay, like whatever.
So if you search Nuance Bro Destiny just on YouTube, the first video that comes up, at least for me, just is titled "You're tone policing so hard right now."
Yeah,
I don't know what the
they're
content
all
of that
they're all
was,
from
but
his channel, his videos of our interactions. So
If you look that up on the
although
internet, you might not want.
one of our discussions actually isn't up, like he never uploaded it. There's an older one.
Yeah, that's the thing I noticed. Like in all of his debates, I don't know if he's just good at it or he's a huge audience. Like if someone goes, "Oh, look at his debate with this," his take on it is always like the number one feed. You know what I mean? Finding like the original content is like more difficult. I don't know if that he does it on purpose or it's just how YouTube or whatever works. Like him commenting on it, like I hate that. I don't know.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass out too.
Yeah,
Merry
I gotta get to bed. I got
probably time to hit the hay. Got presents in the morning, so
Merry Christmas,
Merry
guys.
Christmas, everyone.
Ho ho, Merry Christmas.